quickly turn on the YouTube stream because I did not turn on the multi-stream again. I am really, really well organized. Don't question it. Not Discovery Channel, but there was a show called Mysteries at the Museum that went through the history of seemingly mundane objects in museums. I love that. Was that history? Was that History Channel? I also watched a lot of History Channel. I also, like, I grew up on Ancient Aliens as well. So, like, you know the guy with the aliens meme? I watched that show. That was actually a part of my childhood. Aliens. I always thought it was a very fun show to watch. As a little kid. And, I also watched a lot of those ghost hunting shows. I watched so many of those ghost hunting shows. The cheapest 3D models are Vroid custom made where the Vroid base is used and the artists just work on top of it in hand paint. 3D is cheaper than 2D. No, that's not what I mean, Star. I'm not talking about like how the models are made. And I'm not talking, so there's the ones where they have a 3D VTuber, yeah, but they work essentially the same as a 2D, right? Where it's still tracked just to your face and stuff like that. I'm talking about 3D as in like it's tracking your entire body. So like the hands, the arms, the legs, like those kinds of that kind. Not just like the facial tracking ones. You can use webcam capture. Does that really work just for like your entire body though? Because I feel like the webcam capture would be so messy for that. I feel like it would be really messy, you know? Because like I feel like when you see you're talking about Code Miko level of capture? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the details of this. You have to dumb it down to me. But maybe. Who's Code Miko? Let me see. Google. I think so. Maybe. That might be it. Yeah. I don't know that person. She got the full suite webcam facial capture, like movie level. Damn, that sounds fancy. But yeah, basically, because like the ones that I was like referring to, because I think that's the difference between like webcam and whatever else people use, is that like is kind of the jitteriness. Does that make sense? So like even on that link, even I just clicked on the link that you shared. The video that you shared there, like there's a yes, I see the hydrate place. Oh my goodness. Also, why didn't the boop go off? Is there a delay between? Is there like it did go off. Oh, I didn't hear the boop. Oh, maybe it was just perfectly timed with the music on my end. Because the audio balance that I hear is not the same audio balance that you hear. Okay. It did go off. Okay, that's good. That's good. Thank you for the hydrate plan. So I tried to 5-star hydrate, so you should better drink some water right now. But yeah, what I was saying was like, with like that video that you the first link that you shared, at least, like you can see kind of with the webcam capture that it kind of jitters, you know, it jitters back and forth the whole time a little bit, because webcams just are inherently, most webcams are kind of blurry, and so they don't have a perfect line of where your face is, so it's constantly fixing itself back and forth, so you kind of jitter a little bit left and right. And I feel like that also wouldn't work very well if you move like rapidly. Does that make sense? Yeah, you need good sharp lighting. You need a high quality webcam. But like I also feel like it would struggle if you move fast. Like you see on like the, at least that reference video, and that's the part that kind of is telling to me, is like she does like very slow movements, just like a little like hand wave and a little like wink and like a little blah and a little slight turn, but like there's no like quick hand movements, which is, if you're a person like me who talks with your hands a lot, at least my style of talking with my hands a lot, I move my hands very rapidly, very quickly, left, right, up, down, all over the place. Like they're constantly in this state of motion, so much so that they even look blurry to me. So I cannot imagine that like a webcam capture like that would actually work in that case. It's one of the few things that like I do regret about turning into a PNG tuber, is that like I can't translate this my style of talking anymore with this. But yeah. Her video budget, high. I'd love to see it. If you could send that to me directly, Star. If you could send that in a DM, I'd love to watch it, because I've just been really curious about how they do it. Like, not that I would ever do it, because again, that's a lot of money. And I think if it really ever got to a state that I'm so bothered by the lack of motion translated through my streaming that I would just go back to using a camera. But yeah. With the sensor type for, or like until I get, yeah, anyway. With the sensor type for 3D, a lot of VTuber has hit or miss with different types of capture band suites. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Data motion, is that next to Mississippi or something? No. No. You can only find that in my bedroom. What? Hi, Cookie. How is Cookie? How is Cookie? How is the sweetest, cutest, most adorablest, most magnificentest, most petable, most squeezable, most huggable, most snuggleable, most adorable, most beddable Koki doing today? What? Code Miko 3D rendered her stuff and bought her sweets. Yeah, that sounds like it would cost a lot of money. Guess I'll have to find the state then. Yeah. Go on a good exploration. Oh no, Plouse! Man, we've had a couple fail hugs today already, huh? It's a bit of a, oh my goodness. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas needs to chill out. This is not the vibe today. I know this is part of the Wii playlist, but like, it needs to chill out. I'm sorry. Much better, Fiesta. You know, fun fact about Fiesta. So I'm a big Fairy Tail fan. No one's surprised by this. I've talked about this a good few times. Fairy Tail is my guilty pleasure anime by far. Because anything that they do in the story of Fairy Tail, I would literally drag any other anime over the coals for the kind of ass pulling plot armor fucking story writing that Fairy Tail does. But when Fairy Tail does it, it's fine. It's fine. I love it. I adore it. I'm there. Every single fake out death, I'm crying like it's a real death, even though I know 3 episodes from now they're gonna fucking Deus Ex Machina that person back to life, or they never actually died in the first place. Like, there's always gonna be a way around it. I don't care. There's been like maybe 2 deaths in all of Fairy Tail, but like, complete side tangent again. But what I was actually gonna say is like this song, when this opening first started, I actually hated it. I actually really, really did not like this opening for the solid like first half of the arc that it played through. And only by like the second half of the arc did I actually start liking the song. Maybe even after they switched out to a new opening. But now I vibe with it. Anyway, Star with the 7%. You did at least go up. That's true. Yeah, even when I use my 2D model, I'm like, my hands are moving, but you can't see it. Like, I wanna... Someday, maybe in the not too distant... Maybe sometime in the future, when I'm feeling confident enough to put my face on camera again for a prolonged period of time, maybe I'll get to show you guys how it is. But, like, I have to... Even if I'm trying to, like, restrict myself from movement right now, and I'm still like swinging my hands all over the place. I've literally grabbed my one wrist with my other hand and I've put them both underneath the table and I am still moving my hands around to talk. It's like I cannot just sit still and talk. It's really bad, honestly. Like, I am very animated as a person. It's the one thing that I dislike about being a PNG. And whenever I look back at like VODs and stuff like that, it's the one thing that I feel really like meh about, is that how animate, like there's no way to translate how animated I am to a PNG. It's just not possible, right? It's just not how the medium works. And it's like probably the main reason I'd ever want to be like a proper VTuber is just to actually be able to translate over a more realistic, or not realistic, but a more like accurate representation of how I talk. Because I do not stand still at all. My head is moving all over the place. My shoulders are going up and down. My hands are moving left, right, up, down, all over the place. Like, there's not a part of my body. Like, I will literally bounce while saying certain things for emphasis. Like, there's not a single part of me that is motionless when talking. It is physically impossible. Like, you could tie me down and I would still somehow move whatever I'm tied to. It's not, yeah. Also, damn, Koki with the 119. I believe we currently have a new gayest person in chat. Let's check. Yep. Koki is now the gayest member of chat. Also I'm good playing Stardew and procrastinating doing the dishes. Oh my lord. There. Honestly, if there's anything you're gonna do to procrastinate doing the dishes, it should be Stardew. Which is actually really funny, because Stardew is basically all about doing chores. Like, a solid, like, 60% of what you do in Stardew is essentially daily chores. So it's really funny to procrastinate chores by playing a game where you're doing chores. Yeah. When you say your shoulders are moving, yes. Yes. I mean, that does happen, actually, quite a bit. Yes. Look, Franco. Okie dokie dokie. Yeah. Have a good luckies. I hope and I hope the phone call is enjoyed. I can't do phone calls, man. It's really weird. And I don't know if it's... I think it has to do just with how phones are. So many phones, I feel like a person's voice does not translate over well enough via the phone for me to actually understand what they're saying. You know what I mean? Like, I have so many times when someone talks to me over the phone that I don't understand what you're saying. But it's not because I can't, like, read your lips or something, right? Because you can do, like, a lot of times people used to say, like, oh, yeah, you just can't understand them because you can't, like, see their lips moving. Which you use to, like, help understand what people are saying in real life. Which is also, that is true. But, like, that's not the reason why I don't understand a phone call. Because if that was the case, when I'm talking to people on Discord, I'd have the same problem. But I don't. Well, unless the person's really quiet. But I feel like there's just something in the way that the phone, like, either muffles or, like, flattens out the voice that makes it so much harder for me to understand what they're actually saying. You got an interview? Let's go, Koki! Oh my god. Congrats, Bean! Congrats! That's amazing. That's amazing. I'm so proud of you. You deserve it. Well done. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Also, chat. 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 Actually, I don't know if I should say this. So I noticed something. Actually, I noticed two things now. I just realized this, but I've noticed two things now about my PNG that I feel like once you see it, you cannot unsee it. I just saw the second one, and now it's also driving me mad. Oh god. Oh no, how did I never notice this before? Okay, both of these were things I never noticed before, but now, like, especially, what? Oh, dear. Now you did it. Yeah, I messed it up. Oh, no. So, there's now two things. Two things about my PNG. I'm trying to find the file. Yeah, I already messaged Star about one, so one of them's gonna be fixed immediately. I'm gonna. Oh god, oh no. Okay, I need to like stop looking at OBS because this is a problem. Okay, wait. I'm gonna message this to Star as well. I also just noticed. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. Is your neck being skinny as heck? No. The neck's pretty normal. Like, my neck is skinny, but like that's actually like fairly accurate. So the first one I feel like isn't as noticeable. Too many grabbies. What? Wow, Star. Wow. Okay, Star knew about the second one already. I just said, oh yeah, no, I knew that one. I just didn't say anything. That's toxic. That's toxic. Oh dear. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's absolutely wild. Right, what was I saying? Also, back to the VTubing subject, yeah, I get that. If I ever started streaming, I'll very likely start with the PNGs I've been very generously gifted, but my goal would be either make a new 3D character with face tracking or just port my character to 3D. Because I want to be really expressive with my face. I like seeing facial expressions. Yeah, that is like probably the biggest issue I have with how I'm currently like showing myself on stream, right? is as someone who is very expressive. As someone who's very expressive in like this in my style of just general like existence, it feels really restrictive just having like the blink and the face, like the head moving left and right. That being said, actually having like a proper like face tracking live 2D model or whatever, one is expensive and I don't have that kind of money. But two, I also don't think my computer would be able to handle like an actual like live 2D model and a game, because it already struggles a lot with modern games. So I'd have to have an upgrade to my PC before I could do that either. Oh dear. Um but yeah, I would need to first off, like, the only thing I need to upgrade on my PC is the graphics card. Thankfully, everything else is upgraded. Actually, no. I need to upgrade graphics card and power supply. Because power supply probably wouldn't be able to handle a newer graphics card. So I need a new power supply and a new graphics card. That's two things that I want to save, that I have to save up for. And then after that, like, that's what I'd personally just want to save up my personal money for. And then after that, what I'd probably do is, like, I'm saving streaming money right now for the next batch of emotes. Once we start to get the emotes kind of locked in, I'd probably want to start seeing if I would save streaming money towards eventually being able to get a commission, like a proper like model. But that would be something that's far down the line. Because at the rate we're currently going, it'll probably take at least another year of, like, Twitch money to be able to fill out the emote slots. And then it'll probably take, like, a good, like, 2 years of my current amount of Twitch money to even be able to think about affording a live 2D model. That being said, maybe along the line, I'll finally get a job that pays me the kind of money that I studied to, earn. And then I'd be able to do it. But for now, nope. For now, it's all a big nope. Yeah. But it is something that I would really like to be able to do someday. Because, yeah, there's nothing... I think, like, if there was, like, ever a challenge of, like... I think the hardest thing you could ever try to make me do is try to talk without moving. I would very, very, very likely also need a new computer. Yeah. Because I'm just... That's something that I've kind of had my entire life. And I don't know many people that are quite on my level when it comes to this. But I am like, I feel like I'm as close as a real person can get to an anime character. And I've always been that way, right? Like, even before I started watching anime, because I only really started watching anime when I was like 15, 16. Even before that, my entire life, I've always been a very animated person. I move a lot, like my hands, my body, my face. Like, everything is in motion when I'm talking, and I, like, use motion a lot to communicate with other people. And it's kind of just always been the case. I can't remember a point in time where I was not very animated. And even, like, my friends that, like, do talk with their hands or stuff like that, none of them are quite as bombastic as I am. Especially, like, the more excited I get, the more animated I get. So it gets like it gets to a point that, like, if I'm really, really excited, you need to stay, like, you can't come within like a meter of me. Okay? If you're within a meter, you're in the danger zone. When I'm excited. Cause I will be bouncing, I will be clapping my hands, I'll be shaking, I'll be doing all the things. Hi Ruby. Hi Ruby, how's Ruby doing today? Hello. How is Cutie Two Shoes? Bouncing, you say? Always. There's something about that emote that is very concerning. I'm not gonna lie, Koki. There's something about that emote that looks very that makes me feel concerned. I don't know what it is. I think it might be the mouth. The mouth on that emote might be what's making me feel so concerned, but I am slightly terrified. Hi, I'm doing alright. I said I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Yes, Cutie Two Shoes. Exactly. It's true. It is factual. I don't know. There's two shoes. Well, that's fair. It is really difficult to like meet yourself, right? When it's tiny, it looks like a mustache to me. Yeah. No, I see that. I think that might be why. It looks so unsettling. Is that it's kind of mustache-like. Yes. Yeah. God, in terms of anime songs that are a polar opposite to the actual like vibes of the anime, I introduced this song. This kind of takes the cake. Death Parade, if you haven't watched Death Parade, only it's an emotional roller coaster, and it also is going to fill you with existential dread. I'm not gonna lie, I got so much existential dread from watching Death Parade, but it was also very beautiful, and I also cried. But like, this is the opening song, and it's so wildly excited and like excitable and happy. I'd not get that from this song exactly. You'd not get that from the song, nor the opening. Like the entire opening animation. It's all very like happy-go-lucky, silly, excited, whatever. And then the actual show itself is so depressing. Well, like, no. It's not depressing, but it is heavy. I think that's the correct. It's heavy. It can be fun and beautiful, but it can also be very sad. So it's a very heavy show, and it deals with very heavy topics. Like, I wouldn't necessarily call it depressing because that gives it a very negative connotation. It's more of like a I wouldn't give it like such a negative connotation of calling it depressing. But I would say it is a very heavy topic. Yeah. It weighs down a lot on your mind. But it is depressing. Sounds a lot like my job at the can crushing factory. So depressing. Ah! 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 Banned. 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 Banned! Ah, well played, Goki. Well played. Oh. Koki is unbannable. I know. Koki is unbannable, but that doesn't mean he's not gonna get banned. What? How does that work? Don't question it. Don't question it. Also, okay. Rewinding real quick to the things that cannot be unseen. All right. There are two things. There are two things with my PNG that cannot be unseen, and I will say, Klaus, you were in the correct area of the body with one of them. Oh my god! Oh no! Klaus threw down his sword and he tripped over it. See, that's why you can't throw down your sword, Klaus. You're gonna trip over it. Yeah, so, yesterday, okay. Let me rewind a bit. So, Sokar and I were planning to do a little, like, collab thing on his stream. And for part of it, he wanted to, cause he's a much more professional VTuber than I am. So he actually makes, like, thumbnails for his videos and shit. It's crazy. I am way too lazy for that kind of shit. But so he wanted to put a thumbnail together, and he asked for, like, a picture of, like, my PNG, whatever, so that he could use that. And so I did a quick snippet to send to him. And as I was looking at my PNG to get, like, the snippet to send him, I noticed a mistake that had occurred. There has been a mistake on my PNG for basically, well, no, actually, yeah, for the entire time that I've had this PNG. There has been a mistake. And I haven't noticed it until now. And now I cannot unsee it. And then, as I started talking about that earlier today, I noticed a second one. a second issue. Why does one sleeve go over your elbow and the other doesn't? No, that's intentional. Asymmetry. Asymmetry is fun. I like asymmetry in clothing. So no, that's also intentional. I think Ruby's found it. I think Ruby might be onto something. Can you explain further? Yep. Ruby's cracked it. So, this is on the list of things that cannot be unseen. I apologize in advance for anyone that cannot unsee this now. But I'm gonna zoom in for a second. Yep. Yep. Ghost finger. I'm missing my pinky in when I'm not talking. It just poofs away. It's pretty funny. That's one of the two. Yes. So good job. It's the floor perspective. You gotta lay down to see it. Yep, there you go. Yeah, so no, the line that you could see, that is the outline of the pinky. The pinky was just never colored in. Okay, gets on the kitchen floor. Oh. Yep. It is colored in, just for some reason was not visible. How did... Wait. How did... Oh, so you did color in the finger. You just had, like, the layer hidden? When you made the snapshot? Like, the when you saved the PNGs? That's even wilder. That's funny. Yeah, I have no idea. That's amazing. That is amazing. Oh, goodness. All I saw was them beautiful eyes, sorry. And my eyes are full of booty. That's all I'm ever staring at is the booty. I have no idea. That's really funny. That's even funnier. But hey, on the bright side, at least that means there's not much that has to be done to rectify the first problem. The second one is it's like a somewhat subtle difference, but it is, as soon as you see it, it's no longer, you can't unsee it anymore either. Because it's actually a much bigger part of the character design. Oh. Can you elaborate further, Ruby? What do you, okay, is it the outline of all of you? You mean like the outline of my entire character? No. That's not it. At least I haven't seen anything that's weird about the outline. Actually, wait. No. It does become a little bigger in talkie mode. No, yeah, but that's not actually what I was talking about. No. That's not it. It's it looks like, especially the trousers, look a slight different tone. And I can see the slight shift in sizing when talking. Yes. So, it is indeed the pants. The pants change color when I talk. Yep. 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 You got both. You got both. Well done, Ruby. Yeah, the lines also get a little bit thicker in some portions. But yes. In fact, depending on which version, which part of the talking GIF it is, the pants actually change colors in between two different parts of talking. So if you watch, I'm gonna try and keep talking just to have it keep going, but if you're looking, you can actually see it shifting between. So when I'm not talking, it's like a kind of muted gray, and then there's a slightly lighter gray, and then there's an even lighter one as well, depending on like where I am. And yeah, there's a couple different shades of gray. There's a couple different shades of gray on these pants. And now they've been seen, they can never be unseen. Coco sees no imperfections. This is why we love Coco. There's not 50 shades. No, there's only 3. There's only 3 shades of gray on this cat. I can't find my file with the talking timeline. Oh no. Oh no. Struggle bussy, struggle bussy. But yeah, so there's your fun facts of the day. there's now something that you can no longer unsee. I hope you enjoy. May you enjoy this vision for however long it takes before it eventually gets fixed. All right, so I got distracted again. Anyhow, then his beauty is true. Lies. Anyway, so the thing that I actually wanted to talk about today is I found something this has stumbled across my my feeds before when doom scrolling in the past, right? And I find it particularly interesting, mostly because of how silly it seems. But there's this, like, you know how, like, oh my god. Thank god I was not on that scene. There's something, okay. Anyway, you know how, like, the gays, yeah? We're gonna be talking about the gays. Well, specifically the gay adjacents. But first we're gonna talk about the gays. So, you know how the gays, TM, have tribes, TM, right? You got your otters, you got your bears, you got your they're all kind of animal themed, right? For the most part. And then you got Twink. Well, no, actually, there's actually quite a few that aren't, because Twink, Unk, Twunk, Jock. But like you got your bears and your otters, you got all of your groups for the gays. Yeah? Apparently. So as I've learned, at least I've seen this appear a couple times, but I never really hear people talk about it, so I don't know how in the public eye it is, but I keep seeing it come across and people talking about it, that there's a version of this for the bis as well, right? For the bisexuals. Not for the high sexuals, but only for the bisexual. And it's an interesting one. So, let me see if I can pull it up on... Can I pull it up on screen? That would be easier to talk about if it was actually visible. I do this. Hey. My... Aha. When it... Wait. I'm gonna fix this. Just give me like 3 hours because I'm technologically inept. I'm naming my sources because I have to name it to like create it. There we go. So apparently there are terms for different groups of the bisexuals, yeah? Okay, so I'm gonna swap to out of studio mode so that I can do this. There we go. All right, so this was from Tumblr, to be fair, so I imagine that it's not like Tumblr. But apparently, so there's a bunch of different terms for bisexuals. And I want to talk about how weird some of them are, okay? Because at first, it seems like there's a theme. And every time you think, okay, there's a theme, you lose it. Alright? So like the first ones that they talk about are female presenting bisexuals. So you've got the feminine bi girl is apparently a doe. Yeah? The masculine bi girl is a stag. All right, fair enough. There's a theming there. And then the androgynous bi girl is a tomcat. Okay. Why? I don't know. Suddenly we're going from like a herbivorous, antlered quadruped into carnivorous. At least it's still a quadruped, but it is a completely felinid, completely different species of animal. No real connection there. Alright, sure enough. Maybe because like tomboy is a thing, so like they were like tomcat, I guess. But okay, sure, fair enough. So you get through this part of the list, right? And then you start to think, okay, so what is then what animals are they going to be using for the guys? You know, what are the boys going to be? All right. And then we get the femme bi boy is a mage. All right. First off, why are you popping shots at all the wizards out there? That's where you go wrong. You start to think. Exactly. That's where we go wrong because we started thinking. But okay, first off, popping shots at all the mages out there. Listen, not all mages have to be feminine. I know they're generally pretty twink-like, but like, come on now. You don't have to paint them all with the stroke of calling them femme. But okay, fine, sure. Alright. What is then the mask by boy, you ask? Well, that's obviously a knight. The knight, obviously, because he's a big masculine man's man, I guess. I don't know. And then, not all mages are femme bi boys. Well, apparently, that's now the term for a femme bi boy, is a mage. Which has me second guessing my deep-seated connection to always want to be a mage. Because I'm not always femme. But alright, let's go on from there. What do you think? Okay, chat. So based off of these, I do think at least there's a consistent theming for the bi boys. What do you think the androgynous bi boy is? Right? There's a consistent theming there. So they are all RPG roles. I will say they're pretty okay. It's an interesting choice, in my opinion, but I can still kind of, at least this one sort of makes sense to me. At least more sense than Doe Stag Tomcat. Onion. Yes. The androgynous bi boy is the onion. No, the androgynous bi boy is pretty alright. It's the druid. You're like, okay, I get it. So we've sort of got a semi-consistent theming going here. The girls are animals. The boys are RPG character roles. Sure, fair enough. They did keep it on theme. Yeah, they kept it on theme. There's sort of a theming there. Now, this is where we get to the final group, the non-binaries, right? And so you're like, okay, the girls were animals, right? The boys were RPG roles. So like, what kind of fun thing could we come up with for the non-binaries, right? Well, for our femme-bi non-binary, we got Dove. Bionicles Transformers. I wish they went with Bionicles, to be honest. That would have been much more fun. We're going back to, well, I guess we're going to birds now. So then, like, I'm again, why not have them all be animal themed? Why not all, exactly, we're back to animals. Like, okay, you could argue birds are different from quadrupeds, right? But then at that point, why not make the boys another type of animal? Like, why not have, like, lizards or something, right? Like, we could have had, like, we could have had mammals, we could have had lizards, and then we could have had, like, birds, right? We could have had, like, land mammals, lizards, and birds, or sea creatures, or, like, you could have had just 3 different groups of animals. I don't know why they specifically want to, like, the boys specifically have to be a mage, knight, and a druid. And again, those ones are at least somewhat on theme. The non-binaries, right? You've got the femme non-binary, that's Dove. The mask non-binary, a crow. The androgynous non-binary, a pigeon. So they're all on theme as well. They're all just a different type of bird. But then the girls are a male and a female version of a deer, and then a tomcat. Like, I don't... Whoever put this together is a chaotic evil monster of chaos who absolutely just I can't. I don't. They were on some exactly. They were on something. They were high. They were drunk. They were doing every chemical under the sun. I don't understand the person or people who put this together. Can you send me the post? They were on Tumblr. That already gives you a pretty good idea of the kind of person that would put this together. But like, so like, yeah, it makes sense. This is a Tumblr post, so it does give you a pretty good idea. But like, still, even for a Tumblr person, this is unhinged. There's nothing going on here that makes sense. Why are we mixing animals and RPG classes? Why do the non-binaries get 3 different types of animals within a family, but the girls get 2 different, like the male and female version of a deer, and then a tomcat? And then why is a mage, knight, and druid mixed in there? I don't get it. Like at that point, why not make the non-binaries fucking different robot types? You could have had like the cyborg, the android, and the robot or something. Like fucking, I don't know. It's so what? Nah, no, it is. It's Tumblr. They're unhinged. And I'll send you here, please. Wait, let me send you the image. Before I forget, where is... I almost sent that to the wrong person. Could you imagine? You're just chilling, you're having your day, you're just doing what you're doing, and then all of a sudden, this image gets sent to you by me with no context, for no reason. There you go, please. Enjoy. It's like me trying and failing at staying on one conversation train. Like, actually, no, you know what? That's a very good point. Whoever put this list together was just ADHDing their way through life. They were capital A, capital D, capital H, capital D. Like, they were bold ADHD. Bold, caps lock, italicized, underlined ADHD. And that's how this list of terms came into existence. That's the only logical reason. I mean the link to the post. I don't have the link to the post. You're gonna have to reverse engineer that. I don't actually have the original Tumblr post. This is a snapshot from a screen grab from a snapshot kind of thing. So like, you're gonna have to find the original post. Biased against me using Tumblr, KW, listen. Yes. Look. I got nothing against my Tumblr girlies. However, my Tumblr girlies, y'all are a type, okay? You're all a type. There is a type that is the Tumblr girly. And this shows it. I don't understand. I don't understand the logic. And I'm confused. I'm just confused. And I don't know what I am either. Am I a mage? Am I a knight? Am I a druid? Am I all of them? Am I none of them? That's a Tumblr experience. Whenever I scroll through Tumblr, that's my constant state. Just confusion. Just confusion. You know the Tumblr search function doesn't in fact function? Well, yes. Well, take that up with Tumblr, not with me. I can't help you here, Plies. I can't find the original post either. You're gonna have to find it. I'm sorry. I still love you, Sen, despite the bias against me. That's the thing, you assume there's logic, there is none. No, I am realizing that like my first mistake was assuming that there was a logic to the Tumblr girlies. Google image search, that might be a good idea actually. Maybe if you reverse like Google image search it. Reverse engineer it into getting the original post, maybe. Maybe that'll help you find it. But it'll be a tough one. Because I've seen this floating around for a while. Then I find an image, not the actual text. But if you find the image, you might be able to find the image with the handle, at which point you could find that person's account, right? And then you could find the post on their account. Right? I feel like that would be my strategy. Flash Tumblr detective. Exactly. It's time to put on your detective hat. We go step by step. This implies you need to reverse the polarity of the neutron flow. Exactly. Nether understands. Nether's on the case. Don't worry. I did find another Tumblr post with that screenshot. Source somewhere on Tumblr. Exactly. I would give you the source if I could, but I don't got no access to no source. I don't got no access to no source. It's somewhere. Good luck though. Oh. But I swear to God, every time this has popped up a good few times on my feed. Also, it's definitely very old. I was gonna say this has popped up quite a few times for me. I've seen this a lot, like over the years. This has like periodically, every like couple of months, it'll pop back into like my doom scroll and I'll see it and it'll like yeah, sorry song. So glad I didn't hit send before autocorrect got that. Wait, what? Wait, what did you type, Ruby? Get up, now stronger. Nope. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm concerned? Oh, wait! I think I know what it is. Ruby, did you misspell song? Did the autocorrect get song? Because if it did, that's a funny message. Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Whew. Amazing, amazing. Oh, oh goodness. Read from Coco's message. What's up, Nether? Ruby spelling strikes again. It's beautiful. I know. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Okay. The one that you just sent me, Pliers, with the screenshot of it. That's the one. I think that's where I got that. I've seen that one before. Yeah. You couldn't be a fudge they them. You have to be a pigeon. Good luck. Send you a screenshot of the post I found. Don't think it's possible to find a post that old, or like barely possible. Probably. You'd have to see where like that person got it from. I'm glad though that nice Ferratu, whoever you are out there in the world, should you ever see this video, thank you for also thinking it's horrendous, just like I do. Like I just kind of wish there was a full like consistent theming among it, you know? Like either go with the animal theming or go with the RPG character theming. You know what? Let's make the list ourselves, chat. Let's make the list ourselves. Let's go all RPG characters. Let's put the D&D roles in here. Yeah? We've already got the mage, knight, and druid. So let's carry on from there. I actually have no idea what you would put where. I feel like actually, if you're asking me, the druid would be the non-binary, would be one of the non-binaries, and I think what other roles would fit? I don't think the person knew either. Yeah. I think they were high. I'm not sure. Quite also the comment underneath there, quite possibly the only context where being called the knight would make me cringe. I feel like andro non-binary would be bard. Andro non-binary would be bard. Mask non-binary I think would be the actual druid. I feel like that's more druid. And then fem non-binary. What would fem non-binary be? Because I'm feeling like, okay, because the one I've got in my head is monk. I feel like monk should either be one of the androgynous ones or one of the non-binary ones. I don't know if monk is quite fem non-binary. So I think maybe monk is androgynous boy instead of druid. Druid goes to mask non-binary. Bard goes to androgynous non-binary. What would fem non-binary be? If we're going with mage for fem by boy, would sorcerer be fem non-binary? Do we go with magical ones for the femmes? Or would sorcerer be fem by girl? And then wizard, no, wizards, no. Wizard, I feel like has too much of like a boy association to it. So I think like sorcerer would be fem non-binary. And then I think mask girl would be barbarian. Cause freaking mask by girls. Listen, if you know a mask by girl in your life, I'ma tell you right now, if you know a mask by girl in your life, they are terrifying. You do never want to get on the wrong side of them. They are absolutely terrifying individuals, and they will break you in half. So I feel like barbarian is perfectly fitting for them. Hi, Ilya. Welcome in. Interesting. Okay, following. Thank you. I'm glad. See, I saw this And I don't agree with it at all. So we're trying to redo it in a system that would work. Wait, can we make a list for this? Where can I make this so that I can turn it into a list? Where can I turn this into a list? What could I use to make a list out of this? Wizards be the I spend my days pondering my orb vibe, so yeah, Mask Boy. Exactly. But then we'd lose Knight. I feel like Knight matches the Mask Boy. What if... Okay, wait. Actually, I've got this. I've got it. Okay, wait. Wait, I'm grabbing my notepad. I'm grabbing notepad, okay? Give me a second here. Okay. This is all wrong. How to fix it? Everyone's pan. I'll die on that hill. Straight people are a myth. No, I agree. This is just a fun little exercise. But yeah, most people, no one's really 100% straight or 100% gay. Those are all concepts that we use to try and... Actually, that's going to send me down another rabbit hole. So I'm going to put a pin in what you just said, Elia, because you're about to send me on a tangent. Primarily in agreement with what you said, but I want to finish this direction before we go on another tangent. So, okay. Let me go fembi, maskbi, androbi. Alright? You've sent me on a tangent here, and I need to make sure that I finish one tangent at a time. So, girls. And this is boys. Boys. Okay? And then this is NB. Okay. World of fan. Alright, so. Okay, so. Blah, 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 blah. We're gonna rewind. So, we said Bard is Andro by NB, right? We said Druid was Mask by NB. I think we can keep Mage for Fembi Boy. I think we got Barbarian for Mask by Girl. Do we keep Knight for Mask by Boy? So what would... So... I'm missing something now. We had more than this. What did we swap into Andro by Boy? Andro by Boy, was that Monk? I think that was Monk. Yeah, that was Monk. That was our Monk. What would our Andro by Girl... So we need to have Fem by NB, Andro by Girl, and Fem by Girl. I feel like... Sorcerer definitely matches up with... It's a hard one. Very communistic. What classes are we missing? What classes are we missing? What classes do we still need to put in here? Can I make it so that I can just like show this? Wait. Let me hide this real quick. Let me put us in studio mode for a second so that I can fix the scene up. Can I get application capture specifically? Oh wait, window capture. Yes, and then we put you onto Notepad. Okay, wait. This is okay, there we go. This is what I think is going to be our new and improved, all right? Here's our new and improved. So, I feel like we're pretty rocked on here. I think we're putting something together that makes more sense. We have three more roles to fill. Okay? I feel like right? In terms of androgynous energy, I think the three roles that give androgynous energy are bard, monk, and thief. Right? I think thief also gives andro energy, and I feel like monk leans slightly more boy, and I think thief leans slightly more girl. Mostly because they will steal your hoodies. They will steal your clothes. That's just gonna happen, alright? Especially the andro bi girls are gonna steal your clothes. That's just how it happens, alright? So then we need fem NB and we need fem girl. Can you use tabs instead of spaces, or am I the only one being tortured? I'm here to torture you, please. Enjoy. Rogues, yes, that's the term. I couldn't connect to rogues anymore. Thank you, rogue. Alright. Oh my god. Alright, fine. Happy. You happy now? You happy now, please? Yes, I call myself a GM because I exist to torture you. That's what GMs are there for. And besides, most people that play rogues end up just being thieves anyway. Let's be real here. They're synonyms. Femgirl could be... Ooh, yes. Femgirl is definitely... Cleric would make sense. I feel like either femgirl or fem NB would be cleric. But then what would fem NB be? Would that be sorcerer? Sorcerer does give NB energy, right? So would that be our list? Does this make sense? Also, yes, cat. That's one of my kitties. That is Nala. That's little baby Nala. Can you change knight to paladin, please? Yeah. Actually, that would make sense, and then that would be wizard instead of mage. Then we've actually got proper. Although wizard, I don't think wizard is fem by boy, actually. Okay, wait. The tags people put on their reblogs of that post are lit. I know, right? I think we're gonna have a good improvement of the system here. Also, wait, let me see what Ilya said. Also, if I'm saying your name incorrectly, please let me know. My main mission in life is to make sure I brainwash everyone I know into realizing it. Surprisingly, girls are easier to convince, maybe because other girls are fun, I guess. Partially that, partially because there's at least a little bit less of a stigma around girls feeling affection towards other girls, whereas the toxic masculinity really imposes a negativity towards masculine individuals showing affection towards other masculine individuals. Well, male individuals. Because toxic masculinity. Anyway, I don't think I agree with this. Wait. Wizard doesn't make sense here. So maybe, actually, I think this goes there, Druid goes there, and Wizard goes here. I think this makes more sense. No? How do we feel about this, chat? How do we feel about this? I feel like if nothing else, it's definitely an improvement over this. This is hell. This is where it's at. This is the system. Good example of how labels do not define you even if they come. Yeah, okay. Now we're gonna go. All right. Now that we've had our little categorization discussion. I don't remember all the classes. So we are missing some classes, right? We don't have a warlock. I don't really. I guess warlock could work for some, but I don't think there's anyone here that particularly should be. Maybe Mask by NB's warlock, not wizard. Actually, that would make sense. I feel like that's more on brand, actually. You don't? How dare you? Fighter is, in my opinion, closer to Knight than Paladin, no? That is true. Well, no, I think a Paladin follows your more classical archetype of what a Knight is supposed to be. Fighter is much more broad. So no, Paladin is more of an actual Knight. A Fighter has the option to be a Knight. Knight has nothing to do with beliefs. No, but we're also looking at Knights. Well, actually, no. A Knight has a lot to do with beliefs, just not necessarily in a religious way. Knights have to work by a creed. They have a code of conduct primarily around chivalry. Fighters don't have that. Fighters have no tie to that. Paladins have an oath, which is very Knight-coded. Knights archetypically have some form of oath or pact to which they sign in becoming a Knight, usually chivalry. Like, protect the weak, all of that stuff. You don't have that as a fighter. So while, yes, the religious aspect of Paladin doesn't necessarily tie into Knight, although a lot of Knights were generally religious, or connected in some way to a religion because of the whole, medieval time thoughts of religions being, tied to archetypal good and whatever and blah, 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 blah. But, in terms of what's closest to a Knight, definitely a Paladin is closer to a Knight than a Fighter. Let's say Paladins have more points towards Knights than points away. Well, yeah, I'm not saying that a Paladin is a Knight. They're not a 1-in-1, but they're the closest D&D class to a Knight. They're the most themed around Knights with an additional religious undertone added on top. But most Knights in the past were, before, if we're talking proper historically, historically, your Paladins were a subgroup of Knights. Anyway, but then for D&D, they just made them all Paladins. Also, whoops. I completely missed what you said, Coco. I'm sorry, I missed your redeem. Sorry about that. So ended up going through that entire conversation without actually whispering it, so now we're whispering.
So yeah, I think this is the closest that we can get to the improvement overall. But I don't think it's perfect because, well, because we're trying to make labels. So, on the topic of labels, chat, let's get into it. Oh, and now let's jump off of the bed. Of course. Nala, my sweet bean, why do you hate me? She is she is sitting behind my chair right now with her back to me, and it looks adorable. I'm gonna see if I can steal you a picture, chat, of what I have right now. Looking over. Dang it.
Meow. Meow.
He's blow. Alright. Go. I got a little. No, it's not perfect. No, because she already turned her angle. Dang it, Nala. She moved at just the worst time. I can't believe this. I'm so sad and very, very sad right now. Okay. Let me release the kitty for just a second. And then we'll be good to go. Right back. Alright, hello, I have returned. ASMR sippies, alright. Let's have a quick ASMR sippy chat. If I have to drink water, then so do you, so you better drink water right now, or I'll be very, very upset with you. And you wouldn't want that, would you? You don't want to make me angry, right? Do that to me. Good. Proud of you. Thank you for drinking your water. Alright. And with that,
3 minutes of whispers are done. Okay. So now that we just finished categorizing people, okay, let's talk about how labels are a bad thing. So I actually read this really interesting conversation the other day. Actually, not the other day, this morning. I read this really interesting conversation this morning, and it reminded me of a conversation that I heard the other day, which was someone was talking about how, like, they were so annoyed that in, like, modern times, a lot of people tend to have, like, situationships and stuff now. Unlike in the past where everyone just had, like, you know, they had their romantic partner and they had their friends, whatnot. And this morning, the post that I was reading about was actually about how in most situations, because we as humans have a tendency to try to label everything, right? We have this intense desire inside of us to put things in neat little categories, right? I mean, literally just look at this. But we literally just did that. But we always want to try to put things into categories, into groups, into a specific, you know, encapsulating theme. Sometimes it's for the purpose of communicating it, right? It can be a bit easier to communicate something when it's made up, when we have specific words to refer to that thing. And other times, it makes it easier for us to understand that thing. However, there are also a lot of situations where that's not necessarily a healthy or good thing to do, because by categorizing things, we're also segregating them, right? We see that also play out very terribly in people. But by trying to categorize something into specific groups, you're also immediately making this connection in your brain that those groups are separate, that there's no overlap between them, that those things are entirely different from one another, and never the two shall meet, right? But there are very, 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 very few things where that is actually true, or where that could actually even be applicable. And a good example of that is relationships. A good example of it not being applicable. Like, we think, right, that, like, most of the time when you talk about your relationships with other people, there's like 3 terms that usually get thrown around, which are acquaintances, friends, and then like partners, right? So a person that you know, a person that you are friends with, and a person that you have romantic ties with. And that's it. We very much like to believe that those are the 3 categories that people we know will fall into. And that's basic. Obviously, okay, yeah, you have like people that you dislike as well, but like, whatever. That aside, we're talking purely about people that you like, right? People that you have a positive social connection with. Usually acquaintances, friends, partners. However, even when you look at every singular relationship that you have with another human being is going to be entirely unique and will never perfectly fit within those categories. Because each person that you might consider a friend, you're going to have very different interactions with. Same with like different partners, same with different acquaintances. And the levels of physical affection, romantic connection, social connection, platonic connection, whatever words or terms you want to use to describe how you connect with somebody, is going to be so vastly different between people that will be within that same kind of friend category. Like, this harkens back to what we had like a few streams ago, where we were talking about like friends that you could have a platonic relationship with, but you might cuddle each other, right? Friends that you could lie beside in bed and cuddle together without there being a romantic connection there, but sure, just purely a platonic one. And there are also friends where there is a form of slight romantic connection, but not to the point that you'd become like a relationship or like partners or anything like that. But purely just there is a level of like love between the two of you, but is primarily still ruled over by a more platonic connection. And in that same case, that's why you have these, like, I think nowadays one of the reasons why so many people end up in quote unquote situationships is because more and more we're coming to understand that there are varying degrees of romantic and platonic affection that we can have for people in our lives. And realizing that those two things do not have to be mutually exclusive. They do not have to be opposing one another. They can overlap. You can have a high degree of platonic and a high degree of romantic affection for a singular person. And I think that nowadays we're starting to understand that more and more. And as a result, people are slowly kind of breaking apart all of these categories that we're making. And I think it's a really good thing to see, right? It's really good to see us separating our categories for one another and more so just leaning into it is what it is kind of thing. But then the funny thing is that as you go into that, people are then kind of losing themselves in the lack of a category, and so they're trying to categorize it again, which is how we've ended up with situationships. It's like we've started to understand that you don't have to be friends or partners, but you can be somewhere in a mixture of the two. And then as we started to understand that, we got uncomfortable with the fact that there's not a category, and now we've made situationship as a category for that. It's a really, it's so It's funny. It's silly. But it's what people are like. Hi, Guzzler, and hi, old man. Just popping in to say hi and good luck today, my friends. I hope there are bears in the conversation. There were actually bears in the conversation earlier today. There were bears in the conversation. Because we started off not quite with the bears that you're probably thinking of. We started with the gay version of bears. But, like, there were still bears in the conversation. So, they were there. Also, we're about to have an ad break, chat, so I will see you on the other side of the ads. Take care, take care. That's still me. Exactly. We were talking about you, Guzzler Bear, and not bears. Well, we were talking about Guzzler Bears, but not bears. That makes sense? Because we started off... Okay, I'm going to pull this back for a second. We started off because I saw this post, and it pissed me off. Which was this. Which was people were... Some person on Tumblr was trying to spread out these terms for what bi people are. And I absolutely hate it because there's no rhyme or reason to any of it. So... You saw that the other day, right? But, Guzzler, might I show you the Senator Anjibana approved new version of the bi terms. They're all in a single unified theming, and while I think there's still a bit of place to move around who's what, I do think that this is a much nicer categorization. Everyone is now a D&D class. No, sorry! That's actually... You know what? You know what? There was one that I wasn't happy with. That actually makes much more sense. Masked by MB is much more Ranger than Warlock. This is so much better. This is so much better. This is actually so much better. I wasn't happy with Warlock for Masked by NB, but I couldn't think of something that fit Masked by NB. But now that you mention Ranger, Ranger is very Masked by NB, I feel like. Both of my classes aren't on there. Are you a fighter, Guzzler? Are you a fighter? Is that the other class? So let me explain Ranger and Wizard. Okay, I will say Wizard. We contemplated Wizard for a bit, but it was hard to find one where the wizards would fit well, because the wizards were probably gonna be in the boy category, but they didn't quite fit Mask by. They didn't quite fit Fem by. Because Sorcerer kind of gives more Fembi boy to me than Wizard does. And Andro by boy, that has... Like, Monk is just Andro. There's no world in which you can convince me that a Monk is not androgynous. So it was kind of... The Wizard would have been in here somewhere, but they just couldn't fit in the categories we had left for them. But Ranger makes much more sense for an NB. Bard, Ranger, Druid, that sounds like a trio of NBs. Makes much more sense. Fighter was another one where Fighter kind of just is a little bit of everything. Fighters don't have enough... In my biggest issue with Fighters in D&D is they don't have enough identity. So it's really hard to put the Fighter in any singular place. Fighter and Wizard are just Nerd and Jock going at it. True. We love Rangers. I really like Rangers. I hate how, like, Rangers as a class kind of just keeps getting shafted in a lot of D&D iterations. Like, they get so many, like, pointless, really niche, almost unusable feats and abilities at times. When like a ranger could be so much more interesting. Fighter and wizard. No, we have a running meme in my Curse of Strahd campaign about me being able to use my ranger class features. Yeah. I had I just heard feats, I'm sorry. That too. Rangers don't get to use those feats either. They don't get to use either of their feats. I convinced our DM to let me use the level 8 ability to get advantage on a save against a plant. Let's go. I love that. I love that for you. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah. No, I feel like this is our comprehensive list. This is our comprehensive list. This is it. This was stinky. This was disgusting. Get it out of here. I never want to see it again. This I like. This I like. Anyway. It's okay. The rogue is rouge. It's fine. The rogue is now rouge. It's okay. This we like. This we like. Rouge, exactly. The Andro bi girl is not a rogue. They are a rouge. Oh, there you go. Let's fix it out before someone gets upset. There you go. Rouge is an Andro bi, right? Right? You know what? Rouge the rogue. No! Oh god. Okay, wait. Rouge the rogue. And then we just... There you go. Perfection. There we go. Make these into the meme of one looking away, like no, and the other like, yeah, I know, yeah. That's what we need. That's what we need. There we go. Rouge the rogue. I was fixing it, Klaus. I'm gonna ban you. One day I'm gonna ban you, Klaus. You can make Tumblr posts. Exactly. I'll make a Tumblr account, and then I'll post this in retaliation. One day I'm gonna ban you, Klaus, and it's gonna feel so good. It's gonna feel so good. And I hit you with the bonk. Just... mean, rude, like you're not trying to incite it. Continue to act like you're not trying to incite that yourself. Also, I love our little line of purple cats down here. This is glorious. I'm just being me, Sorry, I'm just being me! No! No, our purple cats! We had so many purple cats! No! Okay, bonks. 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 Bonks are what you receive. I'm gonna tell my friend Frog to get purple. They better. I'm gonna be upset with that frog. Alright. Oh. Femme by girl, bear. Mask by girl, bear. Andro by girl, bear. Femme by boy, bear. Mask by boy, bear. Andro by boy, bear. Fen by NB, bear. Mask by NB, bear. And you're not gonna be able to guess this last one. Andro by NB, bear. Bear. We love it. Don't worry, plus I appreciate you. He says racists. Well, he's just gonna have to deal with being purple. Alright? It's a purple cat day, okay? I think being a bear is what's in your heart, yes. The true friends are the bears we made along the way. There we go. So many purples. So many purples. Yeah, Star, get your purple on. Star. 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 Star, I will ban you. I will ban you. Star. I will bonk you. You will get bonked. You know what? Are you ready for? Cause we're gonna put you away. Meow meow. Why does it say it like that? Alright. Alright. You go in the corner. Star's in timeout. Star is in timeout now. In timeout with you. Star gets put in timeout. Actually, I wonder. No. Put you up there. No. Star's in her timeout corner. That's what you get. Yep. There we go. Alright. An unattended cat and easy lunch for a hungry bear? Hold up. Actually, it's okay. You can eat Star. Don't worry. What? Sense feeling spicy today, Ben. Listen, you guys are all acting so bannable, okay? That's not my fault. It's not my fault that you're all acting so bannable, okay? Maybe you should stop being so bannable then. Think about that? Exactly. Honestly. Honestly. Disappointing. So disappointing. Maybe you don't want to mess with your artist? It's okay, I'll fight you. I'll fight. I'll fight. I'll take my chances. What are you gonna do, huh? Huh? Your finger will stay like that? Well then, I won't pay you for the next batch of emotes. Take that. You can't draw send pregnant like that. What the fuck? What the fuck? Your next avatar is gonna be interesting. I don't know how to. There you go. See, I'm safe. See, that's the thing. Star can't do that many unhinged things to me because Star doesn't draw unhinged things. So I'm safe. Like, I got nothing to be afraid of. I got nothing to be scared of. Because Star doesn't do unhinged things. Star is too innocent for that. I think the most unhinged thing Star could do is like, I don't know, give me weird slippers. Like, I'm safe. I have nothing to be scared of. Your next avatar is gonna be interesting, right? Like, the thing that I'm always like wondering about is if I ever get to a state that I would be able to afford commissioning like Star to make a live 2D for me, right? Because Star makes really Star does really good like detailed models and everything. Like, if I would ever get to a state that I could commission Star for a live 2D, the thing that I'm worried about is that Star wouldn't be able to do the unhinged shit that I would want to have on a live 2D model. Because Star doesn't have... Star is too innocent for that kind of stuff. Like, I'd want to be unhinged as fuck. And Star would be like, I wouldn't want to put Star through that. I think that's enough for this bear. Okie dokie, Guzzler. Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate you hanging out, lovely bean. And thank you for the hydrate. Alright, chat, if I have to hydrate City, you better drink some water right meow. Or else. I love that Wednesday is just kind of becoming Yap Day now. Honestly, I'm living for this. A good old Yap Day? We're vibing. Cause I was thinking we could do something like Wildmender or Sky or something like chill and cozy. But we've just been yapping, and honestly, I'm living for it. So I'm just gonna keep rolling with the yaps until maybe we run out. Maybe today's just another one of the only yaps days. I can do it. Do it, Coco. I give you permission. Oh dear. Now see, Coco, on the other hand, I can see Coco drawing unhinged things. I think I could definitely see Coco drawing unhinged things. That is something that I think is very much within Coco's wheelhouse. But yeah, if I'd ever get to a state of having a live 2D model, I don't know. The only thing that I'm worried about is that I don't know if I could get Star to make all the unhinged things that I would want to have available to me. But that's a conversation for the very, very distant future. When I actually have the kind of money that I could spend on that. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. So, intrigue. Look, I feel like no one would be surprised at me being unhinged at this point. I feel like we're at a safe enough point that like I feel like most of you know me well enough at this point that the confrontation of me being unhinged is not actually very confronting at all. You know? At least I'd hope so. Also, what I'm thinking of doing, you know, I think we might just pop into Bitcraft for the last bit for today. Just because I don't Stars died. Rip. R.I.P. Star. Just cause like I wanna kinda keep yapping. But I also do want to actually have a game on, so I think we might just hop into Bitcraft and continue yapping from there. We have long lost those hinges. It would be if I went, you unhinged, I think everyone's jaw would fall off. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if Ruby was unhinged, everyone would be very confusing. But, Nicento, real quick, dude, can I VC you for 3 minutes? Aren't you still streaming? Sure? I guess? Why? I'm confused, but sure? Curious question mark? Just real quick. Alright. Sure? Okay, but then I also have to ask you a question. You're calling? Alright, okay. Let me All right.
Hey, Sonato.
Hi. What's going on here?
I got a really weird question for you. Where are you from again? Like what country?
Netherlands. Well, originally South Africa, but I live in the Netherlands now.
Okay. So I got a quick question for you because I was just wondering whether or not there's like a brand of bug spray, right? Called like something Aid. Have you got it over there?
Raid.
Really? You have raids over there?
Not here, but we had it in South Africa.
Ah, well, guess what? I'm bringing one to you right now with express delivery.
Oh, fuck you! You little bitch! Oh, you fucking... You... First of all, you bitch.
Holy shit!
Second of all,
Got him! Got him!
I gotta applaud the creativity. No, you know what? That was pretty creative. But you know, now that I have you here, I can steal you for something.
I'm actually crying a little bit, I'll be honest. That's my favorite joke to make. It was just, I checked and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna VC him for this one. It's the first time I've made it in VC.
No, that was really...
Because I was so set on making this joke, I didn't actually even introduce you to my viewers. I'm so locked in on making the joke. To the people that have come with me into this raid, into Sonato, he's a legend. He's a fucking pole dancer, aerial hoop dancer. I ran into playing while he was streaming Bitcraft, and he's chill as fuck. And
Oh my
cool as
god.
fuck.
Okay. Hi. Yes, I'm trying to like recover from laughing too hard because you caught me very off guard with that one. Well played. I also very much love that idea, and I'm going to be stealing it from you. Thank you.
It's great, isn't it?
That's really that was beautiful. But hi, yes, welcome in. Thank you guys for joining Feather's raid. Feather, fuck you. But hi, my name is Senato. I'm a cat boy. I like playing a bunch of games. I like trying to learn how to do art. I like doing just kind of a little bit of everything. And today we're yapping. We're in Yap Central right now, so it's perfect that you're here because we've been putting together something, and I need your input actually. Because I feel like we've gotten pretty close to making it accurate. But I don't know if we're quite all the way there. So this morning, I'm gonna swap back to the previous screen. I'm gonna say, first of all, sorry that you're gonna see this because this first one is painful. This morning I was reintroduced. I don't know if anyone's seen this post before, but there's like a Tumblr post where people were putting like, where someone was like, we need the terms for the different bi people, and it's an absolute shit show, right?
Hang on, sorry, what do you mean the different bi people?
Okay, here, if you look, I've just put it on screen now. They basically categorized
30 minutes for fucking the thing to catch up.
Hey, wait, I can send you the picture. Wait,
oh shit, yeah, okay, I've seen this one.
Yeah,
I've seen this one.
I absolutely hate this thing. There's no logic. There's no logic in it. So many of them don't make sense. It drives me absolutely crazy, and I disagree with 90% of what's on there. So, we decided to make...
problem, mate. You want to know the fucking problem that I'm spotting immediately?
Yes?
I'm gonna have to call this racist because of the simple fact that it's put me in with the birds.
Yep.
That's what I'm gonna
Well,
have
'cause
to go with, mate.
The thing that annoys me, right, is like at first, the first time I saw this, I was like, oh, you know what? I could see a system here of like everyone being different types of animals. I would have been fine with that. But for the girls, the first two are a male and a female deer, and then the third one's a fucking tomcat for some reason. Then for the boys, we go into RPG classes. And then for the non-binaries, we go into birds. Like there's no, and then it's 3 different types of birds, right? Like there's no logic, there's no system. It doesn't make sense to me. So,
And also, as well, they've gone with calling androgynous nine-berry bias the most hated fucking bird.
I know, right? Why a pigeon? I don't like dove and crow. I can almost sort of see the logic there, right? Like doves are generally pretty feminine animals. Crows are generally pretty masculine, I think, in terms of their energy. But pigeon? Why
I guess
pigeon?
you can go shit on a car and prove it right, I suppose.
Right? And then like the same with the girls, where it's like doe and stag. All right, kind of weird that you already use 2 genders of like 2 different names of like a single species of animal, and then suddenly we get the tomcat. So we decided to improve this, and this is by no means a complete list, but I think it's already miles and, well, kilometers, fucking centuries better than what was originally there. And so
Fuck you, Lumi.
we went with this. Okay?
I'm scared.
So instead we've lined them all up with D&D classes. Now again, I don't
Oh,
think it's complete.
God.
But I do think it's better. Alright? I think we've already made a big improvement.
Alright, first of all, I'm gonna ask a question.
Yes.
Is it based off of what you are in your heart or what you are physically? By femme, mask, or androgynous?
It is entirely based on you as a person. Androgyny is okay. So I'm gonna put for as an anthropologist, there is a scientific reasoning behind everything that I kind of lean towards. There are scientifically you have your sexes, but anything to do with femininity, masculinity, or androgyny is entirely a personality aspect. There is nothing
Okay,
physical
that's
about
what I
whether
was
you are
going to
femme,
ask.
mask, or andro. That is entirely your personality.
Because I was going to say that to most I would physically present very masculine, but personality-wise, androgynous. And so I just wanted to just check before I said, of course I'm set as a fucking bard. Of fucking course. And immediately, Lumiki and Mark fucking clocked that as well.
Yep. I mean,
Fuck's sake.
yeah.
Mate, no. I need to talk with you about this shit real quick. I'm livid.
Well, can I say one thing before you do that?
Go for it, because I need to collect the evidence.
Okay. As I was putting this list together, and I was trying to figure out, because I knew immediately Bard was going to be one of the androgynous ones.
Yeah, I know, you're calling me a slut, but go on.
I knew Bard was going to be one of the androgynous ones, but then when I was able to like tie it down, and I was like, it really does give NB energy, and I was like, why does it give NB energy? The image that popped up in my mind, because I'm very much an image-based thinker, was you.
What? That's so aggravating. That's so aggravating. Because, for the record, a whole bunch of people have been making me in fucking Tamagotchi Life, or whatever the fuck it's called, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And so I'm really fucking irritated by the fact that I keep getting caught up in this fucking one like category of the stuff. And my own partner set me, because you like do like a personality section, like, you know, from like normal to quirky and like loud to quiet, slow to fast. And so what I got for my partner's one that she did for my Tamagotchi thing, Charmer. That's why I'm pissed at you giving me Bard, because that's normally hand in hand is Bard as the Charmer.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I am in hostile kill mode.
I love this so much. Yeah, no, Charmer makes sense. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of really want to play Tomodachi Life, and I love the idea of like making mutuals in it.
It's what a bunch have done. If they've either made it as like a redeem, or for mates, or for
Mm-hmm.
anything like that. And so yeah, my partner put me in
Mm-hmm.
as just sent the pic, and it is I'm energetic, sociable, passionate charmer, and then
I
a
mean,
mate
spot
of
the lie.
mine, fuck you, mate of mine put me in, outgoing, sociable, passionate, go-getter.
Spot the lie.
Different person did me again. Same thing, go-getter. And then what did fucking radio give me?
I'm
Dynamo, assertive and highly regarded, commands the respect of others. I said to them, mate, I command everyone's hatred, not respect. What do you mean?
no, I think they're on. I think they're onto something.
I'm gonna fucking rotate you, mate.
You could try.
I fucking will. I'm putting you on one of those aerial hoops. I'm just spinning you. Like a fucking Beyblade.
Yeah, but I'm going to enjoy that. So how's that supposed to be a punishment?
Oh, it just makes me feel better. It doesn't matter about you.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. No, we can do that. That's fine.
Attention, yes. Respect, not really. See, exactly. Mark fucking knows, mate.
Okay, but like, there's
Oh, my
different
fucking
kinds
Lord.
of respect, right? Like,
Yeah? Where's this going? I can't wait to hear where this is going. No, I'm listening. I'm listening, mate.
like
Please,
in the same
please.
way
Go on.
that.
No, I'd love to hear this with a straight face. Please enlighten me. I don't see what's so funny about this situation.
I'm sorry. Hi, so sorry. Also, thank you for the stream streak star and so. I did see those, but
But what?
as you can see, Feather is a very distracting presence in my existence. So, like, I think you can understand why it took a moment. But I did notice you. Thank you. Thank you, lovely
Why am I getting
beans.
called a fucking distracting presence?
Because, so...
I came in here to deliver a raid. And
Yeah.
you're like, hey, here's a raid. And I'm currently, literally, you all can't see this, but he has actually, while on stream with his laptop, broken in through the window, and I am currently at gunpoint to approve of these fucking classes. Like, he's calling me the distraction, and I am the hostage right now.
Yeah, that's correct. It's because I love and respect you.
What poor choices you make. To be fair,
Hey.
for the bug spray, he was wild.
That is also
Oh,
true. Feather
God.
did bug spray me. But, like... Maybe I enjoyed it a little. What? I'm not offended. I'm very amused because I deal with this with Kovu. Fair. Gotta pick up sis from school. Okie dokie dokie. Take care, take care. Thank you, lovely bean.
No, Zozo though, mate. I can relate as a streamer. I'll read it, I'll acknowledge it in my head, mentally queue to respond, and then something else just fucking smashes it out of that queue.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's real talk streaming is so fucking difficult. Fuck
Oh,
you,
yeah.
Mark.
No, Zozo also streams. Zozo knows. But I do have, like... I have a lot of times that I'll see something in chat and I'll try to make that mental note exactly like you said. But especially when chat is more active... Like, when there's more than, like, 4 people actively taking part in the conversation, brother. I will see your message,
Sure.
I will mentally plan a response, and then I'll respond to a different one, and it'll just be lost. It's chaos.
Yeah, no, I know the feeling, especially when I like get a couple of mates into VC as well, because we basically got to wait until there's actually a time to pause and then catch up on conversation. And then you've got like all different people, because all my mates are all fucking streamers as well. So they've all got the instinct that they'll open up chat ready to talk and respond to people as well. And then you'll have that like slight clash of like, someone responds to something, it's like, oh, I was going to respond like 10 seconds to that. Wasn't finishing my point. It's like, fuck. Oh, God. It's a mess and a fucking half. But it's like, no, I recognize my own people, so I can call them cunts even if you're mid fucking whatever statement you're making.
I do respond. No, you do respond as soon as you can, and I usually respond as soon as I can as well. But like, there's especially when you're in call with someone, you can't just like. There's 2 things that I have. Is one, I can't like break through what somebody else is saying unless it's like an urgent thing of like someone's like, I need to go now.
Oh, I can. It's really easy to be honest.
CM32. I don't actually know Maker. You prefer Maker?
Call them
But
Mark.
if you
Call them Mark.
Mark.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Go to sleep, please. Have a good rest. I hope you have some sweet dreams. Thank you for joining Feathers Raid. I appreciate you. On that topic. But yeah, like unless there's something urgent that I need to like immediately cut it through the line, otherwise I don't like to cut through when someone else is talking because I think it's just really disrespectful. And like I have a tendency to do that sometimes when I get really excited about a topic, but I try to like rein myself in as much as possible because I don't think it's polite.
I relate to that heavily, yeah.
And then the second one, yeah, that's why I also like I try to put like pauses or gaps in my own sentences to give other people chances to respond.
Yeah.
And then
Don't worry,
the
I
other thing
rated
is
in
like,
with a bunch that also stream, so like a
Mm.
lot of people from my end are going to understand it right now
Mm.
so much.
Mm-hmm. And then the other thing that I have is that my brain goes on tangents a lot. I mean, my intention for today's stream was only to yap for about 45 minutes to an hour, and then we'd go and play a game.
Yeah, I was surprised by that. I was thinking, hang on, he's in for like 2.5 hours and still on just chatting. So this is just chatting one, and I like unmuted and listened. He was like, oh, I want to play a game, and it was like, something tells me he meant to do that a long fucking time ago. Is he saying he's going to end the stream? What's he doing?
I have had streams in the past where we just end up yapping the entire stream and then there's no game that ends up getting played. That has happened before. And it's gone up to, I think my longest just chatting stream was 4.5 hours.
I
and my
have just
throat
started doing
hurt
some of the
after
just
that.
chatting streams, and it actually is like kind of nice. I'll be honest. Like doing the just chatting streams is kind of nice.
They are very nice.
I definitely underestimated how fun they'd be.
Oh yeah, no, same. I'm the same way. I'm glad. Thank God. I'm not the only one. Thank God. But like, yeah, the other thing, I end up going on tangents a lot. So I try to finish off a tangent or a thought process before responding to a message that I know is going to put me on a new tangent.
Yeah,
right?
I know that feeling so much. And it doesn't help as well, and I mean this with all love and affection.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of the people in my streaming sphere have got autism and ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine having multiple of them on in one VC. The fucking tangents everywhere. It's a miracle we managed to even remember that chat exists.
Oh, 1 second.
One. He lied as easily as he breathed. Actually, if he's gone, this is now my stream. Hi, everyone. Wait, no, I just ended stream. Why would I even want to jokingly take another one over? What the fuck? So how's everyone stayed?
I've brought Kitty. I have Lapcat.
Kitty.
I drag up to 3 combos, text threads at the same time, so I don't know. I blub out things mid-sentence to different combos, and so I lurkies and go say hi. Yeah, that's fair. Just going quiet if someone else is trying to talk when I start trying to talk because I don't want to be rude. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Same, Zozo. I'll try and like, if like there's something like very minor, I'll like just very like try and like have that tone on the quieter side of just like, yeah, don't worry, I'm not interrupting you, mate. I just saying there's one person so that way they know I'm not ignoring them. Do you like my reactive scenario?
Yes. It's perfect, actually. Alright, let me.
Anyway, I'm
now
gonna
you're
get the
getting
fuck
head
out of here
pats.
because none of the fuck.
See?
I can't see because there's a fucking lag delay, mate.
Perfect. That means I can do it for longer before you can get mad.
Oh, fuck this noise. Nah, right, I'm entering my self-defense mode.
This just looks better. What do you mean?
I'm not gonna fucking know for a while, am I? Oh, great. That's it. Well, this has been very delightful, but I need to make a smoothie exit.
That's... Well, see, now it looks like I'm about to drink you. I'm just saying.
Wouldn't be the first time someone... Anyway.
Fair enough. Also, what I wanted to do is going to be a quick moment of silence because there is an important announcement that needs to be made. So let me turn off the music. I also need to change one setting over here.
Should I be here for this?
I mean, you can enjoy it if you'd like to. Here is the important announcement.
Oh. I'm just imagining how pissed off my partner would be right now. She's been trying to get the cat to purr into the microphone for the last 6 months, and he fucking won't. I'm just imagining how pissed she would be if she were awake right now.
Yeah, so the way it works with Nala is when she's on my lap, she purrs. That's just it. When there is a state of cuddle between myself and Nala, she purrs. And she cannot stop herself from doing that. Even when she wants to act like she's mad with me, she likes to act like she doesn't like being on the lap. But as soon as she's on the lap, as soon as like my hand touches her head, she starts purring. And she can't stop herself. And from that point, all I have to do is pull the microphone to her, and we're good to go.
And that's actually kind of really relatable, because it was something that some cats will do, right? If you if they're actually stressed, they will purr, as strange as that sounds, to almost try and like calm themselves down, right?
Yeah.
When we first got our cat, he was purring so much. We were so fucking worried about him. He was non-stop purring, and we thought, is he actually under a shit ton of stress right now? And then it was like, after a while of having him, we realized, no, he's just an absolute adorable mess that just purrs easily and loves us.
Yeah.
And it was such like a moment for our hearts of like relief, because we were really worried, because it was like, we both had cats before. They purred a normal amount, but no, that motherfucker, it was like, if you even looked at him, it was just the engine started.
Yep. Yeah, so Nala will only purr when she is like with me. So when she's on my lap, when I'm at my computer, or when she's lying on the bed with me, she purrs. Simba, the engine starts as soon as you get close to him. As long as he's comfy. So Simba's very skittish, but when he's not skittish, when he's like lying on the couch or something like that, and I go up to like give him scritches, then the engine just starts.
I'm gonna just ask, can you just say the name of the cats again?
Nala and Simba. I know.
You're not getting a third, are you?
No.
Good.
In
I
our
would have to
defense,
kill you.
so Nala already had a name when we adopted her. She was already called Nala because... So we adopted her from friends. And she had been adopted by someone else first, and then they returned her after like 2 or 3 months because she was too wild and aggressive. According to them.
Just to interrupt for a second, I just want to say like one final thing, and then I do have to go, because I've just gotten hit by a huge wave of fatigue.
Of course, yeah.
There's going to be... No, my complaint about the names is going to be something entirely different, because if you had a third one, what would you name it?
It would be entirely dependent on their personality.
Okay, so you wouldn't go for the trio and call it Kiara?
Only if the personality fit Kiara.
Yeah, you want to know the slight problem that would have if you ever did that? I already know a Kiara. They are called Keyword, and I stream with them sometimes, and they are the partner of a mate of mine called Experiment Rain. And so that's a fucking problem when I found out that Rain's partner is called Kiara when my fucking partner's called Kiara. And so if you named a fucking cat that, I was gonna have to kill you. Because I don't want to deal with more fucking people named that.
Oh. Well.
That's all it was going to be. It was just like, oh no, hang on. When you said Simonala, I was like, isn't that the fucking... Oh no. Oh god. Oh, it wasn't going to actually be bagging you out for the name, don't worry. Anyway, I'm going to go and have a fucking crash, mate.
Thank you for the raid again. I appreciate you, you little shit.
I'm so sorry for how I delivered that raid.
No, that was beautiful. What do you mean?
I don't know, because I was like, oh god, what's he up to? Oh, I don't know. Oh, this could be a really dick move. Oh,
No,
could we have
was-
this serious conversation? I don't know if he's like okay with a random call in the middle of his shit. Because I try and like be very like respectful and do things in a certain way and all this when it comes to like others streams. And I found that I have the most fun just bashing and crashing in for like 5 minutes, causing chaos and fucking off.
No, that was perfect. That is
dude.
absolutely perfect. No, if in any situation that I did think that it, like, if we were had a serious conversation or I thought it wouldn't be possible, I would just say so.
Mm.
So don't worry. You're so good. I live for chaos. There's a reason why I call myself the chaotic cat boy. Because there is only chaos here.
And it's probably a good thing that you know me, and I'm so sorry for
Don't worry.
gestures vaguely.
I'll get you back, bitch.
Oh, you're welcome to try, motherfucker. Ain't gonna go far. You think that if you fucking DM me going, oh, can I call you real quick? I'm not gonna immediately catch on to some bullshit?
You really
You got
think
nothing on me.
really think I'd be that transparent?
I think that you would suck at any other kind of fuck. Anyway.
Wow.
Wow.
You forget that I'm learning
So-
how to draw a feather. I can get you back that way as well.
I've already been drawn pregnant. I don't care anymore. I'm immune. I've built up an immunity to pregnancy with a lot of
It's okay.
time.
I'll find a way. I'll find a way to break past it. It's okay.
Just as a quick question. I know this is completely out of nowhere.
Uh-huh.
Were you cis or trans?
I'm cis.
Then how can you be a transparent?
Well, that's why I said it. Fuck you. I'm gonna stab that little homosexual one day. I'm gonna stab that little homosexual one day. In other news, cat. Enjoy cat. Bisexual, thanks. Prove it. Prove it right now, Feather. Do exclamation point gay. Prove it. Prove it. Do it right now. Prove it. I don't believe you. Oh my goodness. But yes, okay. I have completely lost my entire train of thought now, thanks to all of that. Careful, as a trans feather might enjoy being stabbed. You know what? You make a good point there. Also, is it alright if I call you Lumi? Or do you have a different preferred nickname? Because I think Feather was calling you Lumi, right? Just to make sure that I don't say anything wrong, but yes.
Senny, can you pet your fluffy daughter?
I would love to go and give Nala pets right now, but unfortunately, because of where she is positioned, that would require me to go on camera. And if I were to go onto camera in my current state, Twitch would not be happy with me. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to say no to that one, Nether. However, she will get more cuddles later. Put some pants on. I refuse. I refuse. Pants are for losers. Exactly. Lumi's perfect? Perfect. Yes. Alright. But yeah, no, you got a good point. Also, Feather is 8% gay. So actually, I guess I should say I'm gonna stab that little homophobe right now. Gonna guess you're not properly dressed as many VTubers. So here's my thing, okay? I've said this before. Be hella awkward if you said no after I've been calling you. Well, no, that would make sense. Cause they might have been comfortable with you calling them Lumi, but they might not have been comfortable with me, someone who they don't know very well, calling them Lumi. There's variations of a nickname that you may or may not associate with certain levels of comfort with another person. So I totally understand. That's why I always want to double check when it comes to names or nicknames. For example, I'm completely fine with most people calling me Sen. However, I only really like it when people that are really close to me call me Sen, for example. I've only got a few friends that I like calling me Sen. If someone else calls me Sen, it feels a bit weird if you're not at that level of connection yet. Not to the point that I'd be upset with it, but yeah. Pants are for losers. Exactly. But what I was gonna say is, I don't like pants. Okay. If I could walk around in boxers and people wouldn't look at me weird for it, I would do that every day of the week. But unfortunately, society says no. But that means as long as I'm indoors, the pants are off. Anyway. With the one exception being leggings. Leggings are the one, like, leg covering that I would be comfortable with wearing. But I mostly just use those for, that's only if, I only have, like, 2 pairs of leggings, so I can't use them all the time. Words hard. For the chaos, I should have said no. Fair. I've done a little besides a small amount of bullying. As long as you don't call me Luna, or Luna, I'm fine. Gotcha. We'll stay very far away from those. Not all people can call me Pliers. Most should say Master. Can I call him Banana? That also works too. Then checks if people are okay with it. Unless people are me, I get stuck with Nether. You said you were fine with Nether. If you have a problem with being called Nether, then say so. Nether. Then I'll call you Red. I'm fine with calling you Red. But you told me you were fine with Nether, which is why I called you Nether. But if you would prefer to be called Red, then from this point forward, you will be Red. Also, I should be showering. Go shower. Go shower, lovely bean. Go clean thyself. Be safe. But I love Lune from hit video game Claire Obscure. This is true. But maybe Lumi doesn't want to be Lune. Then they get to be their own individual. Separate. We call you Nether because you swap. That's also true. That is also true. The one consistent you've had through every time that you've changed your nickname. Did that once? No, you had Spoopy and you had another one. You had another one besides Spoopy Nether. But like I said, if you prefer to be called Red, I'll start calling you Red. But you gotta explicitly tell me that you prefer a different name. If it ever changes, because otherwise I am going to continue to run with what you were comfortable with in the past. That's just, yeah. Please do start calling me Red. Okay, then I will start calling you Red from here on. Like I said, I want everyone to feel comfortable with whatever name that they do that they prefer. And if someone changes in terms of what name they feel comfortable with partway through, that's completely fine, and I will adjust to that, but I do need to know. I can't, unfortunately. I wish I could just pick it up and, like, sniff it out, but, sniffer? But I cannot. Anyhow, so... this stream has been an absolute just confusing mishmash of many different yappages and small things happening, and I'm not entirely sure where we are at this point, but Numbers, hi, thank you for the stretch. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good day. Alright, chat, let's stretch those muscles. Also, for anyone that joined in on Feather's raid, I'm gonna ask you respectfully, do not comment on what you're about to hear, and then I will explain afterwards. Okay, so okay, listen. I make noises when I stretch, and I can't stop myself from making noises when I stretch. Okay, that's just, it's It's what happens. It is a physiological reaction. And I know that sometimes they can sound sus. I know that some people like to go Ayo as soon as they hear it. But that's just how my body works, alright? If my body stretches, my body whines. And that's just it. There's nothing weird there. I wish I could say that I was doing it intentionally, because that would save me a lot of awkward stares when I am at my flexibility classes and doing stretch exercises there. Unfortunately, I do not have much control over it. The most that I can do is try to, like, be away from the microphone. Numbers, thank you for the 3-stream streak, lovely. That's it. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Just here to check on you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you've been taking care. I do too, no worries. Oh, thank God, Limmy. Thank God. That makes me feel a lot safer now. It's always an interesting one. And I know it's a hard one to like. There are certain aspects of my personality and certain things that I do like that make people think certain things that aren't necessarily true. And some people always kind of take it into a weird way. Thankfully, like in recent times, there haven't been many people that have done that, which makes me feel a lot better. But there were some people that used to always take that as a bit of a kind of try and make it weird, which is why I tried to preface it with a little bit of yeah. Is that your cat? That is my Nala. So as I was saying before, when we adopted her, Nala was already called Nala. Because the people that adopted her named her Nala and then returned her to the friends of ours that we adopted her from, because she was like too wild and aggressive. Now, as you can see on the camera, she is a very wild, very aggressive, just pure bundle of evil. Absolutely feral right now. Like it is unbelievable. There's nothing, exactly, cannot be tamed. There's nothing you can do to stop her. All it made me think was that it fits your personality or persona of being a cat boy very well. Yeah, so I am very much one of the reasons why I ended up going. So when it came to becoming a PNG tuber, I used to actually be just with like a camera and everything. The webcam is now used for cat cam, but that used to be my webcam. That's why I'm also not particularly I don't particularly have issues with people seeing what I look like. But when I was like coming to terms or like trying to figure out what was going to be my design, I really like funnily enough, I know that this is going to sound weird, because Feather was just here, but I actually really like the idea of like, I'm super into like trickster spirits, which is very funny because this was all long before I'd met Feather, and I don't think Feather actually knows this part of it, but I was always thinking of like a sort of shapeshifter type character. And I was trying to tie that in, but I definitely wanted something with somewhat more animalistic features. And besides being I'm a big fan of cats, obviously, duh. I really like cats. My favorite cat, like my favorite in terms of like the feline, like group or Felidae family would be a lion. I'm super into lions. I'm also a Leo in real life. I have a tattoo of a lion on my arm. All of that stuff. I love cats. So I definitely wanted something cat-like. And the reason why I have two tails is that I pulled in the inspiration of the Japanese yokai, which is the bakeneko, which is a cat that lives so long that it becomes a yokai and its tail splits in two at the top, which if you've ever seen Espeon in Pokemon is based off of a bakeneko. I didn't want to go an exact like copycat of that, But I did like the idea of more than one tail kind of being a sort of giveaway that the being is more mystical in nature, which is why I ended up going for 2 tails and a cat. The active design is based off of my favorite breed of cat, which is the Maine Coon. I absolutely adore Maine Coons because they are big cats and they are very, very fluffy. We actually believe that both Nala and Simba, because they do have some shared family, have at least a little bit of Maine Coon in their blood because they are very big cats. I realize on the camera she might not look very big, but that's because the bed is also huge. I have a very big bed. So she might look small comparatively on the big bed, but she is quite a large cat. Also, I'm sorry, there's an ad break that's about to roll in, so I will not respond to any non-sub messages until after the ad break passes. Take the time to stretch. Take care of yourselves. I will see you in 3 minutes. Okay, bye. I'm sorry. She's asleep right now. There will be hell when she gets up. Yep. You like my cat? The cat looks very cute. You have them on your profile picture, right? They look very cute. A bit hard to see because profile pictures on Twitch are very small, but they look very adorable. They look adorable. But I know how big. I see how big she is. Yeah, she is a big baby. She is a big baby. But she is very. She's actually a very, very chill cat. Like, despite people having despite her being returned for being like so wild and feral or whatever, she is quite literally the opposite of that. She's super chill. She's super cuddly. The day we went to adopt her is probably my favorite thing. Is we were told, right, that she was returned because she was like wild and aggressive, or that she was wild. She was very like wild, at least. And like they couldn't handle how wild she was. And so the day we went there, we went to those friend's house, and Nala was there. And we came in, and we just sat down to talk with those friends. And Nala, quite literally, walks up to me, jumps onto the couch, climbed onto my lap, and just fell asleep. So wild and feral. So absolutely untamable. Which, for those who don't know, that was sarcasm. And on that note, I will go give Nala some cuddles, but I will need to make myself presentable, so give me 1 second to hide my indecency. I'm gonna make myself Twitch safe so that I can give Nala cuddles for you. Oh, she's awake. Alright. There we go. I am Twitch safe. Okay. Kitty has been cuddled and Twitch safe. Okay. I got the tiniest little meow as a response as I was walking to her. And now Twitch won't get angry at me either. Her little paw was like, "Where are you going?" Yeah. She loves to lie down with her paws outstretched. It's one of my favorite things about her. I've got a couple different pictures. She always has either one of her front paws or both of her back paws are always outstretched. It's why one of her nicknames is Little Shrimp. Not because she's small, but because one of the things she'll do sometimes when she's lying on the ground in particular is she will lie on her side. She'll pull her front paws up to her chest, as if she's like hugging herself. But then she will stretch her back legs all the way out in front as much as possible, and it ends up in like this curved like shrimp shape. It's very funny. It's very cute. And she does it so often. It's so silly. All right. The big one is Lily and the other cat's Amber. Oh, I love those names. They're so cute. Did the ads come? Yeah, the ads are paused. Thank you guys for sitting through them. I appreciate you. I have to go now. Okie dokie, numbers. Have fun and have a hug. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you dropping by and hanging out. Take good care of yourself, lovely. Thank you, thank you. Be safe, be safe. I'm realizing now that having put Star in the corner, she's also kind of blocking the text box. I'm gonna move Star out of the corner. Or actually, if I put Star all the way in the corner, then she doesn't block the box either. There we go. Star's in the corner right now because she joined us on Bongo Cat, but her cat's not purple. So she's been put in the corner as a result. And she's gonna have to stay in the corner for being the only non-purple cat. Alright? Here's my sweet bean. But yeah, Nala will always lie on that side of the bed when I'm not in the bed. So my side of the bed is the one closest to the camera, which I'm realizing that sentence out of context sounds very suspicious. How do you get those cats? So this is a Steam, I guess, app / game called Bongo Cat. It's free to use. If you just look it up on Steam, you can put it on your computer, and basically what it does is it tracks, it taps every single time that you click or you type, and it, see, like right now I'm clicking, he's tapping away. It counts them up. You can use those ones to roll to open little chests that give you different, where are they? They give you a bunch of like different decorations that you can use to decorate your cat and to have different versions of it that you can show up. And you can share lobbies and join people online. So all of these Bongo Cats are our friends and people in the community that are all vibing together. It's a fun little app. It's very cozy. And then you just kind of get to exist together. It's very cute. Yeah, I'm not purple, but I'm also not a cat, so it's okay. You also do have a purple hat on, old man. So that does balance it out, right? What is ASMR? So that is an ASMR redeem. There are some people in chat that really like when I either A, whisper, or B, talk really softly into the microphone. And so they get really comfortable. They like that. So that's a redeem for them. It lasts for 3 minutes. That's about it. Some people really don't like it. Some people really do like it. Most people are kind of neutral on it. It's there for the ones that enjoy it. It's just a silly little redeem to entertain the beans. Star's favorite, exactly. Star loves when people use the ASMR redeem. Alright, now here's the thing, chat. There's kind of two options, because I am noticing, there's kind of two things going on right now. So, I'm starting to run a bit low on the Yap energy right now. So there's kind of two options what we can go with here. It's also around dinner time for me, so I can go get dinner. Option 1 is that we BRB for a bit, and then we could swap over to... We BRB for a bit, and I go get my dinner. And then we could come back and we could swap over to just like something chill like Bitcraft for another hour or two. Option 2 is that we just kind of wrap up the stream here. and we raid out and just go out and have the rest of our day to ourselves. I'm kind of there's a part of me that still wants to continue and maybe do some Bitcraft, but there's also a part of me that's like maybe just not for today. So I'm curious if there's a preference, if there's a consensus among the kitties. Cuz I could go either way right now. Do what you feel comfortable with. That's the problem. I don't know. I'm a bottom. Anyway, bye. Okie dokie numbers. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for hanging out. Take care. Take care. Do what you have the energy for? Yeah, that's the thing. So like, when we end up playing the cozier games, I go a little bit quieter, but I'll still end up talking a bunch. But it gives me something to like engage my brain a bit more, whereas right now just staring at the screen, yapping and shaking my hands out to everybody for no apparent reason. Cause you can't see me doing that. Eventually starts to like run dry, as you can tell by like my brain starting to lag out on the conversation. It's food time either way. Like if we raid out, I'm gonna go grab dinner. If we take a break, I'm gonna go grab dinner and then we'll come back and play a game. I think I might do break into a little bit of Bitcraft. Is probably what I'm leaning most towards. Then we can continue working on our road. And do all of that vibes. So yeah, I think that's what I'll do. So I think I'm gonna put us on break time. And we'll just BRB for like... I'm annoyed that I'm doing this right as soon as there was a break, but it is what it is. I'm also not technically in my correct scene collection for Bitcraft, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. I'll swap that out after we get. I will go into BRB mode. I'm gonna go BRB. I'm gonna go grab dinner, enjoy some music, take this chance to like stand up, stretch, walk around a little bit, take care of your bones, and then I will be back in a few and we will vibe in a little bit of Bitcraft. Sound good? Actually, I can swap us into Bitcraft straight away, maybe. Nah, I'm just gonna do BRB. Okay, be right back, chat. Enjoy the cat cam. Wait, make cat cam a bit. Okay, be right back. Hi. Oh well. I have returned. I am back to bother you. My food has been gathered. The food tax has been paid in the Discord. Ah, another proud speaker of bottom speech. I see. Good to know, Limi. Speaking of, if you want to see the food tax, here you go. There is I forgot I was listening to a stream and not just music. I'm sorry, Lumi. I have that gremlin energy in me. So I have a tendency to spook people when I get back. If you want to see the food tax has been paid to Discord. It has been sorted. I am going to make a quick. The OBS might get a little funky for a second while I swap to my Bitcraft scenes. So there we go. Fixed it. Thank you. And Nala has jumped off of the cat cam. Sad. Thank you, yeah. I wish OBS made it easier to swap scene collections, but it doesn't because it hates me. So, here we go. Anyhow, bada bing, Kitty has decided to get off of cat cam because she hates us. Right, Nala? You hate me, don't you? That's why you always jump off cat cam. Oh. That's not what I'm supposed to. I was gonna type in for the category cat cam. Meow. Meow. Meow meow. Da da da. Sorry, I'm just setting up the thingy real quick. There we go. Wanna jump out now? Right. Kitty wants to leave, let me release. Slap the bed with your. Nala, you're being a gremlin again. Okay. She's just being an attention gremlin right now. Alright, we're just gonna let her be. We're just gonna let Kitty be her attention gremlin self. And vibe. Alright. But yes, thank you. Hi. So, if you do not know, we are currently out here in the middle of almost nowhere. We've been working on our road. We've made some decent progress. We're all the way out to here. But we need to get to here. So there's still quite a bit of work ahead of us. And where we are right now is going to be a particularly long digging session. So we're gonna get to Yap even more. We probably won't be working on the road the entire time, I don't think. Gonna work on it for a little bit. And then I think we'll swap to doing some sailing. But I do want to get a little bit more of our terraforming done. But yeah, if you do not know this game, or anybody that is new to the world that is Bitcraft. Bitcraft is essentially what you would get if you would fuse RuneScape. Nala, get out of the bag. My cat was trying to climb it. For being a little gremlin. I swear to God, she does this on purpose now. I genuinely think she's doing this on purpose now. She will start meowing at me like she normally does when she wants to get out of the room, right? So she'll be like, I want to leave, I want to leave, I want to leave. Then I will get up to go to the door, to open the door for her so she can leave. And then she'll not go towards the door and just walk to another part of my room and stare at me and meow at me like, haha, I didn't actually want to leave. And then, after I go back down to sit, she'll start doing something that she knows she's not allowed to do. So she'll like try to crawl into she'll try to crawl into my bag. Or she will like climb into like a part of my shelf that she's not allowed to. And then as soon as she does that, I call her out, I'll get up, and then she'll want to leave. Which, like, normally she only does the annoying stuff if I take too long to let her out. But over the last week, she has in particular been like an absolute little gremlin about this. She just wants the choice and knows she has power over you. That's kind of how it seems. She's being a real gremlin. Sounds like a toddler, not gonna lie. I know! And she's a grandma! Nala is... Wait. Math? 1 second. I'm mathing. 8, 10, 12... She's about 12 years old. No? She's older. No. I'm lying. She's 14 years old. Going on 15, I'm pretty sure. So she's not a young being. By any stretch of the imagination. Actually, no, she is already 15. She's not a young baby. By any stretch of the imagination. But my God, the older she's gotten, the more she acts like a toddler. It's so... I mean, fitting, but still. Such a silly little baby. You know, people do say that toddlers and elderly are similar in how they act and how you have to keep an eye on them. Actually, you're not. No, that is... Yeah. No, you're actually pretty right there. That is pretty spot on, actually. I didn't think about that. But, yeah. No, that's pretty accurate. That is actually very accurate. Almost a little bit terrifyingly so. Oh dear. What's this? Alright, so what I was saying, for those who aren't aware of it, if you do not know Bitcraft is essentially what you'd get if you married RuneScape with a kind of survival sandbox akin to like Minecraft or Terraria or something along those lines. But then you put it in a giant shared open world. Right? That is essentially what Bitcraft is. So you've got all these professions and skills that you can go out and level up and train and improve just by, doing a lot of like slow kind of semi-AFK tasks a lot of the time. It's a great second screen game, but can also be a main screen game. You can go around doing stuff like that, but you can also actually impact the world, and a lot of what happens in the world is player-driven. So outside of some small little starting towns, which are marked by these little flags over here, that have the basic things to get you started in the game, everything else has to be made by players. So cities, towns, environment, roads, everything is built. Well, the environment exists, but like roads, towns, infrastructure, trade, everything else is entirely put together by the players, which creates a really interesting and kind of fun social sandbox, which is why I really love the game. The social sandbox aspect. The grindy number go up is very fun, but the social sandbox is the best part of my opinion. And so, as someone who's a mum herself and has seen the shenanigans that older folk in my family get up to, the similarities are funny. Fair. I am not a parent, but I have had to take care. I did have to take care of my dad when he was old. And I have also had to, I've also done a lot of babysitting in my time. In fact, in 2 weeks' time, there will be no Friday stream. Yeah, on the 8th, just a fair advance, chat. I'll put an announcement in Discord for it later as well. On Friday the 8th, there will be no stream, so there will be no art stream because I have to go babysitting. I will be babysitting that day, so there will be no stream. I'm gonna put a proper announcement and everything in Discord when we get closer to the date, but better to state it more than once than state it too few times, right? Can't wait to bother the old folks home employee for some chicken nuggies. Yes. Conceptually, I love the idea of an old age home. However, in practice, 9 out of 10 times, kind of shitty experiences for like the elderly people that we put in them. Not all of them, to be fair. There are some good ones out there, but a lot of them are pretty rough. Because like a lot of them end up with a lot of social isolation, which is terrible for people in general, but especially with old age, where you're already gonna start to have diminishing cognitive function. Not getting social stimuli, or like getting too little social stimulation, is not going to make things better. But a lot of times what you end up seeing in old age homes is that they don't really get a lot of social stimulation outside of when family members come to visit or when it's like dinner time. Which is kind of depressing, honestly. Now, like, some people are fine with that, right? My dad, when he was in a home, it was kind of the same situation. He and I are, like, very, very much, like, okay with not a lot of social interaction. It's why, like, stuff like the lockdowns weren't particularly rough for me, because I can get a lot of online internet. Yeah, but that was bad for the generation that was all about outside social stimuli. The next gen of old folks will 100% be shitposting online. Well, that's the other thing, is that they don't have those kinds of resources in an old age home. So, like, my dad, for example, was a very internet, like, future-focused person for someone who was quite old. But even then, he if he wanted to watch a YouTube video, he had to wait a whole while, like a whole good few minutes, for it to just load like 1 minute of the video. Because most of the old age homes don't have a lot of resources available to provide them the stimulation that they might need, right? So unless that changes, the next generation of old age folks, when we get put into an old age home, we're not going to be shitposting online because there's not going to be any internet for us to shitpost with. Shitposting becomes a lot harder when you're stuck on dial-up. Which, okay, they're not actually using dial-up, I know, but like, it's basically equivalent in terms of quality. But yeah, it's a rough one. Not sure about where you guys live, but here in Brazil, you can get gigabit for about $20. Yes. But the way an old age, at least, I don't know how the old age homes in Brazil work. But here, they're usually one large structure that have their own paid for internet for the entire structure. But as a result, because it's not like an apartment where you own your apartment lot and you can get your own internet for your apartment. Instead, it's one whole building, sort of like a business, that has its own internet for the entire building. So you can't buy a separate internet for that address for yourself because you don't have a separate address and they're already assigned, like they already have an internet assigned to their address, essentially. They can get them business plans that are even yeah, but that's the thing, they don't. That's the whole problem. Is, like, again, the same with like social stimuli. They could organize, just have an open a space or an event or a little get together or things for the people to do to socialize with each other, but they don't. A lot of those old age homes have the absolute bare minimum in resources, so they can't really pay for much. That's the problem with them. They're wonderful in concept, but more often than not, they're kind of shit in practice. And that's not necessarily because the people working there don't care, right? They will try to like put something together, but a lot of times they're understaffed and underfunded. And there are some people that work in those places that just don't care, which, like, I can't understand how you would go into that kind of work if you don't care. But I guess some people just do what they want to do, or I guess don't want to do. Mm-hmm. But yeah. Oh, goodness. There is so much terraforming ahead of us, especially it doesn't look like it goes down very much in this next section. Like, it dips down a little bit, but not much. And then we got another hill. But I think after that hill, it flattens out a lot more again. And then it should be pretty smooth sailing. At least that's what I'm hoping. What's sad is it's usually not even the workers don't care. It's more that whoever owns the home doesn't care and won't listen to the workers or let them do extracurricular activities for the elderly. Yeah. No, that's it. A lot of the times is not like there are some, of course, there's always going to be like one or two like workers, but if you've got like 100 workers, there might be one that doesn't really care that much. But most of them really care. They really want to make a good place for like the elderly. They want to take care of them. But either the people in charge don't care, or they're just underfunded. It's usually like, or a combination of the two. But usually, like, a lot of times they either don't have the money to do, but then, like, especially on the funding side of things, you end up with so few like nurses and stuff that can work in the old age homes that they have to do so much work they don't have the time to organize any extracurricular activities for the elderly. Or you have like leaders of the organization that are just like, no, you just need to do this, you need to do that, and then get out. No extra stuff, because then we have to pay for that. There's two, it's very rough. It's very sad as well. Like, I understand that there's a part of us that, like, there's a side of, like, the identity where, like, yeah, fuck the elderly, they messed up the world and now we have to deal with it. But, like, at the same time, they didn't only do bad shit, right? There are plenty of lovely, wonderful people among our elderly, like our own grandparents. Most of us probably have a fairly positive relationship with our grandparents. At least I'd hope so. It'd be very sad if you don't. But like, the fact that there's such a kind of disregard for the elderly in so many places, especially when it comes to those old age homes, it's just sad, you know? Like, I would hate to end up living in that kind of environment. There are some that do take good care, but, like, when I see, like, the old age home that, like, my dad stayed in, like, for him, it wasn't that bad because he's not a very social person. I'm also not the most social person, right? Like, as long as I'd have some other stuff to stimulate me, it would be fine that the social side of it's not too high. But, like, he got basically a tiny room that's maybe, like, the size of my current bedroom. That was his entire room with a kitchen, bed, a little, like, living room, and a bathroom. So they get so little space. And then the only stuff that they get is they don't even get, like, the stuff. They have to buy their own, like, bring their own furniture, or the family has to provide it. But, like, you get, like, a TV with a few channels. In his case, he had his laptop at least. And then books, if you have books, and that's about it. And then the entire building, it was like an apartment complex, but so it was entirely indoors. You barely went outside at all. The only sun came through the window. But there also just weren't many, like, that was the best option we had. And then we could, like, we took him outside, like, we would come visit, because thankfully it was in the same town. It was, like, just a walk away from us. Like, we would come and visit him, and then he didn't really care too much about going outside for the most part. He was very much an indoor introvert. So that didn't matter too much for him. Well, like, when I looked at so many of the other ones, I was like, they just seem kind of sad. Like, it seems sad that they, like, they barely got to go outside. They had a tiny little social area that they could interact with, but that was also indoors. So even when the weather was good, there wasn't really much that they could do. Like, even just having some space outside, like a green area for them to sit in. They had the tiniest little green area because that was all that, like, the government had allocated to that space. And I just feel like we could do better. Even in a country like the Netherlands that's so tiny that we have, like, very little open space. Very little, like, unused space. We could do better. Anyhow, that, the sadder topic aside. Hi. Meow. Hi, Biotic. Greetings, Biotic. How is Biotic doing today? Oh, Biotic's doing pretty nice, it seems. Good job, good job. Is that the only 69 today? Wait. Guys, can you check? Is that the only 69 today? It does look like it. Oh, shit. And Koki is still the gayest being among us. Yeah, that makes sense, honestly. I mean, just look at that frog. Hi, Neelan. How's it going? How's it going? Ah, there we go. Food has been consumed. Food has been consumed. Doing well. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. All right. Now that my food is done, we can step away from. We can step away from the terraforming for a bit. The rest of the terraforming will come later, but now that we're actually here, I want to do something a little more active. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do some Region 13 grinding today. I need more, I need more furs and claws and stuff. So we're going to go do that. But yeah. Here's our pretty little road. Here's the progress we've made so far, chat. All of this wasn't here last Sunday. We've made a decent spread so far. We've still got a long way to go, but yeah. Hi Zozo, welcome back. You want to snuggle Star? Will Star let you? I mean, I think Star will be okay with it. I haven't run gay yet. Should I see what I get for the first time? 12. Oof. That's oof. I'm sorry for that, Dylan. That's a rough one. Oh, look at the cute peach tree over there. Would you like some consolation, pepperoni? but I'm not gay. I guess it's accurate. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. What? Who said that? That was crazy. Yeah, right. It's the you have to put it as one word, right? There you go. Everyone's group hugging. All the beans. What did Zozo say? I want to do tier 3 dungeons. Ooh. We could do some tier 3 dungeons if people are interested. We could pop in a tier 3 dungeon or two. Censor the Tumblr post to the newcomers. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Oh man, no, we're not doing that again. Listen. Maybe we'll pull that in at the end of stream again. We'll pull it back at the older stream. Because Zozo was here while we were working on it. I think the only one who hasn't seen it would be Biotic and Nilin. Because Red saw it. I think the only ones that haven't seen it would have been... Yeah, Nilin. Yeah. Because Zozo was here while we were tying it together. Right? I need more fragments. I mean, if you just want fragments, I can also give you some. Like... But if you want to do dungeon runs, I'm also down to do some dungeon runs. Was I? Were you not here? Okay, wait. Well, I'm sorry in advance for oh wait. I want to go. Let me just sort out my inventory real quick. Raw ingredients, mushies can go in there. Do we have anyone that wants to do tier 3 dungeons? Let me ask. We have... Who's all online? Actually, have we... Yeah. We'll need to boost that one up. Right. So what old man is talking about... Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Let's get the nightmare out of here real quick. Because we were talking about gay things, alright? I need to get my notepad again up in order to show this. I only have 200, gonna need more for higher tier armor. I mean, hey, if we have people that want to run the dungeons, I am down to run some tier 3 dungeons. Oh, I need to do the image. Yeah. Well, old man, do you want me to talk quietly or do you want the whisper? Because you haven't said which one. You didn't put in there which one you prefer of the two. I'm just saying. You kind of still need to decide. Because we could do this. We could just have, like, a quiet talk. Or we could do this. And we could whisper. So which do you prefer? You prefer the quiet talk? You prefer this? I'm fine with either, I mean. It's gonna make people uncomfortable either way, but... let's see. You need to get shrunk the hell down. I know Zozo prefers to come hither. And I know Star dislikes this one less than the Whisper.
Okay. So, to explain what's going on here, we're gonna go one thing at a time, alright? So, this all started off, this entire topic started off because there's this like post that's come around a few times that I've seen that categorizes the different groups or the different types of bisexuals. And some person put this post up on Tumblr, and it looks really dumb. I really don't like it. But this is it. So, they basically categorized bisexuals on whether you are femme, masc, or androgynous, and then girl, boy, or non-binary. And the categories that they've chosen are, or at least the tags or terms that they've chosen for these are unbelievably annoying. I hate everything about it. For the girls, the first two are variations of a deer, a male and a female deer, a doe and a stag, which, alright, sure. And then the androgynous one is a tomcat, God knows why. Then when we go into the boys, yes, this is a rage-inducing post. Then when we go into the boys, suddenly we've got D&D categories, like we've got fantasy characters. And then when we get to the non-binaries, suddenly we've got birds. And like for the non-binary ones, I understand dove and crow, right? Dove is a very feminine, pretty bird. Crow definitely has a more masculine energy to it. I can understand those two. But why the fuck did they make the androgynous non-binaries a pigeon? In what world does pigeon give androgynous or non-binary? I hate it, okay? So this, dog shit, terrible. Hate everything about it. So, we decided to make it better. Now, I personally enjoyed the categorizing that they used for the boys, which was fantasy classes. So, we took it one step further, and we went with what I probably know the best, the type of categorizing that I'm probably the most comfortable with, which is D&D classes. And so, we've created this. Now, I think it's not perfect. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that this is the perfect combination of categories, but I do think that this is already a better representation because one, everyone is within the same kind of categorized list, and two, I think for quite a few of these we're pretty spot on. So starting off, our femme-bi girls are clerics because they are our healers, they are our protectors, they make us feel safe. That is what our femme-bi girlies do for us. They are the cleric. They hold the party together. They keep everybody safe. Then we've got our masc-bi girlies. Now these barbarians are terrifying. If you know a masculine bi girly in your life, you know that she means business. And if you ever piss her off, she will break you in half. That's just a fact. I don't care who you are. She will break you in half if you piss off the masc-bi girly in your life, okay? Then, our androgynous bi girlies. Rouge the Rogue. Why is it Rouge the Rogue? Because the first time I typed Rogue, I typoed it and it became Rouge, but I didn't want to get rid of that, so now we got Rouge the Rogue. Our andro bi girlies are the rogues because they will sneak around, they're stealthy as shit, and they will steal your stuff. I'm telling you now, they will steal your hoodies, they will steal your t-shirts, they will steal your pants, they will steal whatever they want. And they will rock it as if it was their own all along, and you won't notice until 3 months from now. So they're 100% the rogue, okay? Now, we get to the boys. Our femme-bi boy is the sorcerer. Now, the reason why we thought this is, first of all, I thought in the original categorization, the mage, pretty accurate. However, a wizard doesn't quite have that feminine energy to it, you know? Whereas that sorcerer has a little bit more of that fierce kind of show of themselves. It gives femme to me. Then we've got our masc-bi boys, or the paladins. They stand strong. They want to be there. They're gonna hold you out. They're gonna stand in front of you. They're gonna take the hits if need be. I think they can hold it pretty good. Then, we've got our androgynous bi boys, which are monks. I don't think I need to explain why the monk is androgynous. Now, to be honest, the monk also gives andro bi NB, but I feel bard kind of hit that category a bit better, which is why monk ended up with the andro bi boy specifically. But there's an argument to be made. But we're going to stick with the bi boy for that one. Now, our feminine bi NBs are druids. They're out there. They're with nature. They're connected. They're attuned to the world around them. And it's kind of the same with the ranger. The ranger gives a little bit more masculine energy and the druid gives a little bit more feminine energy, but they're both kind of in that same ballpark, you know? And then to round it all off, our andro bi NB is the bard. I don't think I need to explain why the androgynous bi NB is a bard. That's just... like, dude, I don't think I need to explain that. I feel like in all the things in this list, that is the least polarizing in terms of accuracy. Now, some people might take offense at being equated to a bard. And if you are that person, I'm sorry to say, that means you are a bard. Because that's how that works. I'm not a bard. Well, that's the thing. You can multi-class, right? You can multi-class between any of these. You might not necessarily be androgynous NB. You might be switching between femme and mask NB. That's fine. That's your vibe. Then live for it, girly. You might be switching between a mask NB and a femme girl. You might switch between mask girl, mask NB, mask boy. You could switch. You can multitask. You can multi-class between any of these. That's why I like the D&D classes, because you can multi-class. You can mix them together. You can be a combo. You can take a little bit of one, a little bit of the other, and be where you are. But I think this, even if you don't entirely agree with the categories that we've come up here, and that's completely fine. That's your energy. That's, live what you live. Live your truth. Stand by what you stand. But I feel like we can all agree that this is way better than this.
Alright. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. You got a way longer ASMR for that, and I hope you enjoyed it, for those who enjoyed it. Right. Back to Bitcraft. I feel like we could swap Artificer where Bard is. I don't feel like... Artificer's a bit of a weird one. I don't know if Artificer gives me NB in the same way Bard does, though. There's an energy that the Artificers, a lesser known class, give that the Bard doesn't have. Yeah. No, the Artificers, I feel like the Artificer... Exactly, that's it. The Artificers are the asexuals. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. Anyhow, back to the glory. Back to the glory that is bitcrafting. Did you guys want to do dungeons? Was there anyone that wanted to do dungeons? Also, can someone tell Star it's safe? You know what I should do? I should have like a little thingy that like pops up. Masked gay boys are fighters. Yeah. Let's go dungeons. Alright. You down for tier 3 dungeons? Alright. Let me, okay. A generally bland class like that? Wow, Biotic. See, I feel like we could work this around, but like, all the other groups already kind of have their tribes, you know? The gays have their tribes. A well-made fighter is a green flag. This is true. Let me also whisper. I can check if Sokar wants. It's a Zozo. It's little Zozo. Oh, Zozo's outfit is so cute. Zozo! 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 You want to take part in our fashion show? So stylish. You're so stylish. I'm just saying. This is your current outfit already fits one of the categories. I'm just saying. When is it? What is the current time? So about 2.5 hours ago on Sunday. I should do a. Is it possible to link events from Discord, even if you're not in the Discord where that event is like placed? I'm curious now. I don't actually know. You forward the message? So the event is in my Discord already. I think I can... Let me see. Wait, I want to try something. What happens when you click this link? Oh, there you go. Because that should also show the exact time for you. You could make it? Do it, do it, do it. So Panda and I will be judging. I'm just responding to Soko. Right. I could make it. I do want that bundle. Yes. So there's the two categories. We've got the Blossom category, which will get you the flowery kimonos. So the radiant. Sorry, wait. You've got the Blossom category, which is more of a colorful, flowery theme to it. That'll win you the colorful yukata bundle. Or we've got the Forest category, which is more earthy tones, browns, greens, and the like, which will give you the stylish yukata bundle. Those two bundles are up for grabs. You can take part in both categories, but you can only win one. In the off chance that somebody wins both categories, we will just... you'll have to choose which category you'd prefer, and then win that reward, and then the other ones will go from there. But yeah. Yeah, feel free to join us. What the? The car's dying. Burn. But I also have my own stream to juggle. I mean, it's up to you. If you want, like, you can. If you want to come join us, feel free. If you want to stream from your perspective while you're there, so that's all good. Obviously, if you don't want to do that, no pressure. But yeah. Okay, there we go. Responding to people. Unfortunately, Sundays are community days, and I throw the towel at chat to decide what we play. Fair. That's fair. That's very. Well, like I said, it's up to you. If you'd like to join us, feel free. Sorry, I just saw something. Anyway, yeah, just wait a hot minute. Sokar is gonna be joining us as well, and then we should be good. Let's see. Don't forget to get your life buff if you need it. Make sure you got your foods. Make sure you got your armors. Alright. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. We have all of our beans. Sokar is still... Is Sokar here? There we go. Sokar was the last one coming to join us. Sure. Follow me. Oof. Ah, get in the boats. can you go? Oh, off we go now. Did you... Your... There we go. And our boost. Combat gear. I need to upgrade these ones to 2. I'll probably do those before going to region 13 after we're done with dungeons. LB. Oh. I've gotten my sailing up to 14. No, I haven't yet. I'm almost on my way up to 14. Still need to get that last bit, but man, it takes so long. I will say, it is so much more doable now with the pies. The experience boost from the pies, while gathering the flotsam and stuff. Man, it's glorious.
Naya.
Naya, right back at you, Red. Naya. Yoinking exploration? Go ahead, go. Get your little tidbits. I did. So this last week I did a bunch of sailing, as you can see by how I've got this nice clean block now here for the region. Probably gonna try and see if I can like sail in down here, maybe do a next block the next time I go out for some more sailing energy experience.
No.
No. That wasn't it. Okay. Look at them on their birds. Alright. So we don't. Poor little Sokar and his goat behind. Alright. Oh yeah. those. Road. Follow. Honk the E. Alright, charge. We go. Masonry if you need to. There are some other remotes. Okay. Target you missed my hit. I missed my big swing. Let's see. Different one. Hi there, Cotton Corn. Oh my goodness. How's it going, Corn? Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good Wednesday. Been skying away. Alright, let's Bonk, we got dogs to bonk. Want the mining experience? And mining XP. I know, forgot. Go on, having a glorious day. Finish my dailies. Maxed out on wax for the day. Damn. Oh, I haven't logged in yet. I'm gonna be booting up probably right after stream, to be honest. As soon as stream is over, I'll put my character on some nice easy AFK task. I'm gonna boot up Sky to get my dailies. Cause man, I want those wings. They look so pretty. Dylan, have you done your Sky dailies today yet? I mean, all the stuff in the event looks pretty cool, but especially those wings. I want to make sure that I get the hearts for those wings. I really want them. I'm also still thinking of at one point doing like a proper like stream of Sky. Like, I'm thinking maybe one day to just do like a full like loop through all the areas. And then Senny, you're a little quiet, am I? Oh, maybe. Oh, I put my microphone further back than normal. Is this better? Is that better? I might yeah, now my audio looks better. There we go. Yeah, sorry, I pushed the mic after the ASMR. I pushed the microphone further back than I normally do. Also doesn't help that I was much more zoomed in, so the game was way louder. Not hard and shit. Oh. Dodge. Big bonk. Big bonk. There we go. Are you having a fun time today too? I am. We had a really good long yapping session at the starter stream today. And now, now we're playing Bitcraft, which is basically just more yapping, but with more interesting backgrounds than just my PNG moving back and forth. We yapped about a lot of different things today. It's been a good yappy day. We're also taking Sokar through his first dungeon now. We're educating him. Teaching him how to run the dungeons. And hopefully not getting him killed in the process. But you never know. We'll see whether or not we succeed in that end. I also need to get... Yes! I want to get those spirits. I'm gonna bother you for those after I get online. Oh. Bonk the skitch. There we go. So educational, I know. They don't call me Professor Catboy for no reason. What one's this one? Ah, fancy red hammer. Alright. Charge! Smack 'em. That one. That one. What the? Leave. Alright. What do you want to go for first, Black? How goes? Smack him. Oh. Got the teleporting dog. At the North Puppers. Okay. The one thing that I really wish, and I really hope that this changes in a not too distant future, is I really hope we get more dungeons that are actually like this one. And ideally, I'd love to see like the tier 7 dungeon be reworked to be more similar to the tier 3 dungeon. Because the higher tier dungeon, like the tier 7 dungeon, aside from the better drops, then aside from it giving better drops than the tier 3 dungeon, it kind of feels like a downgrade, right? That's the one like issue that I have with it, is I would love to I'd love to get a few extra like rooms. A mini boss would be really nice. Just a little bit more like of a system. And also the fact that like the smaller mobs, yeah, more layers to it, exactly. And the other thing that I dislike about the tier 7 dungeon, and it's the same problem I have with the tier 1, but I don't mind it in the tier 1 so much because the mobs in the tier 1 are super quick to kill. I don't like that the tier 7 mobs, the spiders, don't have any drops of their own. Even if it's just a little bit of coin. Or like a trash item. Like, it feels weird that we've got the subterranean skitches and jackals giving us all this loot. Like money, fangs, hardened shells, and like chitin and everything. But then the big arachnids, the big spiders with 2,000, with the same level of health as the mini boss of the tier 3 dungeon, doesn't give you anything. It feels off to me. Now that being said, I guess there does have to be they'd have to do something to balance it out so people don't just farm the minions being spawned by the boss. Who dropped a fang? Like it would have to be balanced in a way so people can't farm the minions spawned by the boss. Which, like, in theory you could just do by having them be a slight different variation. Like, you could have the arachnids outside of the boss area just be the normal arachnids and they give drops, and then the ones in the boss area could just be called, like, brood arachnir or something, and then those ones don't give drops. Just to balance it out because they're supposed to be the boss's mechanic and not a farmable mob. But, like, you could do something like that. and then give the actual Arachneer their own little drops. Give them, like, they give a little bit of hex when you kill them, and they give a, maybe they give, like, some silk or something. You know? It would be nice if there was a little more to them. At least the big ones. That the small ones don't give anything, fair enough. But, like, the big ones, come on. I was doing too much damage, Blast wasn't able to keep aggro there for a sec. You gotta be careful not to damage him too hard, Star. Got him. We're almost there. Get him. Take him down. No, Zozo! Zozo, no! So close, too. Oh. And now we just escaped through the door. Congrats on your first dungeon. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, we're... pretty nice. We're gonna do the other ones as well, yay. I'm just checking real quick if Sokar has the TPs for those ones. Or not. Yeah. dungeon. I want to save my TP energy because I want to join the region 8 and 9. Actually, I can teleport her. Do a quick teleport home. Deposit the stuff I got. Actually, alright. Deadly Stinger, 5, 6 Jackal for. Why not ask for something expensive? Man, every time he asks for the 1 Jackal fur, I feel so robbed. That could have been a fang. That could have been 5 fangs. That could have been 10 fur. That could have been anything else, but he asks for just 1 Jackal fur. Toxic. I'm gonna teleport to Moonlight just to potentially lead Sokar the rest of the way in case he doesn't know how to check the... in case he doesn't know the path. Papa Wolfie? What a name. We use the guy. I love the little moon that they've made here around the claim totem. It's very cute. There's a lot of really nice areas. I love how they did this. With the orchards here. Oh, that's so cute. And then all these trees. Oh, wow. They like created a little wall out of the trellis. Stalking their designs real quick. Feeling some inspiration. There you go. This way. We're on our way over. We're leading Doggo over. Here we go. This is the right. Oh, look, they've done another little moon sigil there. That's so cute. If I could ever find a nice, like, pixel art cat design, specifically with the hexes, because I've been trying to find a nice, like, hex cat face to use for the central mural in the municipality. But it's really hard to get that in hexes. Like, pixel art, sure, but hexes are so much harder to make a nice shape in that doesn't just look stupid. There we go. Right here. Oop. Hey. Oop. Alright, we're at the dungeon. Oh, wait. I see a star. Are we just missing a Plaus and Zozo? You went the wrong way? Oh no, Zozo! Alright. We charge! And we got one more after this. Black owl. Oh, the Slayer experience. Charge!
Hi, hi.
Hi, Aster. Welcome. How's it going? How are you doing today? Oh, I can get ourselves completely moved. How you doing? I hope you're having a good day so far, love. Bonk. Big bonks. Alright, then I think... Charge! Hit the big boy. Hey, I did 60 nice damage. Poor Blouse is trying his best to keep aggro, man. The damage is too damn high. I'm doing good. I had a popsicle after a headache. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear you had a headache. I hope the popsicle helps soothe it though a bit. I hope you're taking good care of yourself. Make sure to drink plenty of water as well. Very important. Oop. I started sinking into my chair. I started leaning further and further back because I've kind of just gotten into lazy mode. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we do... I'm debating on whether or not we do the Region 13 afterwards. Like, I kinda want to do a bit of Region 13 hunting. We'll see how the how my energy looks when we get there. Cause like, I am vibing with this. And it's just nice, chill Bitcraft vibes. But I also don't want to get too late tonight. It is already 10. Yeah, so maybe we finish the dungeons. We might be able to do a loop of 4, and then we'll stop. I think we do this one, we go to the third one, we go back home to do the first one again, and then we can stop for tonight. I think that's where I'm also gonna call. Off we go. Oh. It's done. Give me that mining experience. I've run out of food. That's working. Not regenerating. Or gaining my bonus experience. Charge! Also, Zozo, if you need the extra fragments, you can have my extras after we finish. There we go. Appreciate it? Of course! I should have like a couple dozen by the end of this, I imagine. This is gonna start spinning like a ballerina. Yeah, because I've got enough fragments at this point to make a high tier set. I don't think I'm gonna need more than 1,000 to get all the way up. At this point, maybe. But by the time I get through the 1,000 that I have in my personal inventory, we'll have done enough extra tier 3s to like balance that out. Yeah, one thing I'd really like to see. Because now at this point, when it comes to... Because the dungeons are really like our biggest kind of active play thing that we have access to right now, right? I'd really love to see a system... like a little bit more versatility in how to approach the dungeons. Right? Because we've got our tanks and we've got our DPSs. It would be very fun if there was a bit, because right now it feels like there's kind of just like a correct choice and a wrong choice, especially when it comes to like DPS. I don't know what the correct choice is right now, because I know a lot of people are saying that crossbow is the best weapon for damage dealing. I don't know if I entirely agree with that or not, because I haven't been able to test it. I know it's the safest weapon. But I feel like if it's the safest weapon, it shouldn't actually be the strongest weapon. Like, it shouldn't deal the most damage. I feel like one of the melee ones should deal the most damage. Logically, I think the daggers should be the one that's dealing the most damage. But I still need to do like a proper damage test of all the... But it would be really cool if there were more than just like... First of all, I think it would be really cool to have a healer role, right? But that's just because I'm a person that likes to play support roles in video games. Like, when I have played MMOs, I've always gravitated towards the healer/support character. Because I think it's just really fun to be the one who's supporting the team. But even outside of that, I think it would also be cool to have, like... maybe like a delineation between melee and range damage. Like, you could have like an enemy or a boss or a monster that takes more damage from melee attacks, or one that takes more damage from ranged attacks. To kind of focus, you know, to require people to diversify their dungeon parties. Like, you could have enemies along the route where, like, say for example, Skitches take more damage from like melee attacks, but less damage from ranged attacks because they have these strong protective shells, and then Jackals are the opposite. Because I feel like anything that kind of pushes towards a more diverse number of like possible playstyles is just a good choice overall. So I feel like making it less of a this is the optimal weapon will be a really nice addition to have. And there's a part of me, I don't know entirely whether or not I agree with this statement that's about to come out of my mouth, but there is a part of me that kind of wishes that Slayer was connected to its own progression loop. You know? Like, I kind of wish Slayer wasn't just tied to whatever your highest skill is, right? That it wasn't just an omni skill that, like, you could just level up another profession to level 70 and then you could basically immediately use a tier 7 weapon. There's a part of me that kind of wishes that you did actually have to invest some time into Slayer to become a strong Slayer. You know?
Ahem, Catboy Strimmer is very cute.
Thank you, Red. But you're the cute one. What do you mean? What do you mean? You're the cutie patootie. Yeah, there's a I don't know if I entirely agree with it. But I do feel like, especially for the people that focus in on Slayer, because like there are people that really like the Slayer loop and primarily just look at like Millen does it quite a bit. Nidalee in region 8 does that quite a bit too. Like I feel like there is an interest there for people to focus in on Slayer, and like Slayer is great because it earns you quite a lot of money. But sometimes it feels like if there is someone that did focus in on Slayer, say for example again, if we look at like Nidalee, who's like primarily just doing Slayers. Obviously I don't know how many people are in that group, and it might also end up alienating people from doing Slayer by limiting it like that. But like, in theory, someone who devotes all their time to doing as much Slayer as possible could end up getting, you know, to level 80 Slayer with a really cool tier 8 weapon and all the buffs and whatnot. And they would be indistinguishable from someone who's a level 1 Slayer, but level 80 in mining. And just, yeah. Like a level 1 Slayer who got up to level 80 in mining and just bought all the stuff required, right? Level 80 in mining, you'd still be able to get the weapons. You'd be able to buy all the buffs. You'd only have to do each of like the dungeons once. But there's no like limitation there. There's no, and I don't think necessarily you need to limit everything that Slayer can do, but I do think there needs to be something tied to how high of a level your Slayer is. Just to make it a little bit more equal for the non-Slayers. Because right now, like, obviously, Slayer's worth doing for the money. But someone who puts a bunch of time into Slayer doesn't particularly get anything more out of it than someone who put a bunch of time into mining, smithing, or whatever, and then just bought a big fancy weapon. And I think that needs to it would be nice to have some benefit for people that do decide to like focus in on Slayer. But yeah. Alright. That's it. That's the announcement. Thank you, Red. I appreciate you. But like I said, I don't know if I entirely agree with this statement. I don't know if... Like, I don't think everything should be limited based on your Slayer level. But maybe in the same way, because like cooking recipes, if I'm not mistaken, right? How can I... Wait, where is... Yeah, the cooking recipes have a cooking level requirement, right? You need to be the requisite level in cooking to use the food. So maybe if there was something similar for weapons for Slayer, right? So like armor doesn't matter what your level is. Armor, you could just immediately use the highest tier armor based on your highest tier skill. But like, maybe you can only use a weapon when your Slayer is that equivalent tier. I think that way you could still get a bunch of progression by not doing Slayer, but it still makes actually doing Slayer worthwhile for the people that are really interested in doing as much Slayer as possible. Okay, let's just run through. Aster, thank you for the hydrant. Remember, chat, if I have to hydrate cities, you better drink some water right now. Or else. Thank you, thank you. Wait, we should be going south still. My bad. I started going north, but we need to go south still around. We have to go up here. Okay. Or maybe... What if they made it like your weapon attacks improved with your Slayer level? That could also be cool. Like that way, you're not denying people from using higher tier weaponry. I don't know, I feel like the weapon would be fine, honestly. Like the tier of the weapon is based on your level in Slayer. Like I'm sure some people would get annoyed with it, but it feels weird to me right now that focusing on Slayer doesn't really get you anything over someone who just ignores Slayer. Whereas like, if you don't do cooking, you can't cook higher tier recipes, right? So it makes sense to me by that logic that if you don't do Slayer, you can't take on the higher tier fights. But that's not the case. I don't know, maybe I'm just ranting. Damn, that's a lot of tier 2s right next to each other. Holy, there's a lot of tier 2s right. Alright, we are in Autumn Forest, actually. That makes sense. I don't know why I'm being surprised. Okay. Okay. I keep forgetting he doesn't have an upgraded goat yet. Let me run next to the road. I collect the boxes. What boxes are you collecting? What boxes? Yeah, if there are any bit crafters in chat that have an opinion on what I just said, because like I'm not 100% sold on the idea, but I do feel like it is kind of unsatisfying right now to level Slayer specifically. Oh, the boxes for exploration. I get you. Gotcha. Like, I think it makes sense to me for the weapons to be tied to your Slayer level. I don't think it makes sense for the armor to be tied to your Slayer level. So you would still be able to be you still get a stronger start in Slayer if you tier something else up first and then you go to Slayer afterward. But you'd still have to actually do Slayer before you'd be able to start getting to the good stuff in terms of like weaponry. And I feel like that's an important one to me. How far are we? You being ready? 25 minutes. Yeah, so I think we can go back up and do the first one a second time, and then we'll be good. Alright. We've made it. We're here, Zozo. Or has the Bara disappeared too? Zozo got tracked with blossoms. Oh no. Oh no. We've lost the Bara. We're barless. Got stuck south beneath the river. Oh no. Ah, dear. More hereabouts. I believe this river is short to like here, so you have to go all the way around. Actually, I don't know if there's a bridge. I thought there wasn't. I saw flowers and my brain went, say less. Blossom trees? Blossoms? Cherry blossoms? There's no blossoms nearby? Wow. That's so sad. Are there no blossoms in the autumn forest? I thought they spawned in almost every biome. Alright. Let's go! Charge! Oh my god. All three jackals went down at the same time. That was perfect. There are some just not near the dungeon. Fair. I assumed as much. It was just sad that there wasn't a single one near the dungeon. Just kind of cool. It just surprised me. Wish you only heard a sound to hurt a sound. Burn it down, just burn it down. Wish you only heard a sound to hurt a sound. Dodge! Oh, I haven't got my deer. Alright, I swap back to kitty. Go back to wee ya papa. Buzz loves his little twirl. Look at him go. Little Mr. Twirl. Dodge! Wait, so. Cube is that? Oh, is that the Umbra? Is that the black or the purple cube? Because it almost looks like it has a purple glow, but it looks like it's the black cube. Can't tell. The glow looks more purple. It is Umbra side. Oh, okay. I thought so. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You can't really have a black glow. Oh no! Zozo's got the piss cube. He pulled out the piss cube. Run away! Yeah. Well, I got the flashbang cube. Now Flash has the piss cube. Oh dear. Everyone's rocking their piss cubes. Oh no. I like my purple cube. Oh, we're doing trying to show off cubes now, are we? Here, have a traffic light. Here, have a strobe party. Okay. We're having a cube party. From my experience. Guys, are you eating? Because you're not regenning. boost in it. Love the song. Nope, that's later on in the song. Meh. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. We do have all, I haven't actually said this, but we do have all follows anonymous, so that you won't get called out if you don't want to be. That being said, if you want to make yourself known in chat, then I will gladly say hi and thank you personally. If you'd like to just lurk away, know that I saw you and I appreciate it. Bonk 'em. Boop. What else do we? Yesterday, Sanjakura. Oh no! I've run out of inventory space. Bonk 'em. If anyone wants a Potter's mix, here's one. Fudge! Bonk him. Smack him. That was close. I was playing with fire there. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, you know? Sometimes you gotta just take the big hits. Oh no, Plaus! How did you die? Oh god. Oh, this is a rough one. Shoot him! Shoot him! Okay, he's down. Oh! Oh, I had no attacks left. Everything was on cooldown there. So. Oh dear. Yeah. Help you with that next. Oh. You ready, TP back? Alright. We got homes. Okay. We got that one marked out. Now let's put all the junk back. Need to reorganize this at some point again. I've been so like averse. Oh shit, I wanted to give... Okay, Zozo, remind me after we finish the last one. Are you joining us for the last one? If you are joining us for the last one, remind me and I'll give you the extra fragments I got. You will be? Okay, perfect. Then... Did I not have any of the ores? Oh, okay. I'll split off the extra... How many did I have? Like what, 100 and something? We'll do 150. There you go. 1200 should definitely help me for most of the upgrades that I can imagine. Cause like my next upgrades are what? 15, yeah. It's not gonna cost that much to do most of my upgrading from here. There we go. Have a SOCAR. Star's already there. Clarence is here. We just... Oh, you're at the dungeon? Okay, perfect. Perfect. Right. Sneak our way into Star's boat. Yoink. Oh god. This, by the way, is the person who suffers from motion sickness, by the way. I'm just saying. Little Miss Motion Sickness. Oh. Now introducing the green skiff. Don't question where the paint came from. And after all, they respond to the call. How are we looking on money? $250,000. I think I want to start saving up to see if I can... I'm debating whether I want to save up money and buy a tool, or gather materials and buy materials and just try and roll for a tool to get, like, because I want to kind of go for, like, I want to try and get a legendary is my ultimate goal. And I'm debating, what's your luck like? I mean, my luck is pretty decent, I'd say. Like this. All of these are mostly first tries. Yeah, this entire set was basically first try up to rare, except for that belt. I had to re-roll the belt. These were all mostly... What was it? Most of these, this was made... This went up to epic first try at 4. And these ones were rares first try. This one was bought. This one was first try. This one was bought. So, like, my luck is decent, I'd say. Above average. Overall. Especially if I think if I do it on a day that I'm particularly feeling lucky, then I can probably get it. I just have to, like, you know, buy all the materials, save up, and be ready, and then when I'm feeling like it's a good day, then I do it. But, like, something I'd the main reason I'd want to craft it myself. So I know some people have asked about this in the past, and it is a feature I would love to be able to see. It would be really cool to see on crafted gear, because everything's crafted, right? It would be really cool to see, like, who the gear was crafted by. Like, the name of the maker on the gear. I think that would be really cool to see. Personally. So there's a part of me that if they ever decide to add that as a feature, wants to make all of my tools and gear myself so that I can end up with a full set of like high rarity stuff that all says crafted by Senator. But that's only if they even ever add that feature. The other side, of course, is still just the bragging rights of knowing that I've crafted it all myself. But like, yeah. Whee! Look. We're doing a jackal then up north a little. Yeah, no, take your time. Take your time. Rack 'em up. I think my Spotify widget has finally desynced. It seems to do that after a while. Yeah. I wonder if I can... Nope, that's the wrong. Oh, no. Nice. Oh no, it's broken. Alright. Charge! Oh my god! Rocket! Rocket! Holy! Hit the divinely nice! That, no one can compare to that. Where do we go from there? The winner has been decided. Rocket, I'm gonna need you to know. First of all, welcome on in. Second of all, I'm gonna need you to know that the chances of hitting that roll are lower, are like 1 in 40? 1 in 40, 1 in 50? So, you're more likely to hit a nat 20. In fact, about twice as likely to hit a nat 20 than to hit divinely nice. So GG. 1 in 40 is just a nat 20 with disadvantage. Exactly. Exactly. You basically rolled a nat 20 with disadvantage. So GG. The winner deservedly is you. I'm pretty sure that also puts you at the top of the leaderboard for today. I'm gonna check as soon as we get through. As soon as we finish smacking our way through these doggos. Let's see. Yep, there you go. There you go. Nat 20 with disadvantage 1 in 400? I don't think. Is it? No, I'm pretty sure you were right with 1 in 40. Is it not? Because 1 in 400 would be two nat 20s back to back. No? Yes? Wait. Now I am confused. Actually, no, wait. No, yeah, because nat 20 with disadvantage would mean both dice would have to be a nat 20. So then you'd have to roll 2 nat 20s. So yeah, that would be 1 in 400. Because that would be rolling 2 independent nat 20s. Yeah, no, you're right. But if you were to get 1 nat 20... I don't know. Now we're getting into complicated math. And it's It's 11 p.m. I can't math at 11 at night. Blah, blah, blah. Words hard. You are... This is getting complicated. It's 2 independent events, so P1, P2, yeah, so 120 times 120. Yeah. So it would not be a nat 20 with disadvantage. I've never seen someone get nat 20 with disadvantage, but I have seen someone get nat 1 with advantage? No. I mean, those are equally rare events, but god damn, that's impressive. Yeah, with disadvantage, they would be 2 independent... No, they would be 2 linked events. They wouldn't be independent events. Right? Because both of those would have to hit the 1 in 20. Whereas... for 1 in 40, just one of the 2 would have to hit 1 in 20. I think. Am I right? No, because then if just one of 2 dice has to hit a nat 20... So we're not counting advantage, disadvantage, so they're not interlinked. Then you've got 2 different instances that one could hit 20. Right? So then you'd have 2 in 40, which would be 1 in 20. Yeah. Never mind. 1 in 40 would be the chance of a nat 20 plus heads on a coin. Yeah, but that's if you're counting them together. Right? That's if the 2 instances are interlinked. One of the 2 dice having to be a nat 20. Only because, like, disadvantage would require both dice to be a nat 20, right? So that's only one possible situation that you could have. Whereas... if just one of the 2 has to be nat 20, then there's 3 different situations, which would put you at 3 out of 400. Oh man, this is complicated. I can't math right now. Because you could have the left dice be a 20, the right dice be a 20, or both dice be a 20. Which would be 3 out of 400. Which would then... divide by 3. How does one divide 400 by 3? Brain is like 90. Are you calculating the odds of nat 20 with advantage? No, I was calculating independence. So not with... No, actually, wait, that would be advantage. Stats say advantage and disadvantage are the same odds either way? No. No, that's definitely not. No. Because to roll a nat... To roll a nat 20 with disadvantage, there's only one win state in which both dice have to be 20. To roll a nat 20 with advantage, there are 3 win states because one dice could be 20, the other dice could be 20, or both dice could be 20. So they're both out of 400, but a disadvantage nat 20 would be 1 in 400, whereas an advantage nat 20 is... God, that's complicated. Yes, individual formats are the same probability. No, because we're talking about the whole probability of the nat 20, right? So it's way higher because the only 20 with disadvantage is when both die are 20. Whereas with advantage, one die could be 20, the other die could be anyone between 1 and 20, and vice versa, or both die could be, right? No way. Yes. Nat 20 on disadvantage is 20 out of 20? Is 20, no, 2 20s, yeah. Nat 20 on disadvantage is 20, 20 advantage is anything in a 20, yeah. Which means your chances of hitting a nat 20 on advantage are much higher. It'll be 1 over 20 plus 19 over 20 times 1 over 20? Trying to think if this makes sense in my head. I think so? I think that makes sense, what you're saying, Rocket? No, it's just 1 out of 20. No, it's not, Zozo. It's not 1 out of 20 for advantage. It's higher than 1 out of 20. Because there's multiple win states. Either dice could be the 20, yeah. If it wasn't 1 out of 20, if it was equal to 1 out of 20, then advantage would be pointless. Yeah, you have a 1 out of 20 on the first dice. The others could be 19 out of 20. That's still, yeah. Because you gotta take into account that there's 2 dice being rolled. God, I need to pull up my math again. I do believe Rocket's right. 1 over 20 plus 19 over 20 times 1 over 20. I do think that's correct. So your chances are still higher. Because there's 2 separate instances of this being rolled. I need to like sit down and like actually do the math for a second. Because I can't do this out of my head, I'm sorry. While also trying to do the dungeon. But I know it's definitely a higher chance than just 1 out of 20. How did we end up here? If you're talking about each individual dice, then yes, you'd be correct on a 1 out of 20. Welcome back to AP Stats today. I know, right? To be fair, I had to do a lot of stats in uni. That was the one problem. I thought I was a smart cookie by deciding to go after a master's degree after finishing my bachelor's degree. Little did I realize that going after a master's degree meant more statistics. Depression is what ensued from that point on. Big bonks. Masters is basically testing your statistics because research. Oh yeah, no, we had research in my bachelor's as well. The forensics bachelor's is already was already a research bachelor's. So I got to double down on it. Both of my theses were required research papers, basically. It was very sad. And now you're going to get your PhD, right? For even more statistics? Well, you see, I was actually planning to do that. That was on the planning, actually. That was in the initial planning phase. Until I had the glory of one of the jobs that I applied to. I don't know if I'm still gonna do it. There's part of me that wants to, but the first time I was applying for a PhD, I spoke to a professor from a university for a project that I was really excited about that they were doing, that I wanted to, do for my PhD. And when I spoke to that professor, because it was technically with their school of, I think it was with their school of not geography. Geology? I think it was through their school of geology that they were doing it, and Rocket! Thank you for the Prime sub, lovely. What the heck? I appreciate that. That's super sweet of you. Oh, I see the ad break was about to roll in. Well, I'm gonna wait with story time until after the ad break passes then. And then I will continue the story time. Just to make sure that nobody misses out. But I appreciate you, lovely. Thank you so much. Super sweet. Ads were coming, but I didn't want to miss out on important statistics conversation. Yes. I'll do my PhD background story in a bit, but okay. So, what this? No, I have food. I have food. I just didn't eat it. I'm okay. I just didn't see that my food buff had run out because I was trying to think of stats. Thank you, Dozozo. I appreciate you. Oh, da 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 da. Oh, da 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 da. Everyone's buffed up. Alright. Charge! Okay. So, if I am not mistaken, I believe we need to common denominate all of our stats, right? So that we can make it easy. The nat 20 with disadvantage is one state. So that was the 1 in 400. The normal nat 20 is a 1 in 20, which would even out to a 2 in 4. No? I almost said a 2 in 400. A 20 in 400. Right? Times by 20. Yeah, exactly. So it would be 20 in 400 to get a normal nat 20 versus a 1 in 400 to get a nat 20 with disadvantage. A nat 20 with advantage isn't quite double the odds. So it wouldn't be a 40, but I think it is a good, is it like, trying to think now. 2 over 20 plus 1 in 400? I don't? No, I think it's lower than that. Is it? Or is it just 2 and 20? No, I think it's... I don't think it's 2... Ooh. Wait. Because if we count our options, right? We've got 400 options. We've got a 20 plus anything on the other side. So that's 20 possible options of our dice combo. Then on the reverse, on the flip end, it's 20 with anywhere between 1 and 19 on the other dice because we can't get 20 on both dice twice, right? So I think that evens us out. That's 19 options plus 20 options on the other combos. That's 39 options out of 400 total possibilities. So that would be 39 out of 400, no? Yeah, what Rocket said. They're not dependent though, it's mutually exclusive. Well no, because those are your possible combinations, right? That's how we get to the 400 in the first place with disadvantage. Any of them are possible combos. 2 out of 20 would imply that it's a 1 out of 10 chance. And I don't think that's it, because that would... No, because 2 out of 20 would be 40 possibles out of the 400. No, we're saying mutually exclusive, which is why it's 39 out of 400 specifically, because there are 400 possible rolls when you roll 2 d20s, right? 1 plus 1 to 20 on that side. Yeah. And then 1 plus 1 to 19 on the other side. So each one would have... God, my brain is gonna burn out when we keep doing this. That was all the runs. Thanks for joining. They're not dependent, no. Well, yeah, because you are still rolling both die. And in the end case scenario, you just need to have 2 20s. Or sorry, 1 20. Whereas with disadvantage, you need to have 2 20s. With advantage, you roll both dice, so they're the same instance of rolling, with each one having 20 possible outcomes. Combined, there are 400 possible outcomes. But the outcomes that fit our requirement, which is at least 120, includes left dice. If we're saying left and right as the 2 dice, we have left dice be 20, plus anywhere between 1 and 20 on the right dice. That's 20 options. Like Rocket's saying, yeah. And then the right dice needs to, or the other option is right dice needs to be 20, and left dice can be anywhere between 1 and 19. That's 19 options, so 39 in total, I think. Yeah, because you can't double up on the 20 and 20. So it will be 39 out of 400 possible rolls. So slightly, just barely, lower than 2 out of 20. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, there we go. We got there in the end. God, statistics are annoying. Oh. At least we're not doing Bayesian. Bayesian. No, wait, Zozo left. I needed to give you the fragment. Shit. Damn it. Alright. You have... Oh! Damn. Okay. Well, I hope those are enough for you for now. Oh, you gave some fragments? Okay, thank you, Blaise. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. It should be enough. Perfect, perfect. I do want to quickly upgrade these two. Let's do a little bit of Gamba on stream, shall we? Do we have leather before I go hunting again? Ooh. God, we have so little left. You're 1 leather, you're also 1, I think. And then it's just ingots and fragments. I don't need quite that many. 15 each, so 30. And some ingots. Do love that we can just nerd out here, man. This is one of the my favorite things about streaming is that I know that we have just so many nerds among us. Oh, we only needed 5. That like we can comfortably go on a tangent about statistics, and everyone's just kind of okay with it. Math is also the problem with skills that give advantage, like True Strike, as 1 attack with advantage is worse than just 2 attacks. Yeah. This is true. It's a Lutra. Alright. But yeah, no, you're 100% right, Rocket. 2 attacks would be better than just having advantage on 1 attack. Statistically speaking. I guess it kind of depends on like what the situations are around it though. Because in theory... Yeah, because you'd have double potential damage. You'd have the same chances of success, but double the potential damage. The situation is... I guess, yeah, no, because True Strike's just... It doesn't give a damage boost, does it? So in theory, you'd actually need it to give you a boost to damage on top of the advantage, instead of just allowing you to double attack. It also has higher odds with 2 attacks, as you don't cancel out the 20 and 20 roll, so it's 40 and 40. Is it? No, it would still be... No, because you can only... I don't think that's right. I think it's still... No, because you don't count... There are not 2 instances of both being 20. You don't cancel that out. We're not cancelling out 20 and 20 with the advantage roll, because there is only one... In the 400, there is only one 20 and 20. Just like there's only one 1 and 1. Otherwise... It's not 2 out of 20. No, that's not how that works. If there were 2... Okay, no wait. Because if it was 2 and 20... So, to roll at least 120... No, it's 39 out of 400. Because if it was 2 and 20... Here's my reason why it's 2 and 20. For it to be 2 and 20... You'd have to count it rolling a 20 on both dice twice as a possibility. If that was the case, then the disadvantage roll would also have 2 situations where you could roll both in 20, which mean disadvantage would be 2 out of 400 and not 1 out of 400. For disadvantage to be 1 out of 400 means that in 400 possible outcomes of rolling 2 d20s, there is only one possible outcome where you get both dice on a 20. Which means 20 to, like a 20 on one dice and anywhere between 1 and 19 on the other dice, that's 19 possible options. 20 on the other dice, 1 and 19 on the left dice, whatever, is another 19 options, but there is only one option where both are 20, which totals to a 39. Not 40. So it's not 2 out of 20. It's not a higher chance to crit, but you have a higher chance to double crit. Exactly. You have a chance to double crit with 2 strikes. But you also have a chance to fail one of your 2 strikes. So your chance to hit is better with advantage. Your potential damage output is better with 2 individual strikes. No, wait. No, your chance to hit is equal on both. But your chance to hit for an individual strike is better on 1 strike with advantage. But your potential damage output is better with 2 strikes. Yes. Yeah. I'm also now pulling up math. Yeah. Yep. I'm double checking the math now, and I think we are correct. It is 39 out of 400. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, there's actually... Bro, this is glorious. There's actually... statmodeling.stat.columbia.edu from 2014 has a full statistical breakdown of the potential roles for anything on a D20. This is actually really funny, but we're right. It is an advantage roll for a 20 is 0.098, whereas if it was 2 out of 20, it would be 0.1. So it's 39 out of 400. Okay. We're done. Hi, Sake. I'm sorry, that was a lot of math. We're nerding out over here. We're nerding out over here. How is Cutie Sake doing? How is Cutie Patootie Sake Momo doing? Okay. You know what I might do? I think I'm gonna go down to Concordia just to upgrade the last 2 pieces of my combat gear. Get everything to tier 5. Let's go running. I forgot to subtract that. No, exactly. That was it, yeah. The one duplicate was the only situation. Hi, good. How's Senator? I'm doing good. We've had a long yappy day. We've been nerding out. We've been cozying up. It's just been good vibes all around. I'm glad to hear Sake's doing. The instance of crit on back-to-back attack is lower than on advantage. Yes. Correct. Getting a crit on 2 individual attacks, that would require 2 20s, so that would be the same chance as disadvantage, yes. Because that would be a 1 in 400. But your total potential damage output is higher on 2 individual attacks. But your overall chance to hit is the same. But your chance to crit is higher on a single attack with advantage. I think we're done. Are we good? Have we come to a consensus? I think I've said that all correctly now. Yes. Blouse another. Blouse has stolen right away into the pillow fort for Sniggles. Well, unfortunately, there's no escaping the pillow fort, Red. You're just gonna have to chill in there now. Because the chance to hit is higher in a double attack. Yes. Yes, your chance to hit is... Yes. Yeah, because then they're uncoupled. I don't know. This is enough. we've gone like full circle. We've gotten there. We're good. I guess Plus Red and I are all in the pillow forts now. Yep. Just you wait until the cuddle puddles are made. Right, I still need to put the cuddle puddle stuff into wording for you, Plus. God dang it, why do I keep forgetting to do that? You know what? While we are running down to Concordia, I am going to fully word out all the thingies. I complicated it with requiring consent. No, I believe mine also had the same. Yeah, no, because when we were talking about it, consent was part of the cuddle puddle plans that I had as well. I'm pretty sure, for the most part, unless I don't know what you and Plies talked about afterwards, but I believe the cuddle puddle that I initially put out on, when we were talking on stream, was people could cuddle together for groups. If you you had to ask someone else to cuddle puddle with you. They had to consent, then you got grouped up. And then you could ask someone else to join your cuddle puddle. And if there were 2 cuddle puddles, they could then merge together, I believe. I have to put it all properly into words. Oh dear. Alright, we're running back. The logic's gonna drive people away. Shh. It's okay. This house is full of nerds. Oh no, it's okay. Oh no, it was a red-shaped tree. How many trees suspiciously shaped like you are there? Well, I mean, redwood trees do exist, right? So, like, there's quite a few. I feel like redwood trees are pretty common. We've made it to Concordia. Alright, so what I want to do is buy the materials for these. So that's 2 luminite and exquisite leather. And I forgot my frickin' fragments, man. Rage. I'm actually an idiot. I'm actually an idiot. We ran all the way down. I ran all the way down and completely forgot to bring those with. Just snipshot a bunch of them. Okay. Well, we're gonna do our run one more time. Alright. I think we're... Alright. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where do I have a ping? Get pinged. Oh, I got pinged for food. Someone pinged me in Tasty Tavern. We're gonna make one more journey down. And then we'll be good. Nope. Wanna go on road next. And see how much of this road we can path for our way to Concordia this time instead of me just clicking. Okay. Wait, did I go too far? I went too far. What's this? Ugh. It's the ruins. The ruins of an old claim. How much of this can we find? Just trying to find as many. I think at one point, I definitely want to get a bit more of a stable path connecting us down towards Concordia in the future. Not probably to the degree of our Autonyan, because that is a level of effort that I don't particularly plan to put into anything else in the near future. Like, unless Concordia wants to work, or like people in the region want to work together on that. But otherwise, I think I'm very much not gonna put that level of effort into another road that doesn't directly serve the Imperium. Blossom tree. Oh. Figured that out. Let me see if we can get our... Just want to get that upgrade done, and I think after we get that upgrade done, I'm gonna raid out. Yeah. Okay. Now we need... Ooh, we could maybe even go for tier 6. I need 4 of you. And leather. Wait. It's exquisite leather? Blacksmith's over there. That's a sturdy smell. Go with the peerless. I find it interesting that they're keeping basically every tier. They've got their sturdy, they've got their fine, exquisite, ornate, and peerless. I wonder why. Cause like, can't you... I guess, yeah, cause you've only got 12 crafting projects available. Yeah, no, that makes sense actually. But like, people could put their projects on the lower ones if they're doing low tier projects. Sad. No epic duelist pieces, it looks like. Alright. Darn. Still. Let's see. Peerless, huh? How much in terms of peerless cloth and leather can we get? What would peerless cloth set us back? 1,400! And leather? 300. That's much more doable. Let's check generally. Okay, yeah. That's much cheaper at Moonlight. What about leather at Moonlight, actually? It's 300 here. 480 at Moonlight. So what I think we do is we first buy the leather here for all the parts that don't require cloth. So 1 leather. I'll be 2 leather, you'll be 3 leather, I'm assuming. Yeah. I think these will require cloth, right? Wait, sorry. It's your cloth, your cloth, your... Okay. So let's actually... Next thingy that I want to check is Wrath. 450 here. 170 at Moonlight? Alright, we're going to Moonlight. Never mind. I'll buy the leather here and then we'll go to Moonlight. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 leather. And then, where's the teleport? Am I blind? I remember it being here. Where did they... Oh, it's right freaking... It's right behind me. I'm so blind. Moonlight Harbor. Wait. Market. Alright. Where was I? You need how much cloth? I think it's 4 cloth, right? 1, 2... Oh, is it only 3 cloth? Yeah, okay. Fearless cloth, 1, 2, 3, buy. And then let's get our ingots. 2, 4, 6. Assuming. Wait, 2, 5, 7, 9, 13, 16. Blacksmithing area should be away. Okay. I need to quickly be right back, chat. I'm just gonna be so quick, I'm not even gonna use the BRB, but I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I had to run away for a moment. But I am back. And all is good with the world. Okay. We're gonna upgrade our armor. And then I think that's gonna be... We're gonna do the Gamba, the armor upgrade Gamba. And then after that, we're gonna bugger off for the night. Hello, shooting star again. What better y'all? Oh, were you streaming this whole time? Maybe. Hi, Sokar. Maybe. Maybe. I can neither confirm nor deny the possibility that my stream of almost 7 hours long was running when we were doing the dungeons 2 hours ago. How are you doing though, lovely? I hope you're doing well. It was a bit of an impromptu. It wasn't originally planned to be a Bitcraft day today, but it kind of just ended up being one. It started off as just a Yappy day, but it ended up evolving into a Bitcraft day. Not that I'm complaining. Uh-oh. Hello? I think my Bitcraft is bugged out. I have my cameo appearance on Sen's channel. I'm famous. You are. Okay, wait. No, okay. Hello? Alright, I have to restart it now. It's okay, we're gonna find a way to... I'm gonna find a way to pull you on here. I'm gonna find a way to pull you on to stream with me at some point. I'm gonna find it. I don't know how yet, but I'm gonna find a way to drag you in here to collab with me. I've been trying to get those Briny Linus skills for Sims so you can get your skiff. Yes. A good other way, if you're trying to level up your sailing, is to try and collect the, what are they called? There's lost cargo. There we go. There's like lost cargo, yeah, out at sea. That's a really good way to help collect, like, level up your sailing. And I'd recommend doing it either way because the lost cargo has a bunch of the materials that you're gonna need for upgrading your ships and stuff. You're going to need a lot of thick ropes. And no matter how often you might think you have enough, you're gonna need more. Sake's perfectly balanced in hugs. Red has been following for 1 year, 11 months, and 9 days. That's crazy. It's almost 2 years, Red. That's insane. Oh! Oh shit, look! Yeah, we got an epic. The boots went epic. We did it. We gambled, and we succeeded. Yay for Gamba. Okay. What are my stats looking like now? Why am I looking here? Why did I click on closet? Like a dummy. So my total strength is 614. Ah, hell yeah. Ah, hell yeah. Beautiful. With 112% cooldown multiplier. This is still one thing. I know the 112% multiplier. I know, so the multiplier is actually cooldown reduction. So our cooldowns are 12% faster. But the way that the cooldown multiplier is displayed in your combat stats implies that they are 12% slower. I'm actually gonna mark that real quick. I'm gonna drag you along for something eventually. I just need to find a good time to drag you to play games with me. There's one that appeared directly on top of fish and I couldn't click it. Yeah. That happens, unfortunately. You're just gonna have to kind of let those ones be. There's not much that can be done about those. It's the one downside about it. Some of the other ones, like other times when resources or things are on top of each other. Okay, hello. You can still kind of cheese around it or get around it by, what's the word? By clicking, by like shift right clicking, or in my case right clicking, because I've changed the controls. I changed my keybinds around, but I need to, actually, we have more dirt. I want to make some pipe. We do have more thingies. Bit low on dirt. How are our supplies looking? We got a lot of seeds. Oh my goodness, someone has been going wild on the star bulbs, I see. And the grain. Oh, we need more buckets too. Okay. Going to, you know what? That's gonna be for later. I want to do my region thing. Rampart, what do you want? 6 jackal fangs and 10 jackal fur. That I can do for you, baby. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 10 jackal fur. Yeah, Red, you're already on the leaderboard. You're already on the gay board. I'm gonna look, I'm gonna be packing for a bit. Okie dokie, so. Good luck packing. Thank you for the lurk, lovely. I appreciate you. But yeah, Bitcraft Collab is an easy idea. I was thinking that. Or Wildmender after this upcoming one. Yeah. I would be down for either of those. The bigger issue that I have is trying to find a time that we can both stream. Because we are in such vastly different time zones. But I guess the other option is to just have one of us streaming and the other one just joining it. Right? Doesn't necessarily have to be that we're... Let me get my buff. And we're gonna go sailing. I want to save more TP energy for region 8 dungeons later. So I'm just gonna be sailing over to region 13 for a bit. And do some monster slaying. We're gonna be monster hunting tonight, Chin. Yeah, but yeah. 62%. Decent roll, decent roll. How is our leaderboard looking? Does someone want to pop exclamation point GL real quick? To check what the leaderboard's looking like? Thank you, Red. So yeah, we got Rocket at the top with 160 nice, which makes sense. That's gonna be a difficult one to beat. Ah, you're ocean fishing. Good luck out there, Sokar. Speaking of, Sokar, I don't know if you saw in the Discord. Actually, there's two things, Sokar. First of all, I don't know if you've joined, but you got an invite to join the Imperium's group chat, social channel, to organize any stuff for the entire Imperium at large. But secondly, we're gonna be doing ocean fishing as a semi-regular event every other, like, Saturday. Although it will probably be... no, actually, it'll be, like, probably afternoonish for you. I didn't know I got that in. No, you're all good. You're welcome, you're welcome. Yeah, we're gonna have... I'll actually make sure to set it as, like, a recurring event in the Discord. Possible. Um. But yeah, we are. I'm gonna set. I think I'll see if I can. I wonder. Can I set? Does somebody know that? Is it possible to make a Discord event that's only visible within certain channels, or is it always across the entire Discord that the event will pop up? Because ideally, I'd want to set it up so that it's visible for... I'm also trying to get a little bit more of my exploration done. Ideally, I'd want to set it so that the... like, the Bitcraft, like, regular activities could happen, would be like a scheduled event thing, because then it's easy to just double check what time it is. But I'd want it to be something set. Or maybe I could make a separate channel for it in the Discord. Options. And I wanted to say, I think I found the original Tumblr post. Did you now, Red? You found the original cursed post? That's impressive. Damn. Did you find the original or did you find the one with the screenshot? Because I know that's the one that Plouse was able to find. So did Plouse? It was a joint effort. Are you talking about the one with Nice Ferratu? Because that's not the original. Because that one has a screenshot of what somebody posted. I did say I think. No. I'm not saying that you were like thinking. I'm just clarifying. That's why I'm asking. Because if it's the one with Nice Ferratu, I don't believe that's like the original post. That's the original of like someone complaining about that post, but yeah. I know. I appreciate your dedication though, to trying to find the knowledge. Alright. Gonna try and yeah. Of course we have the wind. Every time I go to region 13, bro, the wind is always against me. Every time. Every single time I cry. Even against the wind, your skiff is so fast. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. Wait until you see our Lord. So the skiff is actually meant to be for rivers. It's not meant to be for the open ocean, which is where we are now. There is instead, for the open ocean, another vehicle that you can use, which is the Clipper. Awesome. Yeah, the raft is very slow, especially on the ocean. The raft is very slow on the ocean in particular. But the Clipper is actually built for the ocean. It requires level 50 sailing before you're going to be able to use it, so it's going to take a while before you can get there. But once you do, oh boy, do you go fast. I'd love if we someday have like a proper animation for steering the skiff. Or the boats in general, I should say. Oh, yeah. I just realized I still have Star all the way in the corner. Here you go, Star. Star no longer has to be in timeout. Star's allowed to be up front again. I wish the ships had idle movement, so they actually just went with the wind without needing to click. That's fair. Yeah. I guess the problem is that the, did I just get grabbed out of thin air in withering waves by an enemy? Excuse me? I have no idea, Reddit. Is that what happened? How did you... How? Is that a thing that can happen in that game? But yeah, like, an auto run in general would be nice. I know people have talked about auto run. I'm not actually sure where... If Zozo was still here, like if Zozo wasn't busy packing, could probably ask, because I think she probably knows better where the devs stand on that. Because I know people have talked about wanting an auto run before. I know that they are talking about the ability to follow roads. That you can automatically have your character just follow a road on a path to somewhere. I don't believe they had an intention to add auto run. At least not in the near future. And I can't remember if it's because there's a technical limitation to that or because they don't want auto run to be. I'm honestly not sure. But yeah. Especially with sailing, it can get very slow. I have had in the past where I've like traveled really long distances. What I've just done is I got like a pencil to stick down my W key and just left it traveling forward. Like I would just line up my path so that my character wouldn't land against ground, and then I just put a pencil on my W key and let it roll. Good night, Plus. Sleep well, my sweet bean. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you spending your time here. Thank you for your service. I know. I midlined it. Run. Line me up better. How are we looking now? I'm trying to line this up so that I can get both lines in one go. Yeah, we did it. Okay. Yeah. Night Plus, sweet dreams, Bean. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Mwah. Mwah. Can we tuck in Plus, please? Can we get some tucks for Plus? Please. There we go. A little tuck for Plus. Mwah. Sleep well, sweet bean. I realize that it makes no sense for people that don't use 7TV. Because I also don't usually have like 7TV and stuff like that on my browser. But I do have it show up with like chat widgets and stuff like that. Oh. I guess I'm not allowed to discover this piece of land. Or the ocean. There we go. We'll go up and around this way. I want to stay along the... Actually, go up north. Then we don't get too close to the coast. Yippee! Night Plus. Night. Wing wing. Wing wing wing. Okay. Um. Oh. I cloned myself, apparently. I shared a screenshot with her. Okay. Man. Can't wait to get a clipper, bro. Level 50 sailing is so far away. So long to get there. We're almost there. A slow and steady journey. With the upgrades, I've got about... I've already gone up about 10 health. Is that really true? Yeah. Is most of the health from the rarity? Actually curious. 21 health. Yeah, you only get like 1 health from here up. You get 5 more from rarity up on the pants. I guess rarity is even more important. Actually, on armor, I feel like rarity is like insanely important. Now that I'm looking at the stat difference. 88 strength. You only gain like 4 strength from the same... from the tier up. But you gain an additional like 20 from the rarity up. I guess I'll probably have to go back and try and reroll an epic set of Duelist eventually. That's interesting though. What if we take, okay, yeah, something like the shirt. The shirt has the highest stats, right? You're 25, 102, 255. There's like nothing if you keep the rarity the same, but if the rarity goes up, that's where all the boosts at. Okay. That's in. Almost made it. Land ahoy! Land ahoy! This song's still way too extreme. hello. Wee wee wee. How are you doing? Are you on some Bitcraft adventures of your own? Oh, we've made landfall. Done it. You've done it. Stop searching. And we're gonna get up to the plateau. And then we're gonna be hunting up. Not today, I've been trying out another game, The Isle. What is The Isle? I don't think I've heard of that one. What's it about? Right. Made landfall. It's time. Oh. I still have a mount out? Oops. Oopsie. It's a dino game? There's a server with a few hundred people, so it can get fairly chaotic. You've told me a lot of information without telling me much about this game. Like, okay, so there's dinosaurs. Is it like horror, survival, action? Are you fighting the dinosaurs? Are you running from the dinosaurs? Are you the dinosaurs? Bear. Thank God Guzzler is not here. Because this would be an unfortunate time for Guzzler to be present. Umberfang, let's go. Yeah, let's heal up a little bit before we take on the alpha. I've heard of the game. I have a wish listed. Multiplayer survival game where you play as a Oh, I think I've seen clips of this game. You're the dinosaurs, varying species as well, so you can form groups and fend off the bigger carnivores. Oh, that sounds fun. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen clips of that game. Oh, that was an unfortunate. What? 2 misses in a row. My character's throwing. The game games I recently picked up have been Vintage Story and Sengoku Dynasty. I don't think I've heard of Sengoku Dynasty, but Vintage Story I've seen quite a few people play, and it definitely looks like a very fun game. But it looks like the kind of game that you would want to play on like a server, you know, with a group of like a pre-planned group of people. Not fully like just open up to the randos, but like sort of like a Minecraft server. Like if I were to ever get it, it does look like a kind of game I would enjoy, but if I were to ever get it, I'd want to have like a group. Did I break the alpha? I did. It's free. Hey, Noon. Seeing as you're here now, I want to actually ask your opinion on something. You 100% want a group of people to play with? Yeah, I believe that. Oh god. 2 is a bit exciting here. Okay, it looks like the king was bugged, so he wasn't really fighting back much. It's fine. I was talking earlier. No, yeah, that was before you got here. But I was talking earlier with regards to Slayer. There's the one thing that I feel a little bit doesn't feel right in Bitcraft right now is that leveling up Slayer doesn't actually unlock you any. Well, like besides the hand-ins, but like it doesn't, like gameplay wise, you aren't limited by your Slayer level at all. Which in turn means it feels kind of stinky to level Slayer. At least in my opinion. Oh, this is gonna be a close one. Oh, close. Right. You 100% want a group of people to play with. You can often run into issues, though, with balancing population, because you want the community to make the game fun without a full server. Yeah, no, it would definitely be like a limited population type thing. Same with like how I would approach like a Minecraft server. Supposedly customizable, so it can be more optimal for playing casual solo, but I have yet to actually boot it up yet. There. Does it not? No, it does not affect your combat stats at all. At the moment, so the kind of issue that I have with Slayer progression right now is Slayer gear is just whatever level you are. It doesn't matter what level you are in Slayer. Your highest level of any skill counts towards what you're able to use and what you're able to do. So your armor and your weapon are just based on whatever your highest profession is. Your highest profession or skill. Any profession or skill above level 40 will give you access to tier 4 armor and tier 4 weapons, and so on and so forth. Now, I don't necessarily have a problem with the armor being accessible based on your level, because it's the same with like cloth and leather. Any skill at the requisite level unlocks the armor for that level. However, if you look at a lot of the other skills, as you level them up, you unlock additional aspects of gameplay. Leveling up taming unlocks you additional mounts to use. Leveling up sailing unlocks you additional like ships and stuff that you can use. Leveling up cooking is completely required to even do higher level recipes or higher tier recipes. That one's like actually full on tier locked. But Slayer doesn't have any progression like that. Leveling up your Slayer literally does nothing. besides tasks. And all the other ones also already do tasks. So tasks, in my opinion, doesn't really count. Before anyone's like, yeah, but when you're a higher level Slayer, you can hand in the tasks for more money. That's the same for all of the skills. But like, Slayer has nothing limited to it that requires you to level it up. And so someone that really focuses in on Slayer as their skill doesn't end up with anything that any other player doesn't get access to while completely ignoring Slayer. Right? Like, if we were to take you, if you and I were, say you were level 80 in mining and level 1 in Slayer, and I was level 80 in Slayer and level... Yeah, I was level 80 in Slayer, you were level 80 in mining, but level 1 in Slayer. You and I would be able to use the exact same gear, and our damage output would be exactly the same with that exact same gear. So there would be virtually no difference between us, despite me having spent my entire time... besides me having spent my entire time slaying monsters and you having spent your entire time mining, we end up with the same kind of combat power. The problem I have with that is that it doesn't feel satisfying to be a high-level Slayer for that exact reason, right? Anyone that's spent days, weeks, because like it takes a long time to level up Slayer, just like every other skill. It takes a lot of time to level up, and if you spend days, weeks, months leveling up your cooking to level 60, level 70 plus, you're rewarded by the ability to cook recipes at that level. I think that Slayer needs to have something like that, and also a reason to drive people towards it. Now, I don't think you should limit armor, but honestly, I feel like it might be worth limiting the weapon to your Slayer level. Either that, or there needs to be some other level of progression that you can get from Slayer. But I personally think it would be better to limit the weapon. Well, no, actually, I'm not 100% sure if I think it's better, but that's what I currently think would make the most sense to my mind, but I'm not entirely sure that I like that idea. Right? Because again, it makes sense to me that your armor isn't dependent on your Slayer level, just like any of your other gear isn't dependent on the specific level tied to it. It's just your general level. That's fine. But I feel like, you know, as you level up in Slayer, you're getting better at fighting, so you'd be more capable of using a better weapon to its, like, maximum potential. But yeah, I don't know. Not related at all, but I noticed my profile pic in your stream chat. Wow, yeah. If you want to know this is a combined stream chat, so it shows chats both in Twitch and YouTube. And all you need is StreamerBot to run it. It's run through StreamerBot, and it's like fully customizable. Both for like background color, text, font, text size, color, all stuff like that. If you want, Sokar, I can give you the link. I can send you the info if you want to check it out for yourself. It would combine your chats though, so I guess like how you currently have it, where you have Twitch and YouTube chats separated, you wouldn't be... I don't think you're able to do that with this one. Gonna lead just the bear. Okay, maybe I do just the soldier. What a time to miss a hit. Can you stop missing hits when I'm on the brink of death? My sweet bean. Thank you. There you go. There should be upgrades that you could buy from Rampart that are level locked. You could buy from Rampart that are level locked. Maybe call them training methods or something. Yeah, something. It just, I feel like there needs to be something in Slayer progression that's actually tied to Slayer and not tied to everything else. I think, honestly, because the thing that feels weird to me is that you can have somebody who's level like 5 Slayer, right? Who's basically done absolutely nothing in Slayer, and they can rock up to like a dungeon, right? They can rock up to like a tier 7 dungeon and do the most damage because they're really high level in just a random skill. Oh god, I'm stuck. Okay. Nice, I already have StreamerBot. Yeah, you have to have StreamerBot and you have it linked to both Twitch and YouTube. And then it can pull out both chats. But it'll pull them up as one single chat instead of... Yeah. I didn't realize that would get hyperlinked. Yeah, if you do anything dot something, it's always going to be considered a hyperlink. But don't worry, I don't have hyperlink protection on anymore. I used to have hyperlink protection on, but I turned it off. I realized I don't particularly... When I could just block the specific hyperlinks I didn't want to see. Anyway, let's kill the one that's actually attacking me first. Now was not the time to miss your attack, you bloody little bitch. Okay. But yeah. This chat is run entirely through. It's a plug-in through StreamerBot, but it runs through Streamer. Maybe higher level Slayers get increased drop rates. It would make them useful to the economy that way. Potentially. I think the problem with tying drop rates to the level is that the Slayer... So the main thing Slayer drops do... Woo! Okay, I got there. The main thing Slayer drops do is you sell them to Rampart for money. And after a while, you end up with so many that I don't think that matters quite as much. So I just say StreamerBot, yeah. Corn, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Alright, chat. Straighten your backs, drink your water right now. Or I'll be upsetty spaghetti. Wait a second. Why does this still say... No, okay. That was weird. It's true, I already have a lot of... Yeah. Even the rarer items, like if we take the Jackal Fangs, for example, I have quite a few of the Jackal Fangs already. Holy heck! Lanny! Oh my goodness. Hi, Lanny! Hello, welcome in, how's it going? Hi, Lanny and Raiders. I don't have a mod anymore, so I'm gonna do a quick shout out myself. Get raided, you smelly nerd. Ah, dang it. This is upsetting because I was planning to raid you, and now I'm not sure what to do. God damn it, why can I not type? I can't type today. There we go. Why was that so hard to type your name? Hi, Lanny! Welcome in! Now I don't know who I'm gonna raid, but I'm gonna figure something out, I'm sure. But yes, hi, welcome on in. If you do not know me, my name is Center. You can call me Sen. I'm your local resident chaotic cat boy and fellow Bitcraft partner. And I like to play a variety of video games, ranging from cozy to horror and everything in between. I don't think the game that we're playing today really needs much of an introduction, because you've probably already been watching it for multiple hours. But I'm doing some hunting in Region 13, because I want Umber Fangs. So, I hope you're prepared to hear a lot of screaming bears. But yeah, how was your stream? What were you up to today, Lanny? What were you doing? What were you doing? Where am I? Where do we have any more bears nearby? But yes, if you need to do any post-stream self-care, please make sure to go and do that, both for you and your raiders. You guys have probably been hanging out for a while. So make sure to go take care of yourself, go get something to eat, get something to drink, stretch your muscles, rest your eyes, cuddle your pets, cuddle your peoples, as long as, you know, they consent to it. And take good care of yourselves, because self-care is the most important thing, and we most of us don't do enough of it on a day-to-day. So, also, welcome in Torganator. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Please shout at me if I did. Thank you for joining in on that raid. You're bulk crafting mats for Roomba tasks. Ah. I should do that, but I'm also unbelievably lazy. So respect to you for that. I've thought of doing that, but like, oh my goodness. I'm way too lazy to do that. So instead, I'm procrastinating by murdering bears. Real? Oh yeah, Roomba. He is basically a Roomba, so like, it makes sense. He just siphons all of the materials that you really don't want to give him. Yeah. Real? I've only done 3 out of 6. Wait, no, 3 out of 7. I've got the planks, parchment, and ink done. Oh. Impressive. I pretty much only really ever give him planks. I never give him ink, because I feel like it's... I don't know, it doesn't feel worthwhile to me. But at the same time, I really need that experience, because I want my cat mask. Yeah. Oh, that's impressive. The planks and parchment ink. Still gotta do cloth, leather, ingots, and bricks. Do you have him, like, unlocked at higher tiers as well? Or have you been keeping him low level? Because, like, what I've been doing, I don't feel like a lot of the tasks are worthwhile at higher tier. I've basically your merchanting is 17? God dang. You know what? Fair enough. Honestly. That's based. I don't do the tasks? Yeah. I really hope the tasks become like a weekly thing. Instead of like the 4 hours. Hello? I'm just bugging out here. 1 second. There we go. Literally just give us dailies, weeklies. Yeah, I'd say like... I feel like dailies, at least in my opinion, dailies put a little too much pressure to play every day. Which, to be fair, I already do. But like, I feel like dailies put a little too much pressure to play every day, especially if you want to play more casually. It can feel like you're missing out, which already the tasks as they are do. But I feel like a weekly would be nice. That you could just like pick one day to really like ram home a bunch of tasks. Get a bunch of experience. And then you can just chill out until the next week. That would be really nice. Because I hate most of the tasks. I'm not gonna lie. The only traveler whose tasks I do repeat it like regularly are Rampart. And that's just because I like going out and killing things. How cat-like, I know. Oh god, this is gonna be close. Please die. Thank you. There you go. They're evil. Why do I have to think about tasks? Yeah, every 4 hours. I understand their reasoning was like, you know, make the tasks so frequent that it doesn't matter if you miss out on them. But I don't think that that's the actual result that came out of it. Like, I understand the logic behind it, but I don't think it actually works out in practice like they were hoping it would. Don't think I've touched the task system at all. Honestly, valid. I think especially once they've added, also take notes class, I love that. Once they've like added separate ways to get levels in each of the skills that aren't connected to the tasks, I feel like the tasks will basically never be done outside of Rampart. Rampart's free money if you do dungeons, exactly. Rampart is my credit card, daddy. Rampart is the credit card. Anytime I need money, I walk up to Rampart. That's why I'm trying to get to level 70 Slayer, so that I can start handing in all of the Arachnir dungeon materials, because I have so many of them. But even with Rampart, like, even with that one, you end up getting the materials so much faster than he ever asks for them. Like, I mean, I feel like everyone's got like hundreds upon hundreds of chitin and jackal fur, right? But I've also got like hundreds of umbra fur. I've almost got 100 like fangs. Jackal fangs, not umbra fangs. The umbra fangs are the only one I'm lacking on right now. Sentinel insignias, don't even get me started. If only Rampart would buy my fucking insignias. Yeah. The insignias are a nightmare. You do more Slayer. Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. I do a lot more Slayer than most people. But like, I wish there was... I honestly wish that there was a version of the Slayer... Yeah, at least for the common drops. Like, I can understand for the rarer drops, but I wish for the common drops, they would maybe, like, give you a way to just sell them to him in the same way that you can sell the sailing junk to Svim. If you could just, like, imagine if you could just sell your jackal fur. Hello. Right, all the other stuff, like the rarer stuff, fair enough. But like the jackal fur and chitin, imagine if you could just sell that to him. Instead of having to wait for him to, after 4 hours, ask you for a single fur. The single fur one also needs to disappear, man. After a certain level, the single fur needs to disappear. I'm begging you. Clockwork Labs, please. The single fur request, make it disappear after we get to a certain level. I have so many common drops. 341 jackal furs and 213 chitin. Yeah. Yeah. You could just pawn them off on the market. I have been meaning to put some more on my marketplace. But the problem is, at least for a lot of these materials, like the jackal fur, there's very few people that actually need to buy jackal fur. At least from my experience, I have rarely been able to, like, sell it. But yeah. Imagine doing dungeons, fishing is the best skill. I know many people that would agree with you on that, Torganator. I know many people. Wait, I only just clocked your Torg. Oh my god. I am Torg, yes. I am stupid. Anyway, dinner time. Bye-bye. Have a fun stream. We'll leave a lurk. Thank you, Lani. Thank you again for entrusting me with your community and with the raid. I appreciate you. Have a good dinner. Enjoy. This is Torg, my fisher. Torg, I want you to meet my fisher. My fisher is Tally. Maybe, is there a connection with names that start with T and fishing? I'm seeing a trend here. 4-letter names that start with a T happen to be, like, the claimed fisher. You know, this is starting to be. I'm the funny guy that randomly says fishing in region chat. Yes. You're also the one who we can't say due to, because then Automod gets angry at us. One cannot do Torg. Oh, they did fix that? Oh, it was so fun. I didn't know that was fixed. Darn. I don't know why I'm saying darn, because it's not like it's particularly fun to get silenced by Automod, but... Okay. Can I handle you? I don't know if I can handle this game number. I might need to make a strategic retreat. Oh, 7 HP, baby. Not even close. Not even close. It was definitely funny, though. It was very funny. It was a good time. It was a good time. Finding the different ways that your name could be used without getting us banned. Right. Need to heal up before I fight the soldier. And then there's an alpha over there. How is our drops looking? 5 fangs, 2 stingers, not bad. I'm gonna need to refresh my food buffs after this fight, probably. Boop. Bonk. Retreat for a second. Tactical retweet. You know what I should set up? I'm just realizing, I feel like I should set up song requests when we have a Bitcraft day. Cause like, my playlist, I like my playlist, don't get me wrong. Otherwise I wouldn't play them. But like my playlists, I feel like are too short for some of the extremely long Bitcraft streams that we end up having. So I should see if I can set up a song request system again. So we can mix it up for who vibes with what. Pie. Want the future. Oh my god, Screaming Bear. Bonk. Oh, why'd you have to miss the big strike? That's always the worst. Yeah. Where are you? There you are. Another king? Kings are the best chance of fangs. Sorry, the more kings we can, the better. What? Oh god, this thing's hitting for 70. Oh no, I missed my debilitating strike. This ain't looking good, chat. This ain't looking good. Nope, I'm dead. Fuck. Oh, that's annoying. I missed 3 attacks there. How did I miss 3 attacks? What is my accuracy? Accuracy shouldn't be that low. Health speed and stamina. Reduced action speed. Still have over an hour on my Emperor's Gift of Health, so let's bonk him now. Did I cancel some of my attacks? That might have been what happened. How far am I from being able to... Can go to Gardens of Harmony. I guess that's what I'll do. I want to refresh my... I don't want to like sit here and run around with no HP for... Oh, this is the side with the slope. Perfect. No? Oh, come on. Oh, thought we were close enough. Alright, let's beat up another bear. We should be able to handle it. Knock you down. And we'll find our way over to... Black speed is so much slower. Cannot sit. Oh, another thing. Thanks, bear. Was that not the... Was the slope on another side, maybe? Another king over there? Should heal up by the time we get to that one. And my minimap is absolutely broken once again. Is it me? Or is the minimap bug happening more and more often? Like... I feel like it went from something that happened like once every few days to basically being a daily occurrence, at least for me now. No, where are you going? Oh god. Hey, come on. Get on the goat. Thank you. Ah, dear. That's a bunch of soldiers. Number. We'll ignore you guys. We'll take this soldier on the way there. That shouldn't be too hard to deal with. Unless we miss. Unless we miss again. Oh my goodness. My character's throwing, man. My accuracy is not that low. How low is my accuracy that I'm missing so many attacks again? 315. I feel like I should be pretty safe. Alfambra. Then again, the soldiers are like the second highest. The queens are the highest of the drawings. And then obviously the king and Alfambras are like the strongest characters in the game, so they're gonna have the highest likelihood to miss against them. But you know what? Hey Nilan, are you still here? Nilan was talking earlier about how on his crossbow he would notice that sometimes he'd get a double auto attack. You know, the normal just your auto attack. I just noticed. But that seems to actually happen with the Claymore as well. I wonder if that's just an innate thing that can happen with auto attacks. It's not happening. Of course now it's not gonna happen. As I'm trying to like prove my point. But I did just notice it before there. There. Oh, come on, stop missing. Please stop missing. I really need you to not miss when I'm fighting the King Umber of all things. Of course, the King Umber is the one that I'm most likely to miss against, but like still. That was uncomfortable. What is that? I'm sorry. Soldier, King, Alpha, Soldier, Alpha, Soldier, Alpha. You know what? We'll take that Alpha. We'll take this Soldier. Maybe we'll actually just run over here to Garden of Harmony to cleanse ourselves with the debuff. And then... Uh-oh. Or, you know, that could happen too. Oh my goodness. I hate OBS. There we go. OBS just absolutely shat itself for a moment there. Hi. Oh dear. I had to actually close out the game because OBS was shitting itself so hard. Request timed out. Oh dear. Ah dear. And now Bitcraft is gonna be mean to me, it seems. Why does everything hate me today? Oh. Are we good? Can everything just go back to functioning, please? I'd love that. Herm. Nope. You know what? Maybe that's a sign. I'm gonna give it one more try. I'm gonna give the game one more try to load in. If it doesn't want to load in now, then that's just the sign that it's time to stop Bitcrafting tonight. So I'm gonna snooze the ads real quick. Twice. We'll boot up Bitcraft one last time. I think my Bitcraft broke. Or is it my entire internet that's being weird? No, the rest of it looks fine. Let me check properties. Verify. I'll make it do a quick verify to see if that fixes it, and otherwise we stop here. Welcome back. Yeah. Was it OBS? No. It was my entire internet that kind of shat itself. It wasn't just... I think everything's kind of broken now. So maybe I'm just gonna call it here. Because, like, everything's kind of glitching out. I want to see real quick if I can at least log back in. The addiction has been intercepted. It has. It has. My internet said fuck you. Oh, never mind. There we go. Maybe it is going to work again. I love this. It's such a good song, right? I mean, it's a good anime, so of course it's going to be a good song. Just... Where is... I think my bot is also broken. Yeah, it is. Okay, wait. Let me give me a second to restart the bot as well. That should fix chat. There we go. Connected. Alright, there we go. We're good to go again. I'll go for a little bit longer then. Because I wanted to finish this. I want to finish this buff. So we'll let the 53 minutes of the Emperor's Gift of Health run out. And then we will we'll raid out to another bit crafter. There you go. Oh. Oh, we got a certain enough million bongo cat taps. Hello, hello. Dr. Swiss. Wee to you too. Literally me to my internet provider right there. You let me cleanse the buff. There we go. We did it. I saw the button and I couldn't resist. I like that. I like that. Hi, Eurydice. How's it going? Do you prefer Eurydice or Sylvia? Question. I don't think I've heard your name said before. So do you have a preferred? But how's it going? Welcome in. And same to you, Dr. Swiss. We met a few times. Why do you keep... I know, because I'm stupid. My reason is because I'm stupid, and I'm pretty sure you've said it before, but I cannot remember which one you preferred. Which is why I'm asking. At least I can't remember you having said that you had a preference, which is why I'm asking. You probably did, and I'm just an idiot, so my bad. But... Weezist. I love Weezist. Alright, soldier, run away, heal up, and then we'll deal with the Umbra. Save me, please. Okay, we're safe. We're safe, we're safe. Nor, you're fine. Cool, what's easiest? Alright. Gotcha. Then I will go with Sylvia. Because that's an easier name for me. I would have needed to sleep too. It's 2 a.m. Oh no. Good night, Red. Sleep well, lovely bean. And you too, Sylvia, if you're gonna go to bed. Have a good sleep. Thank you both for bopping by. I appreciate you. I hope you're taking care. Alright. Heal up. You don't think you'll go? You know what? Fair enough. As someone with a degenerate sleep schedule as well, I am in no place to judge you or reprimand you. So, considering it is still almost 1:30 in the morning for me, and I've been streaming for, I know it says 9 minutes. That's a lie. That's just because my internet decided to die on me. I've been streaming for about... wait. 5 to 12, so that's 7. 8 hours? 8 and a half-ish hours at this point. I started at 5 p.m. It is now 1:30 in the morning. We're getting a full shift in today. Hi, pandas! Hi. How's it going? How you doing? How are you doing today, Panda? Hey, pandas, I actually meant to ask, do you prefer to be called pandas, or do you prefer Jelro? Because I know your in-game name is Jelro. Is there a preference there? I'll be going to dinner time. Enjoyed the stream and playing with you, of course. Excited for tomorrow. Yeah! Take care, Sokar. Thank you for hanging out, lovely. And for joining us on the Dungeoneering earlier. I appreciate you. I need tuckage. Alright. Alright, chat. We need a tuck nether. I am going to tuck... Sorry, red. I'm going to tuck red as soon as I can finish... not dying to this Umbra, because I really don't want it to murder me. There we go. Alright. Let's get some tucks. Tucks for red. Tuck the bean into sleep. We don't see in game. Oh, did it not load into the game? Fuck. I'm stupid. I did swap it back, but apparently OBS said no. I did load in. Thankfully, you didn't miss much, because I just killed one bear. Oh my god, I'm so good at this. Can you tell that I've gone for so long that I've basically become delirious? There it is. Thank you, Gordon. Thank you, Star. I would have kept going if you hadn't said something there, so thank you for that. Joe was my WoW name. Is the WoW name I use. You can call me any name. Baked Panda, BP, Joe, Baked Pandas. All are my internet names. You know what? Fair. We like an easy king in this house. We appreciate an easy king in this house. I'm gonna go with Panda, because Panda is cute. And I like cute things. So. Trying to think if there's anyone else that I call Panda. I don't think I've got there's anyone that I call Panda. So it's perfect. You're a goober, not stupid? Fair. I'm sorry, my bad. I was being a silly goober. Bonk. The Umbra. Ooh, you're the first panda. You are! I'm gonna feel so bad. Could you imagine how terrible it would be if someone rocked up now with like a username like Panda, and they've been like VIP. They've been here in the chat for years, and I just completely forgot about their entire existence? I think if that were to happen, I would quite literally delete my Twitch account. Just on the spot. Just end stream, delete account. From pure shame. The forgotten pandas. I would cry. Absolute depression session. Anyway, I need to eat. Okie dokie, Sylvia. Good night, good night. Tuck if you want, no force. You need to do that. No, 100. We tuck in this household. All of our sleepy kitties get a tuck. All the sleepy kitties get a tuck. Listen, are you really... All I'm saying is, do you really care about your homies if you don't tuck them in and give them a goodnight kiss? I'm just saying. Like... it's not... I'm not trying to, like, question how much you care for your homies, but, like, do you really care for them if you don't tuck them in? You gotta tuck into me. Oh goodness, this bear is not having a good time. It's a good thing that Guzzler has already gone to sleep. Yeah, we don't have a panda bear, but we do have a Guzzler bear. So yeah, we have other bears in the chat. We just haven't had the panda specifically, so we're safe. Well, Alpha Umbra over here. I offer myself as a stuffy for the homies. Now that's next level, Dr. Swiss. That's true commitment. You're the homie people need. You're the homie that the people need. There's too few homies that are willing to be the stuffy, you know? What happened to the goodnight cuddles? Such a sad world we live in. That's hello? 3 King Umbras in a row? Goodness gracious, is it my birthday? Is it my birthday? The future will defend. Also, oh my goodness, I'm sorry, I forgot about the ad break. Well, I don't think there's much too engaging happening that people are gonna miss on the other side of the ads, but I'm sorry, I tried to warn before the ads hit normally. Now I feel like a meanie. Bonk. 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 You know who I need to ask about the Slayer thing? I'm gonna ask Tony, because I know Tony does a lot of Slayer as well. I'm curious if he would have, like, an insight. Because, like, the things are... For those who just joined, I don't think I talked... Yeah, for those who joined on Lanny's raid, or after that, one of the things that I've been talking about today... Actually, wait, I should wait for the ad break to pass. Stupid. I'm being a dummy. I'm a dummy. There we go. Welcome back from the ads. Sorry, I try to warn before those hit normally, but I forgot to this time because I was distracted. Thank you guys for sitting through them. I appreciate you. But I was gonna say, for those who just joined in on Lanny's raid or came in afterwards. One of the things that I've been talking about today that I've only kind of recently realized that it bothers me, and I'm trying to figure out where I stand in it. But one of the things that's kind of annoying me is that there's no real Slayer progression in Bitcraft, right? So when you look at, obviously we can't compare it to the professions because the professions are supposed to be the main thing and the skills are like secondary. But when you look at like skills like sailing or cooking, there's progression there. As you improve your sailing, you get access to like better boats. As you improve your cooking, you become able to cook recipes with higher tier ingredients. As you improve your merchanting, you get access to better versions of your cash. Construction gets you better carts. Most taming gets you better mounts. All of them have some kind of progression and some kind of reward for you leveling it up and improving. Except for Slayer. The only thing Slayer has is like really early on with the quests to unlock your weapons. But most of those you get kind of straight off the get-go or very early on. The only one that takes a bit longer is the one to like kill a sentinel. Right? That's the only one that really like takes a bit longer to get to, but otherwise there's no real progression. And there's no benefit to leveling up your Slayer after that point. And I feel like there needs, like, one of the things that I was thinking of is tying, like, your weapon level, for example. The level of weapon that you can access, or the tier of weapon that you can use, would be based on your Slayer level. Because it sort of makes sense that you'd have to be better at fighting to be able to use a higher level, higher quality weapon better, right? Or something like that. At the same time, that does also pull people away from doing it, because then they're like, oh god, I have to do all of this slaying in order to even be able to use like a good weapon. So then the other thing that Nilin in chat brought up was the possibility of buying like stat upgrades as like a sort of training from Rampart based off of what level you're at, which would also make sense to me. But it feels like there's just kind of a lack of progression right now as a Slayer, where every other skill has some kind of benefit tied to leveling it up. This is not the way. Go up here? I remember there being a way up on one of these sides. This one? Might be it. Yeah, I think this is it. I think this is the way up. Perfect. Perfect. There we go. But I don't know where I stand on it, right? Because I don't, like, obviously you don't want to make it so that people are less inclined to do Slayer stuff or have a high barrier in order to do it. But at the same time, I feel like you don't have it. You need to also have a reward for the people that do actually invest time into Slayer. And right now, there's no real difference between someone who's level 20 Slayer and level 80 in like mining versus someone who's level 80 in Slayer. They're able to use the same gear, they're able to output the same damage or tank the same amount of hits. Meanwhile, one has spent an insane amount of time actually out fighting monsters, grinding that Slayer level, and the other has not done that. Putting a whole shift of crafting the bits up in here, you know it, Coco. Hi, Coco. Welcome back. Hello, lovely bee. Now, we're gonna be closing soon. I've got 35 minutes left on this buff. When that buff runs out, we're going back home, and I'm calling stream, and then we're raiding out. But I've been vibing today with. Been a good vibe. We also got raided only like 45 minutes ago, so I'd feel really bad ending the stream right after a raid. Bonk you out. Boop. How's Coco doing? How's Coco doing? Have you had a good day? It's been basically an entire shift since I last spoke to you, so. You were yapping. I did see that you two were yapping doodling. Do you have a sneak peek of what you were working on? Would you put that in the, if you haven't, I don't know, actually I haven't checked, so maybe I should ask first. Would you be willing to put a little whip in the alley chats? You know, show us what you've been putting together. Please. Bear. I'll pay the art tax. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Two King Umbers over here. It's my birthday again. Man, I am lucky on these King Umbers spawn. Also, 13 fangs so far. This has been a good haul. Because 5 fangs is what? When Rampart asks for 5 fangs, that's like 7k. So one stack, those 10 fangs is already 14k. I need to see if I can like commission a blacksmith for a high rarity weapon. Boop. Another fang, let's go. Slapped in the alley chats? Okay, wait, let's take a look. Oh, what? Oh, that looks so good. Those strawberries. Coco, you just made me insanely hungry. I'm not gonna lie. You just made me like hungry as heck. That looks so good. Oh, that's so pretty. Well done. We should run away and get dessert. I like this idea. Now you're speaking my language, Coco. You mean the dessert parlor? 40 minutes? Why 40 minutes? Because I need to get dressed. Cold out. Oh my god, another fang. Let's go. Pendris, thank you for the stretch, lovely. Oh shit. There. Oh, perfect. It's not reacting. I can continue stretching. Ah, thank you. And to hydrate. Alright, chat. You drink some water right now. Boop. Oops, you back. Retaliatory boops for the Pendris bean. Thank you, lovely. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Umber over there. Umber in the distance. Another beast to take my soul. You can be pantsless if you want. Not on the first dessert date, Coco. You know, I gotta be respectable for you. I'm a respectful man. I'm a respectful cat. I will take, you know. Gotta treat you well on the first dessert date. We get you something tasty. Offer you a blanket if it's cold out. Gotta take good care, you know? The pantsless dessert date, that comes way down the line. And only if it's specifically requested. I appreciate that. We gotta treat our beans right, you know? We get a nice little dessert. We get to talk about the pretty things you draw. We get to huddle away from the rain. I don't know why it's raining in this scenario, because it's not raining here. Maybe it's raining by you, and I just know that. Coco, is it raining by you currently? Because then I can seem like a psychic. Another King Umbra. Definitely not. Dang it. Okay, well, if it's cold and windy out, I can give you a blankie. Huddle you away from the cold. All cozy like. And then when we get you home, we go off our separate ways. And then we have another dessert date another day. And then it becomes a regular cozy activity. That's how this goes. And the pantsless part is nowhere in... It's raining somewhere, that's true. We'll go somewhere where it's raining so that we can huddle away from the rain. All cozy like. Not gonna lie, okay, I'm gonna be honest, chat. I actually really love the rain. Right? Like, the only situation I don't like the rain is when it's like a day that I have to like go through the rain to like work, or when I was younger and I had to go through the rain to like school. If I had to like cycle through the rain, it was really annoying. But even nowadays, if I would have to go through the rain to work, it would not actually bother me that much. I really like the rain. When it's constantly raining, it can get a little bit tiring, I will say. Okay. Let's go for that Umbra first. It can get pretty tiring if it's like constant rainfall, you know, day after day, which, I mean, I live in the Netherlands, so like, we very much have that. But like, getting to like, okay, so like, when it's colder out and you have to like huddle and run from like canopy to canopy, or like little like rooftop to rooftop for cover to like avoid as much of the rain as possible. I think that's so cozy. That's like the best vibes to me. Huddling in a little cozy cafe away from the rain, listening to the sounds, smell the rain air, maybe start a little fire or some marshmallows whilst you wait the rain out. Exactly! Where'd you get the marshmallows? Who knows? But you sure as heck will have them. Exactly! Corn gets it. Corn gets it. What is it, you ask? Well, it's a little sad that you have to ask that. Because if you were Corn, you wouldn't have to ask that, because Corn gets it. You should be like Corn, and just get it. Bonk. Bonk. Corn pancakes? Okay, wait. First of all, please don't pancake corn. Corn is a lovely bean. Corn should not be pancaked. Unless corn wants to be pancake, in which case, then it's fine. But please ask permission from corn before you pancake them. Secondly, in terms of the food of corn, whoa. That was a really bad mix-up of words there. In terms of the food, and I am going to enunciate this very carefully to not make that same mistake again. In terms of the food of corn pancakes, are we talking about pancakes made out of corn? Or made out of like a corn flour? Akin? Or are we talking about pancakes made with normal flour that have corn on them? Just get it is my life quote from now on. Let's go. We like corn. Just get it. I will not pancake corn, but corn pancakes are delicious. I think so too. Okay, wait. Am I the? I've never. Okay. I'd rather not be pancaked. Oh. Corn, not corn flour. Corn puree in a pancake. I don't think I've ever heard of corn being pureed before. I've never had these aforementioned pancakes. Me neither. I think this might be an American thing. Because Zozo and Coco are both Americans. So I'm feeling like this might be an American thing. But like Americans also have the thick pancakes, so it would be... I've never heard of these aforementioned pancakes either. Okay. I'm not American. Okay, but you do live there. When I say American or American, I mean like that the place where you live. Not necessarily that you have the specific nationality. In the same way that like, okay, I do have European nationality, but like I'll call myself European because I'm someone who lives in Europe, even though I'm born in South Africa. I'm not a big on the whole like, if you're not a citizen, then you don't count as a blah 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 blah. Like you live there, you count as being from there. That's just how it is. Because if we're gonna talk about like where people are originally from, well then we're all African. So. Or potentially even from space. Fair, yeah. Honestly, sometimes I find the whole like citizenship thing to be so... Especially in some countries, it's way... It's a little extreme. But these are of Latin American origin. Ah, but the operative word there is... No, I'm joking. But fair, okay. So this is a Latin American dish? Are they... Okay, so... Wait. So how does this work? Do you make, like, pancakes normally with, like, flour and everything, and you mix in pureed corn? Or... Does, like, the pureed... Like, how are these made? Can you explain the details, Zozo? Because I'm very intrigued. This sounds interesting. And I'm a firm believer of you can't say no to something unless you've tried it. Unless, of course, you're allergic. That's different. But, like, I feel like everything deserves to be tried at least once, because I, at least, have had many flavor or, like, dish combinations that I thought would taste disgusting by concept, but then ended up being absolutely delicious in practice. You make your usual pancake batter, but drier to incorporate the puree. Okay, so you, like, substitute the puree in for, like, some of the milk, for example? Or... I guess you wouldn't substitute it in for egg, so I guess the milk. You'd put in, like, a bit less milk, and then you'd put in the puree. this is problematic. I need to run. No, they still got me from a distance. I needed to run earlier. Ah, it's fine. We're 19 minutes down. We'll just go and kill the last few things we have. Am I understanding this correctly? And then, how strong is the corn flavor? Like, I don't know why, but I really want smoked salmon now. Talking about these foods has made me mildly hungry. No, I get that. Smoked salmon and corn go pretty well together. Flavor-wise. What's that king number is looking at me? Stay away. I just want to kill your brother. Okay. We'll give it a few minutes. The heal. Oh my god, there's so many bears. I'm stuck. Okay. But then you need cane sugar cones. Piloncillo? Piloncillo? I don't know how to say that. Instead of syrup. Okay. Wait, is this... Cane sugar cones does not sound like a liquid. Or like a syrupy style. Is it like... Wait, cane sugar cones. I'm looking up this stuff. Elon... Okay, why is it... I'm now getting panela. Is this the same thing? Panela or rapadura is an unrefined whole cane sugar typical of Latin America. The solid form of sucrose derived from the boiling and evaporation of sugarcane juice. Panela is known by other names in Latin America such as chancaca and pilon... Oh, okay, I see. Piloncillo is in Mexico. Gotcha, alright. So it's unrefined sugar with the original molasses content, I'm guessing. So it would be a pretty strong flavor. Because like normally you refine it to take the molasses out, and then when you make brown sugar... Fun fact, by the way, people are always like, brown sugar is unrefined. Brown sugar is just refined white sugar that has molasses added back to it. It's not actually unrefined. So it's not particularly healthier than white sugar, like people claim it is. Just a fun side fact. Okay, this sounds interesting. Strong corn flavor. Get some salmon. Don't have salmon in the shops. Closed until Friday. Until Friday? No. Why until Friday? Why are the shops not open tomorrow? Corn. You simmer in water to make syrup. Ah, yeah. Is that things they are? Today's theme is bears. Yes. Yes, same thing. Yes. Okay. I get you. We're on the same page again. I have correctly. This sounds really good. And now I want to try these. I want to need to see if I can get some of this stuff. So we sometimes have pancakes for dinner. But, okay, actually, next question. Are these, when you say you make pancakes, do you make them like American pancakes? Or is that when you say, like, when you're making normal pancakes with normal pancake batter, are you going American pancakes or are you making, like, thin pancakes? Because I cook Dutch pancakes, and Dutch pancakes are thin. Like, super thin. To the point that most Americans keep telling us that they're crepes. They're not crepes. They're very different. But they are quite distinct. But they are, in terms of thickness, similar. Alpha umber over there. Another alpha umber there. Perfect. I can't go back to normal pancakes anymore. Oh, it's the first day of summer tomorrow, and my country treats it like a genuine holiday. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I love that. Yes, American British pancakes. Okay, so you make the thick pancake. Alright. And then the... So you do your normal flour... Guzzler, do not look at the screen. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Look at this pretty cube. Hi, Guzzler. Hi. Sen? No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're just, helping to preserve the wildlife, in our local area. Don't worry about it. We're talking about pancakes. Do you like pancakes, Guzzler Bear? I love pancakes. Pancakes are amazing. Zozo was teaching us about Latin American, like, corn pancakes, and they sound really, really delicious. Don't you pancake open them? Were there bears in this game? Well, there's, you see, look, it's complicated. You see, I just want to make friends with them, but they don't want to make friends with me. You see, like, we're just chilling, and then, like, they get angry, and then I have to defend myself, and then things happen, and they're unfortunate things, but oh, he looks so cute like that. Right. Good night, Guzzler. That's just he is a very little guy, but, like, look, he's stuck. He's stuck, Guzzler. He's gonna starve like this. And we can't get him out. We can't unstep bro him. We need to set him free. Because otherwise he's gonna starve. You know? Wait, we can actually push him. Look, he's stuck. If we leave him like this, surely that's inhumane. He's gonna starve. He can't even move. What do we name him? What's his name, Guzzler? What's his name? Gus? Alright, Gus. You take care, Gus. Little kiss on the head. Mwah. Be safe, Gus. You have a good night now, Gus. See, the bears are nice because you're here now. It's good. It worked, like you said. I just needed to tell them, I just needed to let them know that we're friends, and now we're all good. Now we're safe. They sense my pure heart, exactly. Oh god, this one's not so friendly. I'm sorry, Guzzler. I gotta defend myself. Don't listen. Don't listen, Guzzler. This one's not so friendly. I'm sorry, Guzzler. It's a royalist. Go. Oh, okay. So the royals are fine. All right. All right. All right. So the kings are fine. Okay. Okay. The kings are fine. Gotcha. Gotcha. The royalists can go down. In that case, down with the crown. Also, I'm sorry. I missed out on some stuff on chat. Two people who don't want pancakes. Do you like corn pancakes? I don't really enjoy being pancaked by people I don't really know that well, you know what I mean? You know? That makes sense. That actually makes sense. See you on November 20th. I'll remember your talk of delicious... Wait, what's on November 20th, Guzzler? Wait, what? Wait, Guzzler, what? I understand it's a very personal thing, but the corn ain't cotton. You know what? Make a good point. Now I'm confused. Send that idiot Paddington my regards. Good night, friends. Good night, Guzzler. Thank you for bopping by, friend. I appreciate you. Have a good rest of your night. Sleep well, sweet dreams. We'll send Paddington your regards. By the end of our swords. Oh my goodness. Unless I miss every other attack. We'll never know about November 20th. I'm just going to be living in fear until November 20th. I'm just going to be living in absolute abject horror and fear until November 20th. It will forever be a mystery. Yup. Guzzler came in, dropped November 20th, did not elaborate, and left. And now I fear for my life. Okay. Go down. Thank you. It will be forever a mystery until the day arrives. Yep. I mean, I remember the 5th of November, not the 20th. I only remember the 21st night of September. I don't know if I know what the 5th of November is referencing here, I'm sorry. My kind of person? Oh no, I'm not Zozo's kind of person! No, chat, I failed. Chat, I'm a failure. I had one goal in life and I failed. What am I supposed to do now? What am I supposed to do now? Exactly, I'm lost. I realize now that that only makes sense if you heard this live, because live you hear the music, but the VOD doesn't have any music in it. So they're just gonna suddenly hear, if anyone decides to watch this VOD for some kind of reason, they're just gonna see me go, exactly, I'm lost. They're gonna be very confused as to what I was responding to there. Then again, every time I sing along to songs as well, it's kind of the same thing, where I just spontaneously start singing. According to Google, November 20th is National Peanut Butter Fudge Day. What? That sounds amazing. Check your DMs for a clue. Ah! I see. This makes more sense. Okay. I'm just a dummy. Fun challenge, Google your birthday plus holiday and see what holidays are on your birthday. You're just trying to make me dox myself. I see you, Corn. You just want me to dox my birthday. Thank you for the bat, so I'm just a little dummy, okay? I'm just a wee little dummy. Okay, so there, we had the double auto attack there. So there's some kind of bug, I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a bug or a feature. I'm assuming a bug. But I mean, it's a bug that's beneficial, so really it's not as big of a problem. But there's some kind of bug that's making you double auto attack sometimes. It like stores up your auto attack, and so once you use it, it doesn't go on cooldown, which in turn allows you to use it a second time without problems. Yeah. My birthday is the National Donald Duck Day. This is the part where I would do a Donald Duck impression if I was capable of doing so. Unfortunately, I am not. So you're just gonna have to imagine that while my mouth opens for the next few seconds, you're just gonna have to imagine that I'm Donald Ducking it up right now, okay? Thank you. I appreciate that. Can we get that wrapped up in post? Insert Donald Duck noises here. That was depressingly bad. I was told to drink beer on my birthday. Why beer? What a good Donald Duck impression. Thank you, Corn. Thank you. What can I say? I'm a professional. We cats are very familiar with ducks, after all. You know what they say? You are what you eat. What? Right. Oh, what a good song to finish on. I'm drowning down into my shadow. Iki wo hite. The hit a deadly night. So scary. Majo ga egaita. I'm offended because I prefer gin whiskey? Really? I hats off to you, Zozo. I could not drink either of those. My birthday is also the National Call Your Doctor Day. What a specific day. So you're National Donald Duck and Call Your Doctor. So what if your doctor is Donald Duck? It's a perfect day. Like paper moonshine drips that good at Danara. When you're lost here, I am forever with your soul. That could me. God, I love this song. You know that this was the first anime I ever watched? Like, the first anime I watched properly. As a kid, I saw episodes of, like, Naruto and shit when I was younger. But, like, I didn't actually know what I was watching back then. But the first time I actually, like, I knew about anime and then I watched an entire one from, like, start to finish was the anime that this song is from. Does anyone know? Do you know what anime this song is from? I'm curious. I absolutely adore it. Even if it diverged from the manga, and I ended up reading the manga, and the manga was so much better, and I really hope that one day we're gonna get a version of the anime the same way they did with Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. This is my sweet dream that will never come true. But I dream that one day this anime will get the Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood treatment that properly recreates what happened in the manga. Also, we just finished. Good at the nada. I will find you, my dear. Not Alright, let's go back home. It's time to finish off for today, chat. Still 18 fangs, 12 stingers. Hi, kitten. Meow. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? How is kitten doing today? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Hope you're doing well, lovely. What's the municipality up to today? Today we haven't done much with the municipality itself. I've been out hunting, we've been slaying, and we've been working on some, on our road. Our road now extends all the way to, like, over here. And I want to try and get it as close as possible to over here by the weekend, because we have the fashion show on Sunday. Which, by the way, if you want to participate in the fashion show this Sunday, all you have to do is rock up to the municipality at 7 p.m. Central European Time, which is about... Wait, calculating, 5, 6, 7 hours ago. 7 hours before the current time. This Sunday. Anyway, it does conflict with Slayer Sunday. I realized this with, Tony told me this the other day, like yesterday, that he wanted to take part, but he's got Slayer Sunday at that exact time, which is unfortunate. So we'll have to see for future events if we can time it on a different day that'll be easy. But anyway, yeah. Okay, let me catch up on what I was missing. I don't remember what day it was, but there was also a National Call Your Mom Day somewhere. I think most days have a highly specific holiday. Interesting. Are you planning anything ahead of the update? Oh, Zozo, you have no... Oh, I'm so excited. I wish I could talk about this. But I'm so excited. Chat, all I'm gonna say is, from the sneak peeks we've seen, it's goated. It's goated. Right. So, oh no, you have no idea. That's the amount of stuff, like, I'm gonna no life right after that update hits. I'm excited, but it's not gonna make me stop doing what I'm doing. That's fair. Also, I don't know if you saw, but I swear I could quite literally kiss Jordan after the response. I don't know if you saw our interaction, but I could quite literally kiss them after that. I read that message and I lost it. I had to try and keep myself composed for a moment there. I want to punch them for waiting till now. Hey, listen. Wardens would have been beautiful. It's fine. At least we're getting it now, though. That's all that matters to me, is we're getting there. Alright. I have 9 lives, and they're all no lives. Oh, kitten. You adorable little... Alright, chat. Unfortunately, this is where we're gonna have to call it for today. Let me see. There is no stream tomorrow. Thursday is my day off stream. Friday, we will be doing we'll be going back to art stream. I actually am thinking of maybe doing something Bitcraft related, because I've been wanting to do stuff for a Bitcraft layout for stream. So maybe we'll work on that on Friday instead. I'll check. If not, we'll continue working on the Grahatia art. But I want to say thank you, Beans, for hanging out with me. Thank you for spending your time here. It's been a long day, so I appreciate you guys choosing to stick with me through it, despite just the immense amount of hours that this has been. I'm gonna take a quick daily snapshot of the municipality again. Okay. There we go. We are aligned. The place has been screenshotted for the slideshow, for the time lapse, and we're going to wrap it up. So, thank you, Beans, for hanging out with me. For everybody that's sitting here for more Bitcraft and Bitcraft drops, don't worry, we are going to raid ourselves out into another Bitcrafter so that you can continue to make your drop progress if you haven't gotten them already. Ideally, I'm gonna see if we can find another Bitcraft partner, but I don't know who's online right now, so we're gonna find out when we get there. Closing it down real quick. Oh, another really good song, bro. Why are we getting so many good songs today? Right at the end of stream. It's perfect time. Thank you for the stream. No, thank you for hanging out with me. Alright, let's see who's all live in the Bitcraft. Right there. There's Heretic. Heretic is live. That's true. Heretic is also live. Heretic's got a really good viewer number, though. I prefer to raid into someone who gets the most benefit out of it. I don't know how many people we're at right now, but I know we got a pretty sizable raid from Lanny, so if like a decent amount of that has stuck over, I'd rather raid into one of the partners that doesn't have as big numbers. Because Heretic's doing pretty well for themselves. Let me see if I can find... If I go to the Bitcraft server, the partnership. A brave shot. Bruno's live, but Bruno mostly does in Brazilian, right? Yeah, Portuguese Brazilian. Which I unfortunately do not speak. Who else is? Wait, what was that? Captain Tiny Games as well? I'll probably heads to Cap Tiny. She's got 0. Wait, Cap Tiny, I don't see her. Where's Cap Tiny? Why are they not? Wait, let me reload the thingy. Did they just start? Are they in the Bitcraft category right now? Because I don't see them. Just came online as you exited the game and stream says Bitcraft? Okay, why is Twitch not showing it then? Twitch? Hello? Okay, wait, let me see if I can... What if I refresh? There we go. Yeah, you know what? Let's go say hi to them. It seems like most people are doing pretty good. Oh, but they only have follower only chat on. I'm sorry. That's... I appreciate people that use follower only chat. I don't like raiding into follower only chat because I want to be able to yap. I want people to be able to yap. You know what? Let's say hi to... We said hi to pandas last time. Let's say hi to Rylan. We haven't raided Rylan before. Okay. I think that's a good vibes. Let's go. I haven't gotten to hang out in their stream before, so let's go say hi to Rylan. Alright, chat. If you wanna join me in the raid, we are gonna hit them with a Meowdy partner. Wait. There we go. If you do not have access to my emotes, option 1, for AT Meowdy in the channel point section right underneath the chat, you can unlock a static emote of your choosing to use for the next 24 hours all around Twitch. If you do not want to do that or cannot do that, you can also use Twitch's very own cool cat emote, because you're all a bunch of cool cats and that's a fact. Before we raid out, I want to make sure that all of you lovely beans know that whether you're here for a minute, whether you're here for the whole stream, whether you're lurking, chatting, or anything in between, you are appreciated. And you are loved. So thank you. That was very extreme music. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Give lots of love to Rylan. I will see you on Friday for our stream. And take care of yourselves. Okay, love you, beans. Bye. Mwah!